General, how do we deal with those Brea Marine prisoners? A seven-seal warrior came to Clement and asked, "Please ask the priests of the Church of Life to come. Brea people who are willing to surrender will be incorporated into the vanguard, and Brea people who are unwilling will be thrown into the sea to feed the monsters. By the way, all the relatives of Zai Loyang will be chopped up and thrown into the sea to feed the monsters." Yes, General. He was finally soft-hearted about this group of former subordinates. Looking at the wreckage on the sea, Clement couldn't help but recall the scene 40 years ago. In the sky, Silver Intermediate Knight rode a mutant griffin towards the Teton Kingdom Navy fleet. Stroking the mutant griffin's hair, he also felt the treatment of the captain. "Fly down." The mutant griffin looked in the direction of the Silver Intermediate Knight's finger, and Shashasha called a few times to indicate that he knew. With a fluttering sound, the mutant griffin folded its fluttering wings and fell straight down from the air with the Silver Intermediate Knight on its back. Looking at the sea surface getting closer and closer to him, the Silver Intermediate Knight was frightened and sweated. This is 10,000 meters high. If he really fell directly to the ground, he would definitely end up with his limbs separated. Feeling that the two-legged beast behind him was holding tighter, the mutant griffin shouted a few times with disdain and secretly despised in his heart. What a coward. When it was hundreds of meters away from the sea surface, the mutant griffin suddenly spread its wings, landed steadily on the sea level, and then flew towards the largest ship. Discovering the strange flying monster, the Navy soldiers stopped their work and waited for it. Landing on the deck, the mutant griffin shouted a few times at the vigilant Navy soldiers and pointed to his mouth with his forelimbs. The meaning was very obvious. The Silver Intermediate Knight got off the mutant griffin. His legs were a little weak, and he regretted taking on the task of this messenger. If he knew that the captain's experience was so outrageous, he would not have such an idea. After standing firm, the Silver Intermediate Knight ignored the vigilant eyes of the surrounding Navy soldiers and said loudly in the common language, "That is General Clement." Everyone looked at each other. And finally, an officer stood up and asked respectfully, "This, sir, I wonder what important matter you have with our general. I am the messenger of the 15th Army of the 4th Legion of the Expeditionary Force. I am here to convey the military order to General Clement by the order of our commander, Varen Aix." The Silver Intermediate Knight took out the flag of Kixingaling and spread it out as an identity certificate. "Sir, General Clement is not on this warship. Please wait a moment. I will go to invite my general." Shashdasha. Seeing that this group of two-legged beasts ignored his existence, the mutant griffin pulled the Silver Intermediate Knight's battle robe with his forelimbs and called a few times to indicate where his feast was and why it was different from what his father said. "Sir, my companion may be a little hungry. Please prepare some meat." "Please wait." The officer responded and ordered his men to bring the meat from the warehouse to the deck. He went to the command ship to invite the general to come. 10 minutes later, the mutant griffin looked at the meat brought up by the Navy soldiers. His eyes sparkled, and he pounced on it, ate it with relish, and began to enjoy it. "Shashasha, finally enjoying the treatment of my father." The mutant griffin shouted while chewing the food, attracting the attention of everyone on the deck. Looking at this foodie, the Silver Intermediate Knight wanted to jump off from here. It was so embarrassing, as if the Lord had never fed you and he would report you when he went back. The mutant griffin felt a little cold on his back, retracted his feathers, and continued to enjoy the food. In less than a moment, Clement flew to the giant ship, looked at the flag on the Silver Intermediate Knight, and believed his identity for the most part. The next step was to check the code on the military order document. He had heard about the negotiations between the Life Church and the Harvest Church. The Queen had also issued a special decree that the frontline generals should not trust the so-called messengers easily. They must check all kinds of code words, signs, and flags used to prove their identities, otherwise they would be treated as spies. Taking the letter from the Silver Intermediate Knight, Clement first checked the mark on the seal of the envelope. After confirming that it was correct, he opened it in a special way and checked the 3 code words. After clarifying the identity information, Clement quickly read the content of the letter, then looked up at the other party and asked, "This messenger, I wonder where Lord Wyland's army is now." My lord has entered the southeastern region of the labor region of the Grand Duchy of Brea, and will march to the capital of the labor region soon. The silver intermediate knight did not hide anything and answered. Clement put the letter away and said with a serious face, "Please tell Lord Wylan that our army will land in Kakar City, the port city of the Arab region, on November 6 to support the Expeditionary Army's attack on the capital of the Arab region. General Clement, I will pass on your words." After that, the silver intermediate knight came to the side and pulled the mutant griffin, and found that this foodie did not move at all. "Let's go." "Sha sha sha." The mutant griffin cried a few times in dissatisfaction, opened its mouth and ate a few mouthfuls, and then reluctantly turned its eyes away from the food and carried the silver intermediate knight away from the giant ship. Witnessing all this, Clement couldn't help laughing. The combination of this man and the monster was really funny. "Come here. General, please give me your orders." The officer stepped forward and saluted, saying respectfully, "Pass the order down, set sail. It's time to take over the dock of the Third Fleet of the Grand Duchy of Brea." "Yes, General." Under Clement's order, thousands of ships originally scattered on the sea began to move in an orderly manner. One after another, the ships raised their sails, adjusted their course, and headed towards Roma Island. In a small town in the southeastern part of the Arab region, Wylan summoned generals from various departments to hold a military meeting. For this battle, Wylan chose to hand over the power of command to Hebrew, letting him command the war against the capital of the Arab region. As for him and Kyle, this time they just barely acted as mascots and decided whether to hang this kid on the flagpole after the war. In the hall, Hebrew held a map stick and talked about many battle plans and backup plans, including battle methods, marching routes, logistics, material distribution, and the deployment of magic artillery troops. The other generals sat down and listened to Hebrew's deployment, expressing their own opinions from time to time, or expressing their doubts about the battle methods. On November 6, 9758 of the glorious calendar, the Teton Kingdom Navy landed in the labor region and attacked the port city of Kakar. On November 9, the 15th Army surrounded the capital of the labor region, Talsy City, and launched a tragic siege campaign with the Haina Army as the vanguard. The Arlanders and Brea people fought each other, recreating the scene of the battle between their fathers when the two countries fought. Behind the army, tens of thousands of Kayanbao troops pressed the formation and strangled the deserters. Under the cover of the Divine Shield, the ratio of Arlanders to Brea people reached 2-1. As for ordinary soldiers, they had no ability to fight back and died silently. On the city wall, the city guard General Talsy looked at the Arlanders who were like crazy, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. "General, the West Gate is in danger. The army has lost most of its losses, and morale is low. General Len requests to dispatch reinforcements." An officer came to the East City wall and reported. Tux turned to look at the officer, his expression somewhat gloomy. After 5 consecutive days of siege, the defenders in the city had been completely wiped out, and the only troops he could mobilize were the few thousand wounded soldiers. Before the enemy army besieged the city, the governor fled to Kakar City with thousands of navy. Without the leader, some nobles also retreated one after another. When the city was besieged, there were only more than 20,000 defenders in the city. After 5 consecutive days of bloody battles, the number of people was less than 7,000. If he had not relied on his reputation to forcibly control the army and rewarded most of the gold coins in the treasury, I am afraid that someone would open the door and surrender a few days ago. I have defended for 5 days, which is worthy of the Grand Duke. The captain of the guard next to Tux heard this and immediately drew his sword to kill the officer who came to report. Looking at the sharp sword piercing his chest, the officer looked incredulous. He couldn't believe that he would be killed for reporting the battle situation. Looking at the officer lying on the ground, Tux remained calm and said to the captain of the guards, "Order all units to resist firmly. Without my order, no one is allowed to retreat without authorization. Those who disobey the order will be killed without mercy." "Yes, sir." As soon as he gave the order to fight to the death, Tux left the city of Talsy through the tunnel with his guards. 2 months ago, he ordered his relatives to be sent to the kingdom of Scalavi. If he had not been greedy for power, he would have left long ago. Now that the city of Talsy is about to fall, if he dies in battle, the crime of the fall may fall on the governor. Unfortunately, this guy has the Grand Duchess as a backer, so he will definitely not be severely punished, and the blame may even be pushed onto him. If he goes back alive, he will still not be able to escape the fate of being held responsible. In this case, he can only give up everything and leave the Grand Duchy of Brea with his confidants and go to the kingdom of Scalavi. With his strength as a 9-seal warrior and more than 50 years of military experience, he could still live well if he joined a noble of the Scalavi kingdom, but he would not have the power to manage the defense of a large region. In less than 2 hours, the city of Talsy, which had been strong for 5 days, was breached. The Haina army paid more than 10,000 casualties and finally breached this strong city. In the governor's mansion, hundreds of soldiers broke through the gate and entered the front yard filled with the fragrance of flowers. A young man who lost his left arm had red eyes and trembled all over. He shouted loudly, "There is no one here, where is Tux? General Ryan, now we should." Facing Ryan's murderous eyes, the officer trembled with fear, his lips trembled slightly, his face was pale, and he dared not speak again. Search for me, find the bastard Tux." Ryan's voice was manic and angry, his eyes were bloodshot, and the muscles on his face were twisted because of anger. Looking at the soldiers in action, Ryan became more and more manic. He swung his sword with his only remaining right arm, ruthlessly slashing at those valuable ornamental flowers to vent his anger. He sent people to ask for help, but got an order to hold on. His cousin also never came back. Now it seems that he must have been killed by this old bastard. "General, there is a tunnel in the backyard." "Tunnel? Ha. Ryan suddenly laughed out loud, with madness mixed in his laughter. This old bastard, a cowardly bastard. The officer standing aside trembled, fearing that the general would go crazy and kill him. "Charge in." Voice sounded outside the governor's mansion, and a large number of Haina army soldiers rushed into the governor's mansion. Ryan looked back, and his mind was filled with anger. He had lost his basic reason and rushed forward. Seeing this, dozens of guards picked up their weapons and charged at the Haina army. The remaining soldiers guarding the city looked at each other, looked around, and retreated to the rear without any agreement. They wanted to survive, not to die like this. They silently apologized to General Len in their hearts, and then retreated into the backyard, preparing to take advantage of this time to escape from the city of Talsy through the tunnel. Under the siege of a 7-seal warrior and a 6-seal knight, Len was beheaded, becoming the proof of 3 military exploits. Looking at the corpses on the ground, most of them were the bodies of the Haina army soldiers. "Cake, you take people to clean up the remaining enemy troops in the governor's mansion, and I will send this head to Lord Hebrew." The 7-seal warrior ordered the 6-seal knight. "General, please rest assured to leave it to me." The 6-seal knight licked his lips and said excitedly. Looking at the look of this guy, the 7-seal warrior couldn't help but admonish him. "Take it easy, don't take too much. If the higher-ups investigate, I can't keep it." "General, don't worry, I know what I am doing." The 6-seal knight patted his chest and assured. The next morning, the city of Talsy fell completely into the control of the 15th Army. In front of the city gate, Hebrew led 3,000 soldiers of the Ice Sword Battalion to line up neatly to welcome the arrival of the master. A moment later, Wylan arrived at the East City Gate with his guards. "Master, welcome to your city of Talsy." Hebrew came to Wylan and said loudly. Wylan turned over and dismounted, stood in front of Hebrew and smiled. "The speed is a bit slow, but with the newly formed Haina army conquering this strong city, you are already an excellent commander." Hearing the praise from his master, Hebrew was overjoyed and showed an excited look on his face. For the next battle, Wylan promoted Hebrew to the position of deputy commander, allowing him to take over his command of the army and continue the war. As for himself, he only needs to be responsible for coming out to save the situation at the critical moment. Cultivating a qualified commander will make marching and fighting easier in the future. Following behind Wylan, Kyle silently calculated the time. His master had been on vacation for 253 days. There were still 103 days left before the agreement ended. By then, he should think of a reasonable way to make his master actively practice hard. On November 20, 9758, in the glorious calendar, King Merazakli of the Teton Kingdom commanded an army of 1,000,000 people, divided into 4 groups, from the Castro region, Blaines region, Trepot region, and Rolando region. The 4 regions of Sacy attacked the Grand Duchy of Brea. The 15th Army and the Teton Kingdom's naval fleet, totaling more than 300,000 troops, started from the Laba region and divided their forces to attack the Cole region and the Tartar region. The floating city floating over the Haina region of the Kingdom of Ireland is the strength of the expeditionary force. Faced with the massive pressure from the Teton Kingdom, the Grand Duke of Brea mobilized noble legions from various regions to march to the western border. Regarding the expeditionary force in the Rab region, the Archduke of Brea, who had no troops to mobilize, directly sent an envoy to the Kingdom of Skarlovy, using the cession of the Rab region and the Tartar region as a bargaining chip in exchange for the other party sending troops to assist. The natural barrier in the southern part of the Kingdom of Ireland was broken, and the troops of the Woodland Freedom Alliance bypassed the South Nagak corridor and entered the Kingdom of Ireland. In this case, the Rab region and the Tartar region are a burden. It is better to throw them out in exchange for the support of the Skarlovy Kingdom and let them help block the enemies coming from the west. When the delegation of the Grand Duchy of Brea entered the Kingdom of Skarlovy from the Pergas region, they were escorted out of the country by the foreign minister of the Kingdom of Skarlovy, who hurriedly arrived. They knew exactly what these Brea people were up to. In the floating city floating above the Haina region of the Kingdom of Ireland, both the militant faction and the conservative faction of the Kingdom of Skarlovy are highly united in their opinions. No matter what, they must not provoke each other. If the army of the alien god attacks the Kingdom of Skarlovy, they promise to passively resist and even actively contact the other party to strive for generous surrender conditions. As for the expeditionary force that entered the Ungoya Empire, it was just an act by the Church of the God of Beasts to coerce the kingdom, and had nothing to do with them at all. As the situation gradually became clearer, and the Merle region of the Teton Kingdom was smashed by meteorites, millions of followers of the storm god were reduced to dust, whether it was the Kingdom of Skarlovy, the Kingdom of Seville, or it was the United Kingdom of Ash, and they all began to plot secretly. The Church of the God of Beasts is powerful, and they strive to be the most devout religious nation. Now that it is weak, they are waiting for opportunities to move to preserve the power and status in their hands. After the storm god lost contact with his followers, the Teton Kingdom immediately rebelled and fell into the arms of the alien god. Then, when the God of Beasts loses contact with the Church, it's time for them to take action. At this moment, Wylan is presiding over government affairs in the Arab region and looking forward to the outcome of the conversation. The negotiations between the 2 legendary levels of the Church did not reveal much information, and sometimes they can only be imagined. With Hebrew taking the lead, Wylan's life became more and more leisurely, as if he had returned to the Praying Star territory. That giant war beast puppet in the border area needs to be dug out sometime. The plan failed to keep up with the change, and a meteorite smashed into the Murar area, disrupting Varen's original plan. Now we can only find a reason to garrison Brelado after destroying the Grand Duchy of Brea. According to the information revealed by Destiny Guidance, he must embed the 3 crystal stones recording blindness, deafness, and aphasia into the body of the war beast puppet before the death of the beast god. Otherwise, this thing will definitely be out of his control. As for the passing of the God of Beasts, to put it another way, it was when the God of Beasts left this world. No matter what, we have to speed up the time. He could not know exactly when the God of Beasts would leave the Metagoya plain. It might be tomorrow, it might be next month, or it might be a year later. In short, time is full of uncertainty, and he must prepare early. On the sea level, Clement, commander of the Teton Kingdom's naval fleet, walked out of the cabin and was in a good mood. Cut off that governor's left leg and serve it to Shiloh Yong as tonight's dinner. The officer heard this and asked, "General, do you want it cooked?" "It's up to you." "Yes, General." Arriving at the bow of the ship and looking at the sea level, Clement clenched his fists, knowing that his revenge was not far away. This time he was assisting the expeditionary force, in attacking the coal region of the Grand Duchy of Brea. He was going to see his other brother, hoping that his heirs could support him and Shiro Yang in meeting the monster. As one of the 3 important port cities in the Grand Duchy of Brea, the city of Gamoshi in the coal region has a population of nearly 500,000 and a garrison of 8,000. In addition, the Second Fleet of the Grand Duchy of Brea is also based here. In the military camp, the blue-haired woman looked at the swaying army with a cold look in her eyes. As the former commander of the 5th Legion of the Expeditionary Force of the Grand Duchy of Brea, due to the defeat in the war, she was beaten to the end. She was a dignified, low-level soldier of the Holy Seal. But now she was assigned to Gamoshi City as a defensive general. Recalling all the coquettish tricks of the charming Grand Duchess, the woman in blue couldn't help complaining. This broken country takes juju pills. Master, walls have ears. The guard captain standing behind the blue-haired woman reminded him in a low voice. The blue-haired woman showed disdain and deliberately said loudly, "What are you afraid of? Can the Grand Duke still let me be a soldier? If he dares to do this, I will quit. With my strength, how can I not be tolerated?" The dozen or so officers standing below turned a deaf ear and pretended not to hear. In the Grand Duchy of Brea, who doesn't know how irritable this 200-year-old virgin is and how powerful she is? Even under the attack of the Grand Duchess, she can still maintain her status and influence in the Grand Duchy of Brea. The blue-clothed woman waved her hand and said impatiently, "Okay, disband, do what you need to do, don't bother me." "Yes, General Fiona," more than a dozen officers responded. The Order of Gamoshi City is mainly maintained by the Navy, which makes the Gamoshi City garrison just a decoration. More than 80% of the soldiers are ordinary people, and there are only 100 people with 2 seals and above. She is too lazy to spend time and energy to train this group of waste. After escaping death, she made up her mind not to participate in the War of Faith. Recalling the scene of the meteorite falling, it is still vivid, as if it was yesterday, which makes people terrified in their souls. "Go back to sleep." Fiona yawned and walked towards the tent by herself. 3 days later, a naval battle broke out between the Teton Kingdom Navy Fleet and the Brea Grand Duchy. Navy's Second Fleet in the sea area outside the city of Gamoshi. The warships of both sides intertwined, and the cannons from thousands of years ago roared. The broken ships and dense floating corpses told the cruelty of the war. As the Teton Kingdom Navy ships moved out the 10 large magic cannons and 60 medium magic cannons supported by the 15th Army, the direction of the naval battle was completely changed. The Brea Grand Duchy Navy's Second Fleet, which had the upper hand, began to fall into decline. The explosion was deafening, and a large number of naval soldiers and sea monsters were blown apart. The blood dyed the sea red, attracting countless sea monsters to cruise in the distance. On the command ship, Clement constantly adjusted the fleet deployment according to the battlefield situation to maximize the role of the magic cannon. The number of magic crystals assisted by the 15th Army was limited, and he had to use it in a key position so that he could completely annihilate the Brea Grand Duchy Navy Second Fleet. As the sky brightened, with the concentrated fire of 10 large magic cannons, the flagship of the Second Fleet of the Grand Duchy of Brea sank to the bottom of the sea, and the flag representing the Grand Duke of Brea floated on the sea. Watching the sinking of the ship he had served in, Clement felt mixed emotions for a moment, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. At noon, an officer boarded the command ship, came to Clement, and respectfully reported, "General Kingsley, the commander of the Second Fleet of the Grand Duchy of Brea, was salvaged, but..." Looking at the hesitant officer, Clement put down the cutlery in his hand, stared at him and said in a deep voice, "Speak." "Yes, General." The officer stood up and reported loudly, "We only salvaged Kingsley's body and did not capture him alive. Please forgive me, General." Clement stood up suddenly, staring at the officer, his expression changing, making it difficult for others to guess what he was thinking. "Bring Kingsley's body here." The officer was as if pardoned when he heard this, and answered, "Yes, General." After a while, several soldiers carried the body of the commander of the Second Fleet of the Grand Duchy of Brea to Clement. Looking at the wound on his neck, Clement could easily tell that Kingsley committed suicide. "Hey, it seems you are still afraid to face me." Clement drew out his sword, held the hilt tightly with both hands, pointed the sword downward, and stabbed Kingsley's heart with force. You can't avoid this late sword. Draw out the sword, and then stab the second sword. This is for my sister, you bastard. When the third sword pierced Kingsley's heart, Clement loosened the hilt, looked at the other's face, and said calmly, I once said that I would kill all those who are related to you by blood. After conquering Gamoshi City, it will be time for me to fulfill my promise. In the Styx, remember to swim slowly, otherwise your people may not be able to find you. After that, Clement ordered people to chop off Kingsley's head, seal it in a wooden box, and hand it over to the officers of the magic artillery unit supported by the 15th Army. As for the body, it was chopped up directly and thrown into the deep sea to feed the monsters. After the naval battle, the Teton Kingdom Navy fleet did not rest, but took advantage of the victory to prepare to attack Gamoshi City and take down this port city in one fell swoop to avoid more troubles. At this moment, most of the Navy soldiers stationed in Gamoshi City were buried in the sea. Now there are only 3,000 Navy soldiers and 8,000 defenders left. After learning the news of the defeat of the Second Fleet, the nobles of Gamoshi City were in a panic, packing up their belongings and preparing to flee the city. In the military camp, the city guard General Fiona was pulled up from the bed by her personal guard captain. General, the Second Fleet was defeated, General Kingsley died, and Gamoshi City was completely in chaos. The officers of the city guards are waiting outside the tent. I hope you can take charge of the situation. Hearing the words of the personal guard captain, Fiona's blue hair in front of her cheeks fell behind her ears, and she said with some surprise, Kingsley is dead. But it's better to die. If he falls into Clement's hands, I'm afraid it will be difficult to die. Who would have thought that Clement, the naval commander who defected from the Grand Duchy of Brea, would actually return to Gamoshi City with the Teton Kingdom Navy? The source of it all lies with the Grand Duchess who brought disaster to the country and the people. After putting on her clothes, Fiona walked out of the tent, looked at the officers with fear on their faces, and waved to them to follow. Arriving at the Parliament tent, Fiona sat directly in the main seat and asked the captain of the guard to pour her a glass of wine. The officers sitting on both sides looked at each other. At this critical moment, General Fiona was still calm and composed. Could it be that there was some strategy to repel the enemy? After drinking a glass of wine, Fiona touched her mouth and said, Do you want to die or live? General Fiona, what do you mean? A middle-aged officer stood up and asked respectfully. If you want to die, then defend the city. With the degree of Clement's hatred for Gamoshi City, you will probably be killed to vent your anger. If you want to live, that's easy. Capture all of Kingsley's relatives and offer Gamoshi City to him. Maybe Clement will let you go and not implicate you. A young officer sitting at the end stood up and asked boldly, General, what about you? Fiona leaned on the backrest and said lazily, Of course I sat and watched. Okay, considering that I have been the general defending the city for a few days, these are the suggestions I can give you. You can do whatever you want. After saying that, Fiona waved her hand to signal them to go out. Seeing this, everyone stood up and saluted, and left the tent one after another. Master, do you have a past with Clement? The captain of the guard pondered for a long time, knelt beside Fiona, and asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Fiona turned her head and looked at the captain of the guard with a chest, but no brain in some surprise, and smiled. Why do you think I was the only one demoted when Clement defected that year? The captain of the guard's eyes lit up and said, Could it be that you? Fiona waved her hand to interrupt her and ordered. Okay, don't guess randomly, go and gather all my guards, yes. Master, the captain of the guard shut up wisely. Didn't say anything, turned around and left, ready to gather all the general's guards looking at the empty tent. Fiona laughed at herself and said, Maybe the old man is right again. The Grand Duchy of Brea may really fall into the hands of its own people, but I'm tired too. Whoever wants to fight this war of faith can go ahead, in less than half an hour. The defenders of Gamoshi City reached an agreement to capture Kingsley, the commander of the Second Fleet of the Navy, and his relatives. Due to their own lack of strength, they were ready to ask the nobles of the noble district of Gamoshi City for assistance. Before the Teton Kingdom Navy fleet approached Gamoshi City, the city was in chaos. The more than 3,000 Navy soldiers who stayed behind started a bloody battle with the Gamoshi defenders, noble guards, and some mercenaries. Early the next morning, on the outskirts of Jamo City, more than 700 warships of the Teton Kingdom's navy appeared within the sight of the Brella people. On the command ship, looking at his former hometown, he felt nostalgia in his heart, but more importantly, he felt hatred. 100 years ago, he, Kingsley, who was dead, and Hero Young, who had his limbs chopped off, all three of them entered the extraordinary academy in Carmelo City in the same year. If it weren't for his own funding, these two bastards would never have graduated from the extraordinary academy in Jamothic City, let alone joined the Navy's Second Fleet. Recalling all the past events, he only felt ridiculous. There's also the lofty Grand Duke of Brea. I, Clement, will destroy this country with my own hands and kill all the Brea family. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Feeling the water droplets on his face, Clement stretched out his hand and touched it. The cold touch made him frown slightly. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The originally clear sky had been shrouded in dark clouds at some point, and raindrops began to fall. As time went by, the rain became heavier and heavier, and the raindrops fell on the sea, causing splashes of water. The sea breeze howled, making the Teton Kingdom's military flag flutter, as if swearing its sovereignty to this land. General, the enemy has surrendered. An officer boarded the command ship, came to Clement, and reported respectfully with joy in his eyes. Surrender, ha-ha. Clement smiled disdainfully, with a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth. He would accept the surrender of Gamoshi City, but this did not mean that he would not raise the butcher's knife. During the heavy rain, thousands of Teton naval soldiers landed at the port and quickly controlled important traffic arteries. Hundreds of nobles stood in the rain, with fear and luck in their eyes. This group of Tetons did not wave their swords as soon as they came up, which showed that General Fiona's suggestion was correct. When the Yassir family was destroyed, the Grand Duke took away most of the wealth. Kingsley and Hero Young took part of the wealth, and the remaining slaves, manor, land, and shops were divided among them. Who would have thought that the remnants of the Yassir family, who had the chance to escape the pursuit, would lead their troops back to Jamathite City? On the rock well, Fiona crossed her arms and looked at Clement coming off the command ship. With a glint in her eyes, the young man who was burdened with hatred returned to the original place and sounded the death bell for the Grand Duchy of Brea, which had existed for thousands of years. The Grand Duchy of Brea fell 6 times and recovered 6 times. However, this time the situation is different from the past. The Grand Duchy of Brea will cease to exist, and the former glory of the Brea family will completely dissipate. The guard captain holding the umbrella asked, "Master, aren't you going down?" "I won't go," Fiona replied. "I said I won't participate in the War of Faith, so I won't participate anymore. After the Grand Duchy of Brea is destroyed, I want to visit that old guy's hometown and meet my friends by the way. I don't know if they have been buried in this war." Hearing the master's emotion, the guard captain opened his mouth, but in the end he said nothing more and silently held up his umbrella. On the dock, Clement stepped on the bluestone and looked around. Although the layout of the dock had changed a lot, he could still see some traces of the past. Among the group of white-haired Teton officers, Clement's red hair was particularly dazzling. Even though the rain blocked his sight, many nobles in the city of Gamothi recognized his identity. "General Clement, welcome." Before the old immortal noble in front of him could finish speaking, Clement interrupted him expressionlessly, pointed at the more than 60 people tied up beside him, and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me, how did you think of it? Arrest all Kingsley's relatives." The leading noble did not dare to neglect and replied carefully, "Return to the general, this is Lady Fiona's idea." Hearing that it was Fiona's suggestion, Clement was silent for a moment. The scene fell into silence, and the nobles present wiped the water stains on their foreheads. After a long time, Clement waved his hand to find an officer and ordered, "Take these people down, chop them into pieces, and throw them into the sea to feed the monsters." "Yes, General," the officer replied loudly, making the nobles present turn pale with fright, and the timid ones even knelt down on the ground. More than 100 naval soldiers stepped forward, took Kingsley's relatives to the beach, pulled their limbs apart, and then chopped them with the tomahawks they carried. Mid the horrific screams, Clement laughed heartily. On the rock wall, Fiona looked at Clement, who was acting like a madman, and said calmly, "Do you think Kingsley will regret his decision if he knows the fate of his relatives today?" "Master, I think it should. I know you want to say no, but my answer is also the same." Fiona turned to look at the guard captain and said, "Power is fascinating, whether it is Kingsley or Shiloh Young, even if they know that in the end, he will choose to betray this brotherhood without hesitation. In fact, I was also an accomplice in the death of the two of them. But right or wrong doesn't matter, what do you think?" The guard captain hesitated for a moment and then replied, "Master, I think you are right." "Ha ha ha, you have your answer, and I have mine. There is no need to agree with me like this." Fiona heard the thunder in the distance and smiled. "Yes, master." As the 63 Kingsley relatives were chopped into pieces, Clement also stopped smiling, turned to look at the frightened nobles, and said in a cold voice, "For the sake of Lady Fiona, for my sake, I will pay back 10 times what I ate from the Yassir family. If you can't get it out, don't blame me." "Thank you for your kindness, General Clement." The leading nobleman, as if he had been pardoned, knelt on the ground and asked for Clement's shoes, thanking him for his forgiveness. Upon seeing this, the other nobles knelt on the ground, bowed their heads in salute, and at the same time celebrated their escape from death. The whole family almost had to take a dip in the river Styx. As for the kingdom of the beast god, they believed that they were not qualified to go there. After dealing with this group of nobles, Clement led his army into the city. As the rain hit the bluestone, listening to the echo, Clement thought of the time he spent with his family, which was more than 50 years ago. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. On April 30, 9759 of the glorious calendar, a million-strong army of the Kingdom of Teton arrived at the city. In Brea, the capital of the Grand Duchy of Brea, the soldiers guarding the city were filled with fear as they looked at the military camp that stretched for hundreds of miles. In less than 6 months, the Grand Duchy of Brea lost 95% of its territory, and 13.5 of the 14 regions fell. Now only the southeastern part of the Brea region is under the control of the Grand Duke of Brea. Under the steady advancement of the 15th Army, the nobles in the southeastern part of the Brea region surrendered. The remaining loyal and brave men felt powerless and committed suicide one after another, using their death to prove their loyalty to the Grand Duke. On May 15, when the 15th Army captured the satellite city of Canberra, it officially joined forces with the Kingdom of Teton to encircle the city of Brea. 3 days later, at the invitation of the King of the Kingdom of Teton, Marizakli, Wylan, as the commander of the 15th Army, took Kyle and Hebrew to attend the pre-war meeting. In the tent, Wylan and Marizakli sat in the main seats to show the respect of the Kingdom of Teton for the Expeditionary Army. In this meeting, Wylan directly regarded himself as a mascot, and the siege was completely handed over to Hebrew. He only occasionally listened to Marizakli's war philosophy and learned by the way. As for Kyle, his mind was no longer in the meeting. At this moment, he was immersed in his own world and studied various spells. As time passed, the unified army of the Kingdom of Teton and the 15th Army of the Expeditionary Army divided the direction of the siege and the distribution of benefits after the city was broken. The previously signed Cummings Palace Agreement only involved the wealth of the Storm Church in the distribution of spoils. As for the division of interests of the Grand Duchy of Brea, the Kingdom of Teton picked up a big bargain due to the meteorite fall. However, under the deterrence of the floating city, the Kingdom of Teton still obediently handed over half of the finances obtained by the Grand Duchy of Brea to the Expeditionary Army. At this moment, this large amount of wealth is being guarded by a standard Gareth magic puppet army of his grandfather. Thinking of this, Wylan's idea of being a rat came up again. As long as he gives a legitimate reason, he will definitely be able to take over the task of guarding the huge wealth. At that time, leave 70% of the wealth to the expeditionary headquarters and put the remaining 30% into the demiplane. As long as his own people don't leak the secret, who can know? It's really exciting. Exciting. Marizakli, who was sitting next to Wylan, heard Wylan's whisper and asked in a low voice, "Ambassador Wylan, are you interested in the Brea pearl? If you like it, I will send someone to send it to your tent after the city is broken." Hearing this, Wylan hurriedly shook his head and replied in a low voice, "Your Majesty, Marizakli, thank you for your kindness. I don't have this idea." For a moment, I even forgot what occasion this was. It was all because the wealth was too attractive. Looking at Wylan's expression, Marizakli smiled without saying a word. Since the other party refused, there was no need for him to mention this matter again. Half an hour later, the meeting ended, and the two sides signed the Brea Agreement. The agreement stipulated that after the city was captured, the area west of Brea would belong to the Kingdom of Teton, and the area east of Brea would belong to the 15th Army, with the royal palace as the boundary. All members of the Brea family would be handed over to the Kingdom of Teton for disposal, and the 15th Army would not intervene. After the agreement was signed, Marizakli's doubts disappeared. If the Brea family was not completely destroyed, he was afraid that the other party would make a comeback. As long as the expeditionary army did not intervene, the Grand Duchy of Brea would perish, and the Brea family would be destroyed. After returning to the military camp, Wylan handed all the affairs over to Hebrew, ordered Miller to guard the tent, and then went in to be lazy. If the trained people are not used, it would be in vain. As the saying goes, the capable should work harder. Several large-scale battles have proved Hebrew's ability. What he has to do now is to delegate power. In the palace of Brea City, there was a gloomy cloud. Grand Duke Brea sat on the throne with a pale face. It was unknown whether he was overworked with the Grand Duchess or exhausted with government affairs. The hall seemed empty now compared to the past crowds. "Sir Rodhale." The voice of Grand Duke Brea rang in the hall, but no one stood up. After a long time, a young boy walked out of the queue and bowed. "Grand Duke, my grandfather died in the Tumaco region half a month ago." "Really?" Grand Duke Brea rubbed his temples, feeling that his memory was a little confused, and waved to the other party to withdraw. For some reason, his energy has been getting worse in recent months, but with his strength as an 8 SEAL Knight, this situation should not occur. Could it be excessive indulgence? Thinking of this possibility, Grand Duke Brea quickly rejected it. Thinking back to the time when he drove hundreds of women at night without any fatigue, this situation could not happen to him at all. So there was only one possibility: someone was plotting against him. The ministers standing below looked at the Grand Duke's strange behavior, lowered their heads, and remained silent. The capable ones have died on the battlefield, and the mediocre ones filled the entire hall. It is much safer to keep silent than to talk about war on paper. They will not gamble with their lives. Grand Duke Brea stopped thinking about it, looked at everyone and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want to say?" You can hear a pin drop, and there is silence in the hall. After a long time, Grand Duke Brea waved his hand and signaled everyone to leave. He knew the current situation in the capital city very well. He summoned the ministers here today just to listen to any way to turn the tide. Now it seems that he was just overthinking. Many ministers bowed and saluted and left the hall one after another. In less than a moment, only he and the 2 guards were left in the hall. Leaning on the throne and looking at the clouds in the distance, Grand Duke Brea said, "How long do you two think it will take for Brea to fall?" "Brea is indestructible. I think that even if they give the Kingdom of Teton 3 years, they will never be able to break through this city." "Grand Duke, I think so too." Hearing the answers of the 2 guards, Grand Duke Brea was silent for a moment, and then laughed again. "You all go down." The 2 9 SEAL Knights looked at each other, bowed and saluted, and then left the hall. Grand Duke Brea stood up, took off the clothes that symbolized power, put on a white underwear, walked to the weapon rack where the knight's sword was placed, and casually pulled out a long sword. Looking at the luster on it and the words engraved on the sword, he recalled his previous oath. "I have forgotten it all." Thinking of the lofty words he made when he took over the Grand Duke's position from his father, he had not completed any of them, and now he is about to become the king of a fallen country. "I remember." Grand Duke Brea held his forehead, looked down at the long sword in his hand. His eyes were a little confused, and he threw it on the ground and walked straight to the Hewlett Palace. At this moment, in a palace surrounded by flowers, a woman with the most beautiful appearance in the Grand Duchy of Brea looked at the Grand Duke Brea in the mirror and saw his expression change. She put away the magic mirror as usual. At the critical moment, no mistakes can be made. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. A plan of 10,000 years must not fail at the last moment. Looking at herself in the dressing mirror, Retana's expression was turbulent. Grand Duke Brea is the 10th person he is looking for, and his soul can only belong to him, and no one can take it away. The final period is coming, and when the Grand Duchy of Brea falls, it will be the time for him to reap the harvest. Long time no see. Suddenly, an ancient and low voice sounded in my ears, as if it came from a distant time and space. Kai King, how come you are here? Retana replied in a low voice with a trace of fear in her eyes, but it quickly subsided. The faceless man stared at Retana and said word by word, long I lost a world, do you know? Why do you? Then do you know that you have been targeted by the gods of the world of Ilaria? Retana's face changed drastically. Could it be that her current perception was false? Did he fall into the conspiracy woven by others at some unknown time? You have been discovered by the rule god of the Ilaria world. He has woven a net to seize the 6th-level planet world in your hands. Hearing Kai King's words, Retana looked inward at the rule power stored in this body. There was no crack, nor was there any contamination from the breath of other gods or other powerful people. Suddenly, a golden soul that was locked in the divine power space showed a slight fluctuation, which made Retana instantly discover the abnormality. The power of destiny, when did it happen? Ling, your plan failed. Looking at Retana's expression, Kai King laughed mercilessly. I know a plan of 10,000 years has failed just like this. I am unwilling to accept it. Retana's face was gloomy. He did not even realize when he was locked by the power of destiny. Obviously, this trace of his soul has been reincarnated in this world for 10,000 years. What if you are unwilling? With your current strength, can you break free from the network woven by a rule god from the 10th energy world? Retana was silent for a moment. Compared with the 10,000 years of planning, the 6th energy planet world is more important to her. Kai King, how did you get here? 50,000 years ago, I came to this world. At that time, I fell into the trap of a certain ant. A trace of rule power was imprisoned in 3 crystals. Now the restriction is loose. After approaching a certain range, with the help of your power, I got a short recovery. You exposed my existence. Retana's face changed drastically, raised her hand tremblingly, and said angrily. Breaking through the inherent cognitive error, the faceless man reacted and fell into silence. Lie sorry I. Before he finished speaking, the faceless man's voice stopped abruptly. Snap! The dressing mirror began to break from the center. I was played. The moment Kai King appeared, I was discovered. In other words, the unknown fate rewrote the cognition of the will of the 7 emotions, thus exposing his existence. Ridiculous. I thought I was discovered by the other party because of my negligence. But I didn't expect that I was betrayed by my father. Retana. Hearing the voice of Grand Duke Brea, Retana turned around and instantly controlled him, letting him come to her. Looking at this partner, who had accompanied her body for more than 50 years, Retana was unwilling to end his life for a moment. The next moment, Retana directly shattered this strand of distracting thoughts and took out the 9 souls containing the power of destiny that was sealed in the divine power space. The result of nearly 10,000 years of planning. But now he has to destroy it with his own hands. But in order to save the 6th-level planet world, he had to do this. I will never get close to this area again. After saying this, Retana shattered the power of the rules of lust in this body, and then completely erased her consciousness. In an instant, a space storm appeared, instantly swallowing up half of the palace. The next moment, time and space were frozen, and the space storm was wiped out. A giant hand grabbed the information and read the information in it. It only found the coordinates of 3 4th level planet worlds, and the 6th level planet world seemed to be deliberately erased. Failed. A voice sounded, echoing in the frozen time and space. Not really, it's an unexpected gain, and it can be regarded as eliminating some hidden dangers. Do you want the 3 planet worlds? No? Then give it to me, just use these 3 planet worlds for an experiment. Chengxi, do you still want to carry out your plan? Before time wakes up from its slumber, I want to try again. Good luck. After that, the giant hand handed the records of the 3 4th-level planet worlds to the other party. You bless me with authority. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the world consciousness? You have gone to this extent, and the mother has not awakened time, which means she acquiesced. If you can really create another space outside the 6 spaces, the world will cheer for you. Okay, I should go back. The power of fate dissipated. Chengxi looked at the east gate of Brea City, stopped for a moment, took out a creation of the planet world, threw it to the civilian area, and then left. As the 2 gods left, time began to flow again and the world continued to move. Outside the east gate of Brea City, Wylan touched the back of his head, feeling as if something was looking at him. With nothing to do, Wylan took out the 3 crystals recording blindness, deafness, and aphasia, and placed them on the table in order. Compared with the past, these 3 crystals seemed to be much dimmer. Wylan stroked his chin and muttered to himself, "Is this my illusion?" He picked up the 3 crystals and checked them repeatedly. The rules and knowledge recorded inside did not seem to be missing. It seemed that his consideration was redundant. Lord Kyle wants to see you." Hearing Miller's voice, Wylan said, "Let him in." The tent curtain was lifted, and Kyle walked into the tent with a happy face. "What happened? You're so happy. Could it be that Brea City has opened the gate and surrendered?" Looking at the rare smile on Kyle's face, Wylan smiled and teased. Kyle's face froze instantly when he heard this. Seeing this, Wylan gently put down the crystal in his hand and asked uncertainly, "Brea City will not really open the gate to surrender." "My lord, half of the palace was destroyed. Grand Duke Brea and his wife Dessa paired, and Brea City directly opened the gate to surrender. Afterwards, the 15th Army and the United Army of the Kingdom of Teton respectively sent vanguard troops to enter the city of Brea to test. After learning that the palace was destroyed, Grand Duke Brea was missing, and more than half of the members of the Brea family were killed or injured. The 15th Army and the United Army of the Kingdom of Teton immediately sent a large number of troops into the city, took over the city defense, confiscated the garrison, and arrested all the members of the Brea family. As for the entry ceremony, it will be held 3 days later. Marizakli, king of the Kingdom of Teton, was ready to accept the crown symbolizing the Grand Duchy of Brea in public, outside the West City Gate. After the surrender ceremony, in accordance with the Brea Agreement, the 15th Army took over the eastern part of Brea City. On the street, Clement received permission from Marizakli, the king of the Teton Kingdom, and led his guards to hunt down members of the Brea family in the city. Whether they were direct or collateral relatives, or civilians with Brea blood in their bodies, they all became souls killed by Clement's sword. Blood debt can only be washed away by blood. After a brief period of turmoil, the city of Brea returned to its former tranquility. Half a month later, Marizakli ordered that the name of the city of Brea be abandoned, and Clement be used as the new name of the city. The intention is self-evident. In the manner, Varen looked at the battle statistics table in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. The Grey Mist Wasteland Monster Invasion War, the Western Border War, the Grand Duke's Successor War of the Principality of Bogonhan, the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom War, and the Southern Jexia Continent Expedition War. In just over 30 years since he left Windsor Castle, there has been one war involving the province, one war involving the Western Territory, 2 wars involving the country, and 1 war involving the belief in gods. My lord, congratulations. Wylan put down the battle performance statistics table and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I will accept your advance congratulations. Someone is coming. 2 silver mid-level knights entered the study, bowed and saluted. Lord. After passing the order, everyone except the troops on guard duty will be given a bottle of wine and 3 pounds of meat to drink as much as they want. Yes, sir. After the 2 mid-level silver knights left, looking at the smile of his master, Kyle took this opportunity to remind, My lord, the 1-year period agreed between you and your subordinates has come, and it is time to return to the past. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Kyle's words, Varen's mood suddenly changed. Looking back, he finally understood why he had been lazy from time to time for more than a year, and why Kyle didn't appear in front of him. He didn't expect that Kyle was waiting for him here. My lord, as the leader of the Praying Star territory, you have been slacking off for a while, and you cannot continue to be lazy like this. Kyle advised with a serious face. I've been busy with official duties these days. I think I can use this time. As he spoke, Wyland's voice became smaller and smaller. Hebrew took the lead, and he completely acted as a hands-off shopkeeper. For several days in a row, there may not be any matters that require direct decision-making. Wyland sat upright, coughed slightly, and said seriously, as the future Earl of Kixing, I really have to regulate my work and rest. From now on, you will be the one to supervise me, Kyle. The Lord understands the righteousness well and will definitely lead the Kixing leader to a more glorious future, Kyle said with a smile on his face. Wyland lay on the table and said feebly, I'm going to have to suffer a lot from now on. Seeing this situation, Kyle sat aside and watched his master sigh quietly. To see Wyland's truest appearance, there were no more than 10 people in the entire Kixing leader. After feeling melancholy for a while, Varen picked up his face from the table, turned to Kyle and said, Come with me out of the city for a few days. I always feel that half of the destroyed palace is related to some existence. With my luck, I might be able to pick up something good. Yes, Lord. The Grand Duchy of Brea was destroyed, and the army entered a period of rest. It was time to find a reason to ask for the garrison power of the Malag region where the city of Bralido was located. However, this matter will have to wait until I finish visiting Clement City. In addition, the negotiations between the Life Church and the Harvest Church are still not over, and we don't know what the outcome of the negotiations will be. Whether the two parties decided to have a fight first and then negotiate, or whether they adopted the drag-and-drop strategy. Anyway, the upper-level negotiations will not affect the war direction. No matter what the outcome is, he cannot intervene, but the arrogant Earl's son will definitely die. 3 days later, Varen put on a white uniform and left the manor with Kyle, ready to take a tour of this ancient city. Except for half of the palace that disappeared, this city that has existed for thousands of years has not experienced the devastation of war. A large number of ancient buildings are well preserved, including the Great Library of Brea, a dome building that stores tens of millions of books. Now it should be called the Eliza Library. Wyland walked on the street, feeling the cultural atmosphere around him, and from time to time he took out a few copper coins to buy some local specialties to taste. Unknowingly, the two of them arrived at the civilian area. Seeing a group of people gathered in front of him, Wyland's eyes lit up, and he immediately quickened his pace, walking through the crowd in 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, and reached the innermost part. At this moment, Kyle, who was admiring the wood carvings, came back to his senses, turned to look at the crowd in the distance, and then looked to his side. As expected, his master had already gone to eat the melon. Edith, why do you always have to go against me? HMPH, what do you mean by going against you? I want to go east, can't I? Why do you think I still want to fly in the sky? Okay, you go and fly, I won't stop you. Edith, I'm going to beat your ass. Come on, violent woman, I'm not afraid of you. At this moment, the red-haired boy between the two girls looked helpless. He tried to persuade them, but the two girls did not give him a chance to speak. The two good-looking girls were quarreling with each other, and the crowd around them watched with great amusement. Some people are even judgmental, and even the winners are envious. All kinds of gossip. While Wyland was eating the snacks he bought from the roadside, he was enjoying the scene in front of him. He always felt a little familiar, but also felt that it was commonplace. Perhaps this was the daily life of adventurers in this world. After spending a lot of effort, the red-haired boy finally stabilized his two companions. There was no excitement to watch, and everyone dispersed. Master, it's time to go. Oh. Recalling the scene just now, Wyland stood up and continued to walk forward with Kyle. When he came to the center of the civilian area, Wyland suddenly felt a little throbbing, as if something was calling him. He stopped and looked into the depths of the alley. His eyes became deep. Kyle looked at the master, feeling a little confused but did not ask, but followed him silently. That day he thought that his master was just looking for an excuse to play, but he didn't expect that he actually found something. The two walked through the narrow alley and came to the slums. The environment here is even worse, with dilapidated houses and half-dressed civilians everywhere. The wooden door was closed, and the civilians sitting in front of the eaves looked at Wylan and Kyle with vigilant eyes, as if they did not welcome their arrival. Wylan did not pay attention to the looks of these people, and followed the guidance of his heart and walked deeper. In front of a very simple house, Wylan stopped and pushed open the wooden house. Crackling, the silver robot who was eating looked up and found a black-haired human appeared in the perception range, but disappeared the next moment. It's quite interesting. The strange language alerted the silver robot. It didn't understand the language of humans in this world, but through analysis, it could feel that the other party had bad intentions. The next moment, sensing the danger, the silver robot untied the restrictions. The protection mechanism was turned off, and the two mechanical eyes of the silver robot began to shine with purple light. A layer of silver mecha emerged from it and covered the entire body. The surface of the mecha was engraved with complex patterns and symbols, and purple energy beams flowed through it, which made Wylan curious. After activating the combat mode, the silver robot's energy reserves dropped sharply. In less than a minute, it consumed 1/30 of the energy collected in the past 20 years. Watching the transformation of the silver robot throughout the process, Wylan couldn't help but have the idea of research in his heart. The aura of this silver robot just now was only at the level of a low-level silver knight. After some changes, it has reached the level of a mid-level gold knight. It is hard not to be curious about its internal structure. However, why did this thing that obviously has the color of the planetary world appear here? Did someone deliberately throw it here, or was it accidentally teleported here, or was this guy just a stowaway? Master, do you want to do it? Kyle looked at Wylan, who was lost in thought, and asked softly. Catch it, I want to see what it is. Yes, Master. Sensing the danger, the intelligent core directly overclocked and increased the release of energy to deal with the strong enemy. Seeing the aura burst from the mid-level gold knight to the high-level gold knight made Kyle feel a little surprised, but it did not delay him from imprisoning the other party. For him, there is no difference between the combat power of the mid-level gold and the high-level gold. Anyway, he can't break free from his restraints. In an instant, the silver robot lost its ability to move. No matter how much energy the intelligent core burst out, it can't drive the body. The half-plane passage appeared, and the silver robot fell directly into it under the gaze of the two. The whole process took less than 3 seconds, which made Wylan a little disappointed with the silver robot. He thought it would explode, but he didn't expect it to be like this. However, when he thought of Kyle's strength, his heart returned to calm. In the half-plane, Wylan looked at the silver robot in a weird posture, knocked on the shell of the silver mecha with his hand, and broke off a piece with a little force. He weighed it, and it was very light. After separating from the body of the silver robot, the broken part of the mecha shell emitted a purple light. As time passed, the silver appearance slowly faded and gradually turned into soil. It's really strange. Do you know anything about this kind of thing? Kyle grabbed a bit of dirt formed by the degeneration of the mecha shell, rubbed it on his fingertips, and finally shook his head and said, "It should be related to the core inside it. Why don't we take it out and have a look?" Wylan threw away the dust in his hand, broke off another piece of the mecha shell, felt the speed of energy loss, and asked curiously, "Will it be damaged?" "It should be, I'm not sure." Kyle shook his head and replied, "In a sense, this thing is an invader, and its core may store energy for itself. If something is self-destructive, dismantling it hastily may trigger this mechanism." Hearing this, Wylan said, "It is recorded in an ancient book on the Synapse subcontinent that most of the creations in the planetary world have this self-destruction mechanism. As long as we find it and destroy it, we can do whatever we want with it. Then give it a try. Try it, it doesn't matter if it is broken." After getting permission from his master, Kyle turned his eyes to the silver robot, tore off the outer armor, injected magic power into it, checked the internal structure, and searched for the self-destruction mechanism. Browsing the various information about the planetary world and the angel's heart, Kyle compared them one by one, carefully explored. and did not miss any corner. Under the touch of the strange, strong man, the intelligent mechanical core felt that its innocence was gone. Wyland stood aside, watching quietly with a little curiosity in his eyes. Perhaps it was the influence of his past life memories. He had a natural curiosity about this kind of technological creation. After a while, Kyle stopped searching and dug out the silver robot's omnic core with a little force. Without energy supply, the silver mecha shell quickly hatched and turned into dust. Looking at the pile of black soil, Wyland couldn't help but sigh. It's a strange structure. I don't know how it was made. Kyle heard this, and there was also some curiosity in his eyes. Using magic power to lift the omnic core, Kyle integrated the information of the universal language into the magic power according to the method recorded in the angel's heart, and then fed it to the other party. For this kind of soulless mechanical creation, although this method is not the most advantageous, it is the most efficient. Instinctively, the omnic core began to absorb magic power, replenish its own energy, and gradually understand the information contained in it. Where is it from? Faced with Kyle's question, the omnic core chose to play dumb and kept repeating some unknown electronic sound. Wyland reached out and poked the omnic core with his finger. Looking at this little thing flying around, he said uncertainly, "This thing is broken." Looking at the scene in front of him, Kyle was also a little uncertain. This was the first time he had encountered such a creation from a planetary world. Could it be that he had used too much force just now and damaged some parts? "Do you think this thing is lying to us?" Wyland told Kyle his guess in his heart voice without any expression. Hearing his master's words, Kyle looked solemn, looking at the intelligent machine core that was emitting sparks from time to time, and thinking back to the guy's behavior just now, it was indeed not a simple mechanical creation. "Master, let me test it." "Well, you try it first. If it really deceives us, if it doesn't spit out something valuable, then make it into a toilet." "Toilet? I'll explain it to you later. Try to see if this thing is playing dumb first." After the telepathic communication, Kyle reached out and grabbed the omnic core. Looking at the appearance that was about to break down, he stroked his chin and suggested, "Master, what do you think about melting this thing?" "Melting is a good idea. Anyway, this thing is broken, so just put it into waste." Wyland replied calmly, "It just so happens that I'm still short of a knight's sword. The size of this thing is just right. The remaining materials can also be used to make a few short swords." As soon as Wyland finished speaking, Kyle directly summoned a golden low-level lava sub-elemental elf. Magma flowed on the surface of its body, flashing hot red and orange, and emitting a strong heat and hot breath. Under Wyland's gaze, the eyes of the lava sub-elemental elf were as bright as torches, emitting dazzling golden light, and then lowered his head and saluted Kyle in an unknown language. Kyle nodded calmly to the lava sub-elemental elf's salute, and then threw the omnic core in. Sensing the fatal threat, the omnic core stopped playing dumb and made a mechanical voice. "Sir, your excellency, you are good." Seeing this, Wyland's expression was clear. He touched his chin and smiled and said, "Kyle, I am willing to call you a repair master. I will fix this thing before I start." Kyle did not speak. It injected a ball of magic power into the body of the lava sub-elemental elf as a reward for this summoning, and then sent it back to the elemental space. After doing all this, Kyle gently squeezed the omnic core and made it squeak. "What is your name? Where are you from? Why are you here? Tell me in detail." Feeling that his body was about to collapse, the omnic core did not dare to play dumb anymore and quickly told all his information. "Please stop using force. I'm about to break. I'll tell you whatever you want to know." Hearing the omnic core begging for mercy, Wyland couldn't help but look at Kyle. He always felt that this sentence would be very powerful in other occasions. At this moment, Kyle didn't know his master's crazy thoughts. Hearing this thing begging for mercy, he let go of his hand and let it float in the air. To avoid the fate of being broken into pieces, the omnic core transformed into a hand and touched its surface in a very human way, pretending to have survived a disaster. "Go ahead," Kyle asked coldly with his hands on his chest. Seeing this, the omnic core didn't dare to delay. It flew to a position 1 meter above the ground and began to tell its origins. "SDA 080, this is my name. I come from Mingheng Company. I am the 7th generation of intelligent machine core developed by the company. After rigorous testing, I was assigned to a psychic as his assistant to assist in dealing with the evil energy incidents of the Brea Gravity Ring, cult members, and organizations that attempt to subvert the order of the Bea Gravity Ring. According to the records of my core, when dealing with a demon sacrifice incident, a powerful psychic suddenly lost his mind and attacked everything around him crazily, and then blew himself up, causing damage to the gravity ring. To protect other areas, Area 666 was closed, and 300,000 people living in this area were thrown into space. My companion died in space, and then a crack appeared, and my body and hers were caught in it. Due to the exhaustion of energy, I unlocked the mecha protection and went into hibernation. While I was sleeping, I witnessed her with my own eyes as body was torn to pieces. On the way here, I was activated once. There was a plane world there, but not long after, that plane world was invaded and a tragic war broke out. The 7 Emotions Church in that area collapsed, and finally the entire plane collapsed, and the beast with me died in the process. The world was destroyed, and the energy was insufficient. I fell into hibernation again. In this process, I seemed to have been modified. The self-destruction program in my body was destroyed. Many restrictions were lifted, and even gave me self-awareness. I can judge the changes in the situation, adapt to the environment of the plane world, feel the changes in magic power, and absorb magic energy, hearing the answer from the intelligent core. Wylan couldn't help but start thinking, who has this thing passed through, and why it needs to be transformed and adapted to the environment of the plane world. At this moment, Kyle reached out and grabbed the intelligent core, sensing its internal operation mode, which is indeed different from the operation mode of the planetary world creation, recorded in the angel's heart. In addition, its transformation method is also very unique, and it is not recorded in the angel's heart. From this point of view, it is very likely that a legendary master modified it out of curiosity, or it may be a higher rank than the legendary master. Do you think this thing is very useful? It's dispensable. Kyle released the intelligent core and gave his own evaluation. Why not make it into a toilet? He thought that the two would release their intelligent cores. Hearing this, he immediately began to recommend himself. Toilet, he knew what it was. If it was modified into this thing, it would be better to self-destruct on the spot, but according to calculations, he would not succeed. He could complete the self-destruction in 0.1 seconds, but those 2 terrifying humans could imprison themselves in 0.0001 seconds. Comprehensive comparison, the probability of successful self-destruction is 0. My lords, I can do everything, clean the house, massage feet, record data. I can do what humans can do. And I can also do what humans can't do. Please don't turn me into a toilet. In order to cooperate with the plea for mercy, the intelligent core simulated the appearance of shedding tears on the surface. According to calculations, this can arouse human sympathy and increase the probability of begging for mercy. When Wylan heard this, his eyes lit up and he said, "Come, give me a massage. If your technique is not good, then make it into a toilet." After that, Wylan used the rattan to weave a rattan chair, lay on it, and waved to the intelligent core to come quickly. Seeing the instructions of the black-haired young man, and seeing that the blonde young man did not stop him, he immediately flew behind the other party, condensed his 2 hands with energy, first tested the strength of the body, and then massaged it in a targeted manner. Kyle, who was standing aside, looked at his master's face full of enjoyment and couldn't help twitching at the corners of his mouth. It seems that this intelligent core has saved itself from the fate of being turned into a toilet by relying on the ability of massage. 10 minutes later, Varen waved his hand, indicating that the omnic core could stop. "Very good, do you want to give it a try?" After hearing this, Kyle shook his head and suggested, "My lord, give this thing to Lord Baird. I think he can handle more government affairs." Varen's eyes lit up, and he turned to look at the omnic core. He felt that this thing was quite useful, so there was no need to turn it into a toilet. Observing the expression of the black-haired young man, based on calculations, the omnic core concluded that there was a 90% probability of being used reasonably, and a 10% probability of being used unreasonably. After I return, I will give it to Baird lest I, the Lord, be said to be inconsiderate to my subordinates. Afterwards, Varen put the omnic core into a dormant state, put it into the space ring, and prepared to hand it to Baird after returning. However, during this time, he could enjoy it properly first. Returning to the civilian area, Varen continued to tour the city. 3 days later, at the end of this short trip, Varen brought some gifts and went to visit the king of the Teton kingdom, Marizakli, in a palace converted from a manor in the western part of Clement city. The internal layout is similar to that of the Teton palace, and every part reveals the architectural style of the Teton kingdom. As far as Varen knew, in Clement city, both nobles and wealthy merchants, as well as civilians with spare money, were changing the layout of their houses in order to be closer to the culture of the Teton kingdom. From this point of view, the Teton kingdom's king Marizakli has great ambitions, but it is obvious that the expeditionary force will not let the Teton kingdom annex the Grand Duke of Brea. Whether it is to check and balance the Teton kingdom or to take into account the interests of various families within the expeditionary force, are only two possible solutions to the Grand Duchy of Brea, either to maintain its integrity or to split it into small principalities. As for the outcome, it has little to do with Wai Lin. After all, he is just a passerby, and it is enough to make a fortune. Arriving in the garden, Varen sat down on a wicker chair at Marizakli's warm invitation. "Ambassador Varen, you came to me today to deal with something urgent. As long as I can help, I will never refuse," Marizakli asked in a gentle tone while pouring wine for Varen. "Road." Varen smiled, performed basic etiquette, expressed his gratitude, and then said, "Your Majesty Marizakli, what do you think of Queen Elsa's actions in the Teton kingdom?" Marizakli put down the wine bottle and asked with a smile, "Ambassador Varen, I don't know why you ask like this." Observing Marizakli's expression, Varen had to admire the other party's inner strength. It seemed that the rumors were not consistent with the facts, or that His Majesty had escaped from Queen Elsa's control and had some different ideas. "Is your third daughter your real daughter?" Wai Lin was not prepared to test any further, so he went straight to the point and told the secret. Hearing this, Marizakli put away the smile on his face, waved the guards beside him to retreat, raised his head and stared into Varen's eyes, sighed and said, "Ambassador Varen, this matter it's complicated. Elibella is her eldest brother's daughter and her eldest brother's only bloodline. I know about this matter, but she doesn't know that I know. I have not been the king for nothing these years, but I have always remained silent in the face of Elsa's plans. This throne was given to me by him. It would be easy for her to take it back. However, this war gave me some ideas." Seeing Marizakli pouring out his heart, Varen calmly picked up the wine glass, tasted the wine, and said, "Your Majesty, that's why you want to split the Teton kingdom." Split? Marizakli was a little surprised, then shook his head and said, "That's not true. Maybe you don't know that the Teton's support for Elsa is unimaginable to ordinary people. This war gave me some ideas. I know that you will not stop attacking, at least not in the next few years, and will definitely continue to attack the north, so I want to build a new country on this ruins, even if it is a few large regions." Varen was a little surprised to hear Marizakli mention his ambition, but he quickly calmed down and asked, "Your Majesty, why are you telling me these things?" Marizakli picked up the wine glass and chuckled. "Ambassador Varen, you are very greedy for money, but not so greedy for money." "Oh," Wai Lin asked with surprise and some confusion, "Your Majesty, why do you say that?" "Having a certain amount of greed for money means that you have something inside you and a secret plan." Marizakli began to tell, "So I want to make a deal with you." "Please elaborate." After hearing this, Marizakli realized that the other party also had the idea of weakening the Teton kingdom. The next step was to see if he could show enough sincerity to impress the other party. This is not the hometown of outsiders. Maybe some of the expeditionary force will stay, but most of them will leave and return to their own country. "Ambassador Varen, I wonder if you have heard of the great sage Silas Ansel." "Great sage?" Varen was full of questions. As far as he knew, under the blockade of the Church of the God of Beasts, records related to Silas Ansel had been deliberately erased. Except for those little-known tombs, there was also someone buried in it. Apart from these records and his own diary, there is no written record related to Silas Ansel on the surface. Looking at Wai Lin's expression, Marizakli felt a little more confident about reaching a negotiation. Your Majesty Marizakli, could you please elaborate? Ambassador Varen, I don't know much about the story of the great sage Sila's Ansel. It's basically a story passed down orally from my ancestors. Marizakli sat upright with a serious look on his face, recounted unhurriedly, you should also know that only in this special era I dare to call you that. My ancestor was once one of the great sage, unnamed students. He crossed the Ansar-Teton Sea and went to the Ansar kingdom to study. As for what happened in the kingdom of Anza, our ancestors did not record it in detail, only this sentence was left. Having said this, Marizakli stretched out his hand, dipped his fingers into the wine in the wine glass, and wrote a strange sentence on the stone table. Wylin looked down and saw that it was a language he was once familiar with. These are my happiest days, with teachers' teachings and classmates' friendship and mutual help. Unfortunately, everything is so short-lived. Judging from Varen's shocked look, Marizakli's confidence in the negotiation increased after coming back to his senses. Varen stopped his random thoughts, looked up at Marizakli and said, Your Majesty, these alone are not enough to impress me, Ambassador Varen. I think you might be interested in this item, seeing this situation. Marizakli stopped talking nonsense, took out a fist-sized 12-sided Rubik's Cube from his arms, placed it on the stone table, and then retreated to Varen, looking at the Rubik's Cube in front of him. Wylin reached out and grabbed it in his hand, instilling magic power into it. The next moment, the Rubik's Cube was activated. A string of words emerged out of thin air, which was the mother tongue of the previous life. Question, our world's ocean to land area ratio. Instead of the text, a box appears. Looking at this familiar scene, Varen wrote the answer on it. When the answers were collected, the words changed and finally converged into 4 words. The answer is correct. Within 5 seconds of agreeing, the text changed again, forming a new question. Question, what do the guardians of our planet call it? From a planetary perspective, the answer to this question is obvious. When the 4 words answer correct popped up again, I thought another question would pop up. But unexpectedly, a prompt indicating that the test was passed actually popped up. When the 12-sided Rubik's Cube disintegrates, a ball of light is revealed, and the inside of the ball is filled with colorful brilliance. With a curious attitude, Wylin stretched out his hand and touched the colorful ball of light. In an instant, 7 colored light covered Wylin's right hand. As time passed, the light dissipated, and the ball of light that lost its colorful brilliance revealed its true appearance. An ordinary purple pearl. At this moment, Varen was immersed in his inner world, and a map appeared in his memory, but only 1/7 of it appeared. After looking at the records above, Wylin thought for a few seconds and gave up looking for the other 6 map fragments. For him, he is just curious about the things Sila's Ansel left. If he encounters them on the way to war, he can send people to collect them. If he spends time and energy to collect them, it is not worth it. Ambassador Varen, how is the situation? Under Marizakli's concerned look, Varen shook his head and replied, Your Majesty Marizakli, if you want to know the information in it, I can copy it and give it to you, hearing Varen's answer. Marizakli felt his heart sink to the bottom. It seemed that there was no need to continue the negotiation. This 12-sided Rubik's Cube is the most unique thing he can come up with. As for the other treasures, they are all in Elsa's hands, they belong to the Getworth family, and he has no right to touch them. Looking at the other party's expression, Wylin closed the 12-sided Rubik's Cube and said, Your Majesty, it is in the interest of the expeditionary force to weaken the Teton Kingdom, so you want to seek the idea of establishing a new country in several regions. I agreed. Marizakli looked surprised, then realized what he was doing and asked, Ambassador Varen, what do you need? Free things are the most expensive, and he understands this truth very well. As the king of the Teton Kingdom, he has supreme power in the Teton Kingdom, and he does have high power, but he is always controlled by his wife. If he had a group of supporters behind him, even a family, he would not have fallen to this point. After learning his lesson, Marizakli used this war to gather many generals and nobles outside the blind spot of Elsa's surveillance. As long as the expeditionary force provides support, he can break away and stand on his own. Your Majesty Marizakli, in your country, I need 5 counts and 24 viscounts. Varen stared at the other party and put forward his own conditions. Seeing this, Marizakli fell silent and began to think about the purpose of Varen's request. It wasn't that the request was too harsh, but that it was too lenient, making Marizakli think that Varen was playing a trick on him. "Ambassador Varen, may I ask why you made this request?" When Wylan heard this, he smiled and said, "Your Majesty Marizakli, I have already said that your move is in the interest of the expeditionary force and can curb the development of the Teton Kingdom to a certain extent. As for my request, the reason is simple. After the war is over, I will return to my hometown, but I cannot abandon my servants and warriors who fight for me. Whether they are Ansars, Germans, Tetons, or Brella people. Although many of them are passive, if they join the 15th Army, they are my people. As a qualified commander, I need to be responsible for them. So, Your Majesty Marizakli, do you understand what I am thinking?" Seeing the smile on Varen's face, Marizakli sighed and said with emotion, "Ambassador Varen, I am not as good as you. In my personal opinion, you are a noble person." "Ha, noble, I don't think I am worthy of this." Wylan waved his hand and replied with a smile, "In my opinion, I am just a person who does whatever he wants, and I am just acting according to my ideas. Of course, sometimes I will be pushed away by others." After chatting, Varen and Marizakli extended the exchange to various topics, including politics, military, people's livelihood, checks and balances of power institutions, etc. In this afternoon, the two of them put aside their identities and talked about everything. As night fell, the two ended their exchange. Varen needs to spend 3 months to clear up the relationship, so during this period, Marizakli cannot make any moves. In addition, Varen also took the opportunity to ask for the power to garrison troops in the Malag region, so that if any changes occurred, he would directly mobilize the army to mediate. As for the real reason, it is naturally to dig out the war beasts. After returning to the manor, Varen gave a letter to Miller and asked him to send it to the floating city above the Haina region of the Kingdom of Arland and hand it over to his grandfather. Regarding the mobilization of the army, Varen planned to let Kyle take Greg's 4th Battalion and more than 20,000 Aram army troops to station in the Malag region. In the study, Kyle looked serious when he heard the secrets told by his master and said, "My lord, please don't worry, I will bring back the war beast puppet intact." Varen patted Kyle on the shoulder and said, "While stationed in the Malag region, you can recruit professionals appropriately to expand the size of the Aram army. When the time is right, we can split the Aram army into 2 parts and reduce the proportion of Teton warriors." Recalling what Marizakli said, Wylan would rather believe it than not, and decided to dilute the proportion of Tetons in the Alan army, just in case. "Master, I'll write it down. Do you have any other instructions?" Facing Kyle's expression, Wylan had a bad premonition, but still shook his head and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Kyle immediately took out a complete training plan and sent it to his master. Under Kyle's supervision, Wylan opened the training plan and counted it carefully. It seemed that there was only 2 hours of sleep time. As a low-level Knight of Soul, he could stay awake for 3 years, but this was not what he wanted. "Master, I hope you can fulfill your promise," Kyle said calmly, without any room for negotiation. Wylan patted his head and suddenly thought of a suitable reason. Then he couldn't wait to say to Kyle, "It's been 10 years. Cecilia is about to wake up. You have to give me some time to spend with her." Ugh. Faced with this legitimate reason, Kyle thought for a moment and had to compromise. He took the plan, deleted and revised it, and finally squeezed out 6 hours of rest time. Looking at the new training plan, Wylan was somewhat satisfied, but he always felt that he had fallen from one trap to another. Afterwards, Kyle left the study and prepared to assemble the troops to go to the Malag region. As for Wylan, starting from the next day, he strictly followed the new schedule. "I have to fulfill the promise I made, even if I have to kneel." Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Half a month later, late at night, when Wylan was lying in the garden basking in the moonlight, Kyle's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "I got the things," Wylan sat up and asked with some expectation. Kyle nodded and replied, "My lord, I got the things, but they are a little big." With doubts, Wylan followed Kyle into the Messier demiplane. Passing through the demiplane passage, what came into view was a huge monster, 100 meters high and 1,000 meters long, exuding a decayed breath all over the body, and constantly whispering in the ears of unknown languages. But for Wylan and Kyle, there was no harm at all, just a little noisy. Floating in the air, Wylan circled around the war beast puppet, and 12 giant pillars supported the huge body. The belly of the war beast puppet is a platform that can accommodate more than 1,000 people at the same time. Inside, the densely packed words still make people feel mysterious even if the magic energy is lost, and they are emitting negative effects all the time. Looking at the text above, Wylan can recognize half of it. The magic text of La Libertad comes from the magic civilization of Metagea Plane 50,000 years ago, and carries a certain amount of magic. When exploring the Messier demiplane, he and Kyle received a gift from the legendary high-level wizard Messier, New Gerona Immingham, a Bedivie, so they can understand some of the text on it. As for what kind of text the other symbols are, he is not sure. It is possible that the once glorious Metagea magic civilization has multiple magic texts at the same time. In Ilaria, the elves have specific magic texts, the arcane masters have secret texts for communication, and the druids also have magic texts that are unique to this career path. In this way, interpreting the magic text on it becomes a difficult problem. By the way, I seem to remember that I still need my uncle to help me build an airship. In Kyle's inexplicable eyes, Wylan patted his head and remembered this important thing. Unknowingly, 10 years have passed. However, this is not a bad thing. Since my uncle is unwilling to bring up this matter, it means that he is not willing to build an airship. In order to show his concern for his family, I will wait until I get back and let my uncle analyze the war beast puppet. If I do this, I believe my uncle will not refuse. After deciding on the research candidate, Wylan began to explore the interior of the war beast puppet with a relaxed and happy mood. After several hours from the head to the tail, based on the interpretation of some texts, Wylan barely figured out the layout of this war beast puppet that is 113 meters high and 223 meters long. Taking the head as the starting point, this war beast puppet can be divided into 3 parts: energy center, control center, and puppet barracks. After tens of thousands of years, the energy center has lost its source of magic power and has been damaged. It is a pity, but it also saves the energy of research and repair and can directly build the element pool. As for the control center, it is the platform and ancillary buildings located in the belly of the war beast puppet. According to the function, it can be divided into 13 command nodes: auxiliary attack magic cannon node, auxiliary attack booth element cannon node, auxiliary defense sun furnace node, auxiliary defense prohibition release node. 13 command nodes, 5 attack nodes, 4 defense nodes, and 4 special nodes together form the control center to assist the war beast puppet fighting spirit in combat. The last part is the puppet barracks, which has 8,000 witchcraft souls embedded inside, and can remotely control small beast puppets for local ground wars. Each small beast puppet has reached the high silver level, which can be regarded as a powerful force. In addition, the witchcraft soul is a war tool made by wizards using demon souls. After tens of thousands of years, without the supply of magic power, the witchcraft soul has long been dispersed. However, for Wylan, these are not a big deal. He still has millions of demon soul light balls in his hands. Even the high-level silver demon soul light balls have 65,871. There's no need to worry about the material problem. The only thing to worry about is the production method of the witchcraft soul. Thinking of this, Wylan simply stopped thinking about it and let his uncle worry about it in the future. After a simple exploration, Wylan and Kyle came to the top of the war beast puppet. Recalling the hint of fate, Wylan took out 3 dim crystals from the space ring. When the crystals were taken out, the war beast puppet began to shake, as if calling for the 3 crystals. The magic power of the Messier demiplane began to converge here frantically, forming a spectacular torrent of magic power. Under Wylan's gaze, the crystals that recorded the 3 rules of blindness, deafness, and aphasia surrounded each other, emitting dazzling light, forming a 3-color halo. As time passed, the crystal gradually merged into the 3-color light until it completely dissipated. After an unknown amount of time, when the 3 crystals completely disappeared, a colorful light circle appeared in the air, slowly descended, and entered the war beast puppet. Seeing this scene, Kyle's eyes flashed with enlightenment. And he said, "My lord, these 3 crystals should have been taken out of the war beast puppet to seal something. When Lord Messier fell, he used it to protect Messier's half-plain heart." Hearing Kyle's explanation, Wylan touched his smooth chin. It seemed to be the truth to connect these things together, but what exactly did these 3 crystals seal? Could it be that this is the reason why the 3 crystal stones became dim? Kyle floated quietly behind his master, not disturbing his thoughts. Time passed bit by bit, and the war beast puppet gradually lost its decayed appearance and began to transform into a real behemoth. The huge shock interrupted Varen's thoughts, allowing him to focus again on the war beast puppet that was about to revive. This is the demiplane of Messier, and after the heart of the demiplane of Messier was absorbed by Kyle, she broke away from the control of the Metagoa plane and entered the womb of the world of Ilrelia, a different space. In other words, this is a place protected by the world of Ilrelia, and the god of beasts cannot affect it yet. Without the suppression of the god of beasts, the war beast puppet naturally revived early. As the decay on the surface of the war beast puppet gradually peeled off, its original appearance was revealed in front of Varen's eyes. The whole body was golden, shining with mysterious light, and it was engraved with ancient runes and patterns. When Varen touched the war beast puppet with his spirit, a strange connection came to his mind. Now, as long as he wants, he can take over the giant war beast puppet in front of him at any time. However, the war beast puppet in front of him now lacks an energy center and can only move by absorbing the magic power dissipated in the air. It can only barely maintain basic movement and cannot be put into actual combat. Only after the establishment of a new energy center can this behemoth be restored to its former combat power. "Master, how is the situation?" Seeing Wylan open his eyes, Kyle asked. "Now this war beast puppet can only be viewed from a distance and cannot be used. Only after returning to Kixing territory. Let my uncle repair it, and then we can restore its full appearance." Hearing the answer from his master, Kyle glanced at the behemoth in front of him and extinguished the idea of research. If it is broken now, it will only increase the workload of Master Oda. Now we can only wait until Master Oda repairs this war beast puppet, and then slowly study the above technology and magic use methods to see if a small war beast puppet can be built. The control center of the war beast puppet's abdomen is now completely new compared to the old and corrupt one before, and a little bit of magic illuminates this space. As Wylan and Kyle entered this place, magic gradually gathered to the altar, weaving a 4-legged beast with a white body. A few minutes later, the white 4-legged beast broke free from the constraints of the altar and flew in front of Wylan, revealing its abdomen and showing its harmless side. Seeing this, Wylan reached out and touched the belly of the white beast. Although the body was condensed by magic, the touch was very real. "This is the spirit of the war beast. It was born not long ago. Do you want to touch it?" Looking at Kyle with a curious face, Wylan asked with a smile. Seeing this, Kyle nodded and reached out to touch the white beast. It felt very strange, with a soft touch everywhere as if it really existed. "I don't know what kind of skill this is, but it can achieve this level, which is more delicate than the appearance of his 2 angel clones." As if sensing Kyle's doubts, the little white beast turned over, opened its mouth and bit his finger, conveying information to him. Interpreting the information conveyed by the war beast spirit, Kyle gradually understood this skill of using magic power. This is the knowledge it inherited from the previous war beast spirit, which is a waste power skill developed by a legendary wizard who spent thousands of demon souls. Kyle touched the war beast spirit's head and thanked him in the magical language of La Libertad. Hearing the familiar language, the war beast spirit showed a happy smile on his face. After a while, the war beast spirit returned to the altar and released its own embodiment. After leaving the control center, Wylan landed on the land and turned to Kyle and said, "This little guy was born not long ago. Although he inherited some memories of the previous war beast spirit, he is still very ignorant of this world. Before the war is over, it will stay here. You can communicate with it more when you have nothing to do." I understand, master, please leave it to me. Kyle nodded and replied. During the conversation, the two left the demoplane and returned to the garden. Looking at his recliner, Wylan lay on it without hesitation and continued to bask in the moon. In this situation, Kyle couldn't help shaking his head, but didn't say anything. He could only sigh that his master no longer basked in the sun, but basked in the moon instead. However, now is free time, and he will not interfere with what the master wants to do. After the salute, Kyle's figure disappeared in the garden. Feeling that Kyle's breath disappeared, Wylan turned over and prepared to take a nap first. On the morning of September 4, 9759, in the glorious calendar, Wylan, as usual, came to the barren mountain outside the city to practice druid magic. He summoned the druid's book and turned to page 123. When he was about to practice parasitic plant puppet control, he suddenly felt a sense of intuition. Touching his chest with his hand, Wylan felt the message conveyed by the Halo contract and instantly understood the message. Today is my day off. Putting back the druid's book that had just been released for ventilation, Wylan directly opened the Cecilia demoplane passage and walked in without hesitation. Entering the Cecilia demoplane, Wylan felt that magic was converging towards the demoplane. It's about to wake up. Time was running out, and Wylan did not delay any longer and flew directly to the location of the Tree of Life. In the center of the magic vortex, the tender leaves of the Tree of Life swayed in the wind. Dozens of griffins from the Snow Wind clan prostrated on the ground with respect in their eyes. Cecilia's demoplane was given, and all the monsters stopped fighting, rested, and reproduced. They all prostrated themselves on the ground and knelt in the direction of the Tree of Life. Wylan landed beside the Tree of Life, looked at the Snow Wind clan, and waved to Zing's two spouses. Seeing the master's actions, the two mutant griffins raised their limbs, came to Wylan, and rubbed their heads against his trouser legs. Wylan reached out and stroked the heads of the two mutant griffins. The soft touch of feathers made people love it. How is it, do you miss your husband? The two mutant griffins nodded without hesitation, with nostalgic thoughts in their eyes. Seeing this, Wylan looked helpless and said, Your husband has gone to eat well, and I don't know when he will come back. It has been almost 2 months since Zing and Miller were sent to deliver the letter last time. According to my grandfather's reply, Miller was thrown into some kind of demoplane for training, which is a great fortune. As for Zing, it's either eaten or eaten, but from the tone of the letter written by Grandpa, it can be seen that he likes that guy more. This time he comes back, he should really become a ball. For this reason, Wylan couldn't help but wonder if Zing, who was fat as a ball, could still fly. Sha-sha-sha. The two mutant griffins shouted at their children and offspring. All the griffins of the Snow Wind clan raised their heads and nodded firmly, indicating that they understood. Based on Wylan's experience of getting along with the Snow Wind clan for many years, he could read the meaning of it with a little thought. Don't learn from your clan leader. Got it, mother, grandmother. It seems that this is roughly what it means. Half an hour later, a light spot appeared above the Tree of Life and gradually expanded. Seeing this scene, Wylan knew that Cecilia was about to wake up, so he stopped stroking the griffin and waited quietly. The light ball appeared, and the free magic in the air began to cheer, celebrating the return of the world elves. As for the Zufeng clan, they buried their heads in the ground and saluted the world elves to express their high respect. The next moment, the light ball dissipated, and a brand new world elf appeared in front of Wylan. Looking at Cecilia flying towards him, Wylan pushed his arms away, smiled, and congratulated her on her return. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. Velen, long time no see. Cecilia threw herself into Velen's arms, greedily sniffing his scent. Her eyes flashing with joy. Looking at the world elf in his arms, Velen whispered, Welcome to wake up, Cecilia. After a while, Cecilia flew to Velen's shoulder and sat, looking at the Tree of Life, feeling the breath of life in the air, feeling very comfortable in her heart. Velen, I'll take you to a place. Where? Velen turned to look at Cecilia with a curious look in his eyes. You'll know later, Cecilia said mysteriously, without telling herself the truth about the contractor. With a curious mentality, under the guidance of Cecilia. She flew towards the north of the half-plane. Half an hour later, Velen arrived above a valley. Looking down, there was no difference from other landforms and environments. I don't know why Cecilia brought me here. However, since I have nothing to do today, it's better to accompany her to visit the half-plane. Cecilia left Wyland's shoulder and came to the sky above the valley. Facing Wyland with joy in her eyes, she said, "Wyland, don't blink." "I promise I won't blink," Wyland replied with a smile. Seeing this, Cecilia no longer kept the secret, opened her hands, and unveiled the mysterious veil shrouding the sky above the valley. The ban was lifted, the illusion was broken, the green landscape disappeared, and a fruit forest replaced it. Seeing this scene, Wyland blinked. If they were wrong, those fruits seemed to be all Fengshan fruit. Could it be that Cecilia planted them 10 years ago? But as far as he knew, it would take at least 200 years to cultivate a Fengshan fruit forest from scratch. But thinking of Cilicia's identity as a world elf, it didn't seem to be a difficult task to speed up the flow of time in a certain area in the demoplane. "Wyland, you just blinked." Cecilia flew to Wyland's side, crossed her arms, and pretended to be very angry. "Cecilia, I'm sorry, it's my fault, it's my fault." Wyland waved his hands repeatedly and apologized sincerely. Who would have thought that there was a Fengshan fruit forest under the ordinary valley, and the number of Fengshan fruit trees in this forest was not dozens, but 833. If you make a mistake, you must be punished. Cecilia showed a smug smile on her face and took a Fengshan fruit with her backhand. "Wyland, Cecilia punishes you to eat this Fengshan fruit in front of you." "I accept the punishment." Wyland looked helpless, took the Fengshan fruit from Cecilia, bit it, chewed it carefully, and it tasted very good. Cecilia sat on Wyland's shoulder, supporting her chin with both hands, and asked curiously, "How does it feel?" "Very good, I like it very much." "Really? Really? Then, Wyland, do you like my return gift?" "I like it very much, thank you, Cecilia." "Heh." Faced with Wyland's thanks, Cecilia just giggled without any reserve at all. In the orchard, the leaves are as green as jade, shining in the sunlight. The air is filled with the fragrance of Fengshan fruit, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. Some insect monsters fly among the flowers, take care of the orchard, and treat every Fengshan fruit tree with kindness. Wyland fell from the sky, walked in the Fengshan fruit forest, picked the fullest fruit, handed it to Cecilia, and said with a smile, "Here, try it." Looking at the Fengshan fruit that was almost the same size as her body, Cecilia waved her hand, shrunk it to the extent that one hand could hold it, took a bite, and it was very crisp. "It's delicious." Cecilia finished the Fengshan fruit in a few seconds, and then wiped her hands on Wyland's clothes. In the following time, the elves of one person and one world strolled in this fruit forest, enjoying the scenery and the fruits. "Cecilia, do you want to go outside for a walk?" "Outside?" Cecilia tilted her head and said, "Wyland, I want to go outside, but I can't do it now. I still need to nurture a body so that I can go to the outside world." "Do you need my help?" Wyland asked when he saw this. Cecilia shook her head and replied, "No, I can handle it myself, so I don't need to bother you. When you are ready, just notify me through the Halo contract." "I will." In the next few days, Wyland stayed in the demoplane and accompanied Cecilia to see the scenery. On the green grass, Wyland lay flat on the ground, enjoying the sunshine, quietly watching Cecilia riding a little griffin flying and playing. Although he is a world elf, his personality is like a child, very playful, but sometimes very majestic, seemingly contradictory, but harmonious and unified. After finishing playing with Cecilia, Wyland left the demoplane and began to practice again. After watching Wyland leave, Cecilia put away the smile on her face, returned to a cold look, sensed the distribution of various magic beast tribes in the demoplane, and made a training plan. If you want to survive in her world, you must become a magic beast useful to Wyland. Otherwise, you are not qualified to live here. On December 12, 9759 of the glorious calendar, with the support of the expeditionary force, the former King Marizakli of the Kingdom of Titan announced the return of the throne, and formed the Principality of Marizakli with the 10 regions of the former Grand Duchy of Brea, namely Denaya, Valen, Tarbert, Philips, Jijeli, Malig, Tarafa, Tumaco, Brea, and Pergas, with an area of about 2.3 million square kilometers and a population of about 45 million. Regarding Merazakli's betrayal, Queen Elsa, who was far away in the capital, was surprisingly calm. She neither condemned her husband in public, nor wanted to sever ties with him under the witness of the gods, nor did she secretly gather troops to fight against the rebels. It was only when he learned that Merazakli ascended the throne of the Grand Duke that he sent his confidant as a representative to attend the enthronement ceremony. For this abnormal move, everyone thought it was the prelude to a storm and was ready to watch the show. Whether it was the Duke of Moravia who was negotiating, the Duke of East in Nack City, or Saint Anastasia, or even the legend of the Kingdom of North Issy, they were all silently watching the sealing ceremony. In the study, Wylan looked at the letter specially sent by his grandfather and felt a little amused. Sure enough, it is human nature to watch the excitement, and the only thing that can be evaluated is whether this excitement is worth watching. Obviously, this excitement attracted the attention of most people. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. On the morning of January 1, 9760 in the glorious calendar, in the Church of Life in Clement City. Today, Merazakli will be crowned in front of the statue of the Goddess of Life and officially ascend the throne of the Grand Duke of the Principality of Merazakli to demonstrate his piety to the Goddess of Life. In the hall, no one whispered to each other, and everyone kept quiet to avoid offending the majesty of the gods. A 700-year-old bishop of the Church of Life knelt devoutly under the statue and silently recited the life canon. The maximum lifespan of a mid-level soul transcendent is only 800 years. This Bishop Rapham has entered his twilight years and will go to the kingdom of the Goddess of Life in a few decades. As time passed, important personnel entered the venue one after another and stood on both sides of the hall in order according to their strength, rank, and identity background. At this moment, Queen Elsa's messenger stood in the crowd, feeling the sidelights of others, without feeling the slightest embarrassment and without any stage fright. At noon, Bishop Rapham stopped praying, opened his cloudy eyes, stood up from the ground, turned around and looked at Pastor Lavia and nodded to him. After receiving the signal, Lavia came to the entrance of the church and said loudly, "The ceremony begins." 600 silver warriors from the Ice Sword camp wore standard armor of the Church of Life, held up the flags, and moved forward 45 degrees, letting the tips of the flags touch each other. Near the entrance of the church hall, 14 gold-ranked temple knights looked straight ahead. In a solemn atmosphere, Merazakli, wearing formal clothes, walked step by step along the road formed by the flags and walked towards the church. Walking up the stairs and coming to the front of the golden knight, Merazakli slowed down and walked forward. Every time he passed 2 golden knights, Merazakli's cloak would have an additional emblem of the Church of Life. Until he arrived at the entrance of the temple, 7 emblems of the Church of Life appeared on his cloak, arranged in a certain order. 7 for the prince, 9 for the king. Crossing the threshold, under the gaze of everyone in the temple, Merazakli officially entered the temple. The footsteps sounded, and everyone's eyes followed Merazakli's movement. When Merazakli knelt under the statue, the canonization ceremony officially entered the critical moment. Bishop Rapham put his left hand on his chest and his right hand on Merazakli's head and said kindly, "Child, are you willing to fight for the goddess?" "I am willing." Merazakli lowered his head and answered firmly, "Are you willing to be loyal to the will of the gods?" "I am willing." "Are you willing?" The 7 questions ended, and the canonization ceremony came to an end. Bishop Rapham turned around and picked up the crown on the tray. It was inlaid with 7 crystals, representing the definition of the Grand Duke by the Church of Life and a symbol of noble status. However, compared with the canonization of the Grand Duke in the main world, this crown lacked 3 holy emblems. When Bishop Rapham put the crown on Merazakli, the ceremony was officially over. Grand Duke Merazakli, congratulations. "Thank you, Bishop Rapham." Merazakli stood up and saluted the old man in front of him to show respect. Everyone put their right hands on their chests, bowed and saluted, and said in unison, "Meet Grand Duke Merazakli." As the ceremony ended, the congratulations of various forces began. Time passed bit by bit, and soon it was the turn of the envoy sent by Queen Elsa. The middle-aged, elegant, white-haired young man came to the center of the temple, bowed and saluted, and said, "On behalf of Queen Elsa of the Kingdom of Teton, I congratulate Grand Duke Marizakli. The Queen asked me to bring a few words." Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but prick up their ears and listen carefully. They really wanted to know what the wife of Grand Duke Marizakli would bring, whether it would be extreme humiliation, peaceful separation, or a declaration. Wellen didn't even blink and wanted to know what the Queen would bring. "Marizakli, you are my husband. For a time and for a lifetime. You are the Grand Duke of the Principality of Marizakli, and I am the Grand Duchess of Marizakli. Elsa Gotworth belongs to the Kingdom of Teton, but Elsa Marizakli belongs to you, and this will never change. May the Kingdom of Teton and the Principality of Marizakli form an alliance and help each other in friendship." After that, the envoy saluted again and said respectfully, "Grand Duke Marizakli, this is what Queen Elsa asked me to bring. May I ask if you have a reply?" At this moment, everyone turned their eyes to Marizakli. Even Bishop Rapham was no exception. His cloudy eyes were a little curious, looking forward to how he would answer. In the front row, Wylan couldn't help but be amazed, and had to admire Queen Elsa's way of handling things. The Kingdom of Teton, this woman will be handed over to Elbella sooner or later. There is no doubt about that, so she positioned herself as Elsa Gotworth, and this title will soon come to an end. But she also didn't want to give up her husband, so she was called Elsa Marizakli. At this moment, Marizakli looked down at the messenger, his eyes revealing deep thought, but in this situation he didn't have much time to think. Deep in his heart, he understood Elsa's love for him, and he also loved Elsa deeply. But the marriage mixed with politics eventually made their feelings drift apart. If the couple joined hands to rebuild a kingdom, it would not be a bad thing. After a brief thought, Marizakli said, "Tell my wife that I am waiting for her arrival in the Principality of Marizakli." "Grand Duke Marizakli, I will convey your message." The messenger bowed and saluted, then returned to the queue. Looking at Marizakli's expression, Wylan could not get the information he wanted. Perhaps this was just Marizakli's words, or it could be his true thoughts. However, there are only interests between the two countries. Even if a solid alliance can be established now, who can tell clearly after 1,000 years? Besides, those who support Marizakli will not let the Principality of Marizakli get too close to the Kingdom of Teton. Shaking his head, Wylan threw these distracting thoughts out of his head. After the enthronement ceremony, Wylan returned to the manor and continued to practice until the order to attack the Kingdom of Skalov was issued, and he would end this boring routine. On February 13, 9760 of the glorious calendar, the Principality of Calentin was established with the 4 regions of Chester, Cole, Talter, and Raber of the former Grand Duchy of Brea, plus the 3 regions of Haina, Bilion, and Jiangxipu of the Kingdom of Arland, totaling 7 regions with an area of about 1.5 million square kilometers. Calentin's son, Paulier Calentin, ascended the throne of the Grand Duke. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. On February 15, 9760 of the glorious calendar, the 1-year-long negotiations came to an end. The Life Church and the Harvest Church signed an alliance agreement in Belltown, Haina District, Arland Kingdom, also known as the Bell Agreement. The agreement stipulates that the Harvest Church will be responsible for the Bell incident and pay compensation for it to repair its relationship with the Life Church. As for the compensation, it has not been announced. Both parties acquiesced to this move. The Life Church just wants to make a fortune in silence. A few people know that the compensation is enough. The Harvest Church want to end this dispute as soon as possible, destroy the Vila's empire and the Arland Kingdom as soon as possible, and withdraw forces to the eastern part of the South Jesia continent to seize more land before the Church of the God of Courage. In early March, in the square of Belltown, Count Angelo of the Epfeng Kingdom served as the executioner. His eldest son was a swordsman and personally executed Jesser Angelo, the culprit of the Bell incident. As the head rolled to the floor, it marked the official end of the Belltown incident. In mid-March, the floating city left the Haina region and drifted northwest. In the suburbs outside Clement City, Wylin, who was practicing magic, saw the floating city appearing in the sky, and then realized that his grandfather had come to give him something good. It's time to rest again today. After the thought came to him, Wylin directly put away the Kingmu staff, took back the Life Knight and Death Knight who were practicing, and flew to the floating city. Entering the floating city, he went straight to the control center. Having been back and forth several times, Wylin was already familiar with this place. As soon as he stepped into the hall, he saw a spherical object flying over and hitting Wylin directly. What is it? Wylin grabbed the unknown sphere and touched it with his hand. The touch was somewhat familiar. Master. Hearing the familiar voice, Wylin immediately knew what this thing was. Named Xing, it has now really become Xing. This shape is even more outrageous than last time. Xing opened his eyes wide, looked behind Wylin and asked in confusion, Master, where is Lord Kyle? It's a pity that he is not here now. Wylin pushed the plump Xing away, crossed his arms and said jokingly. Hearing this, Xing was stunned for a moment, but soon recovered, rolled his body, came to a pile of meat and continued to eat food. Anyway, Kyle is not here now, so he can accumulate more energy so that his strength can grow faster. Looking at Xing's behavior, Wylin pretended not to see it. Anyway, the blood and flesh of the monsters he ate belonged to his grandfather. Put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the control center. Grandpa, I'm here. Okay, I know you are here. The Duke of Moravia stood up from the throne, took a step forward, and appeared directly in front of Wylin, but you came quite quickly this time. You came to my door in person, I have to run faster. Wylin replied with a smile, with a hint of expectation in his tone. Seeing the boy's expression, the Duke of Moravia rummaged around in his pocket, took out an account book, and handed it over. Wylin took the account book and flipped through it. On July 15, 9759 of the glorious calendar, Xing ate 13 silver-level monsters and 2 gold-level monsters, worth 23 high-level magic crystals. On July 23, Xing sneaked into warehouse No. 17 and stole 100 fire fruits, worth 5 high-level magic crystals. July 29. On January 1, 9760 of the glorious calendar, Xing ate 3 gold-level sea beasts, worth 15 high-level magic crystals. On March 16, Xing stole 2 Ameta tree stumps, worth 3 high-level magic crystals. Comprehensive statistics, the total value is 1,013 high-level magic crystals. After flipping to the end, Wylin looked at the amount on it, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. This glutton is really a glutton. In less than 9 months, he ate various magic potions, plants, extraordinary materials, and monster flesh and blood, worth more than 80 million gold coins. Seeing Xing's round appearance, you can guess that the record above is not made up. However, how is this stealing written? The Duke of Moravia looked at the place where his grandson pointed his finger and said calmly, You should ask the tower spirit about this. Looking at his grandfather's shameless appearance, Wylin was speechless. If it weren't for your instructions, Xing could sneak into the warehouse, and I'm afraid he would be caught by the magic puppet before he got close. Okay, pay. Grandpa, I've made up my mind. Wylin closed the account book and said seriously, I don't want that foodie anymore, you can do whatever you want. Hearing the master's words, Xing stopped chewing the food, swallowed the food in her mouth, spread her wings, used the racial spell to make her body lighter, flew in front of the two and cried loudly, Master, don't. You mean, do I know them? Wylin pushed Xing away with some disguise. And said, There are not a single griffin in my family, a complete 92. Oh, by the way, there is still one that has not been born, so it should be 92 and a half. After thinking about it, Wylin added. Hearing the master's words, Xing's body rolled back and continued to enjoy the food. Anyway, the master can't ignore me, so I'll eat more during this time. The Duke of Moravia couldn't help laughing when he saw Xing's walking posture. He turned to Wylin and said, It seems that your pet knows you very well. Grandpa, you can do whatever you want. I don't have any money, but I have a griffin. Wylin spread his hands and pretended to be a rogue. Seeing this, the Duke of Moravia took back the account book and turned it into powder with a little force. Forget it, just consider it a loss for me. After saying that, a faint light flashed, and two items appeared in the hands of the Duke of Moravia. The knight's sword on the left is called Nikaya, a sub-legendary weapon with ice power and some ice laws, but not many. As for the specific power, it depends on the user. The shield on the right is called Wind Crow Shield, also a sub-legendary weapon, with built-in solid rules. When fully charged, it can continuously resist 3 low-level legendary full-strength attacks. You can choose one of these 2 sub-legendary weapons. After hearing his grandfather's introduction, Wylan looked left and right, and finally chose the Nikaya Knight Sword. I have the Sword of Anansi, and Kyle also has the Spear of Putlock, so I don't really need these sub-legendary weapons. After comprehensive consideration, the Nikaya Knight Sword with ice power is more suitable for Hebrew. As for how much power this kid can exert, it depends on his own ability. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250. Placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250. Target type. Mix. In addition, there are some trophies that belong to you. After the expedition is over, you can go to the headquarters to collect them. I know Grandpa. Wylan took the Nikaya Knight Sword and asked, Grandpa, is there anything else? The Duke of Moravia put away the Wind Crow Shield and reminded, in June this year, the expeditionary force will attack the kingdom of Skarlovy. This may be your last war in the expeditionary war. After Wylan swung the Nikaya Knight Sword a few times, he put it into the space ring. Grandpa, I understand. After chatting for a while, Wylan said goodbye and walked out of the control center with Zing, who was as fat as a bowl. At the port of the floating city, a low-level gold knight with unstable breath was looking at the busy magic puppet. Miller here. Hearing the Lord's voice, Miller stopped to look at the busy port, quickly came to Varen, leaned down and saluted. Your lord. Looking Miller up and down, Varen patted his shoulder and praised. Golden Knight, very good. Without you and without the gift of the Duke of Moravia, I would not have become the Golden Knight. Miller lowered his head and replied respectfully. Ha, I love hearing this sentence. After saying that, Wylan left the floating city and flew towards the ground. The fat star turned his round body into a lighter one, followed Wylan and left the floating city. As for Miller, he controlled his body and began to fly long distance for the first time in his life. In the sky, 2 people are holding a ball, which makes people laugh. After it landed on the ground, Wylan looked at the flexible ball. In order to avoid embarrassment, he grabbed it, opened the demiplane channel, and threw it in with Zing's expression of resistance. Rather than embarrass himself, it would be more appropriate for Zing to embarrass the Griffon in front of his own people. After doing all this, Wylan put his hands behind his back and walked towards the city. Miller saw this and quickly followed. At the same time, he was looking forward to meeting his old brothers. He didn't know what their expressions would be like when they saw that he was already a Golden Knight. After returning to the manor in the city, Varen waved to a silver knight and asked him to call Hebrews. After watching the Lord go to the garden, Miller was immediately surrounded by more than 10 guards. Captain, you've got a good meal this time, a silver mid-level knight said with some envy. Ha, luck, just luck. Miller raised his eyebrows, enjoying the compliments from his old brothers and feeling very happy inside. There are a total of 24 people in the Lord's Guard, and they have a very close relationship with each other. When no important figures are present, they behave very casually and do not pay too much attention to etiquette. Captain, when you come back, you can't hide anything. Captain, where did Zing go? Didn't he come back with you and the Lord? Team leader. Faced with many questions, Miller waved his hand and motioned for everyone to follow him. Under a pavilion, everyone sat down casually, with curiosity in their eyes. Ahem, cough, cough, let's start with the second question first. Let me tell you where the star went. Under Miller's vivid description, everyone seemed to see how Zing transformed from a mutated griffin into a spherical griffin. Just thinking about that funny way of flying made the knights present laugh. On the other side, Varen returned to the garden and lay directly on the wicker chair, waiting for the arrival of Hebrews. 2 hours later, Hebrews returned to the city from the military camp outside the city, entered the manor, and walked straight to the garden. When passing by a lake, I looked at the guard knights gathered together and felt a little curious. But when I thought that my master was waiting for me, I could only suppress my curiosity and quickly walked towards the garden. Hearing the footsteps getting closer, Wylin opened his eyes and sat up from the wicker chair. "My lord." Hebrews came to Varen, bowed and saluted, and then sat on a stone bench nearby. Wylin did not show off and took out the Nikaya knight's sword from the space ring. When this knight's sword with the air of ice appeared in the garden, the temperature dropped sharply and ice crystals condensed in the air. "Lord, this is..." Hebrew stared at the knight's sword floating in the air. No matter how stupid he was, he still knew the meaning of his master's taking out this sword at this moment. "Try it and see if it fits." Looking at Hebra's expression, Varen smiled. After hearing this, Hebra was not polite. He reached out and grabbed the Nikaya knight's sword, flew to an altitude of 1,000 meters, and began to test the sword. Wylin lay down on the wicker chair and looked at Hebrew, who was testing the sword in the sky. Orlando's fighting spirit attribute is fire, and Hebrew's fighting spirit attribute is ice. One's weapon is solved, but I don't know where the other's weapon is. He shook his head. He didn't want it to be so complicated. The boat would naturally straighten out when it reached the bridge. Anyway, wait a moment and maybe it would arrive. Besides, if that boy from Orlando's Silver Dragon father-in-law gives him a weapon, wouldn't he not have to worry about it? As his mind wandered, Wylin thought of his wife. Unconsciously, 8 years have passed, and my homesickness has become more and more serious. After a while, Hebrew returned to the garden and looked at the Nikaya knight's sword in his hand. He couldn't put it down and his face was full of excitement. "Do you like it?" "Like? Since you like it, then go back and don't disturb my sleep." Wylin turned over and waved his hand, indicating that Hebrew could leave. "Yes, lord." After beating his chest and saluting, Hebrew left the garden with the Nikaya knight's sword, preparing to return to the barracks, find a mountainous area, let go, practice all the combat skills he had learned, and show the full power of the Nikaya knight's sword. On May 23, 9760 of the glorious calendar, an order from the Expeditionary Army Headquarters was sent to the 15th Army Headquarters. 1 year after the demise of the Grand Duchy of Brea, a new war is about to begin. According to the order of the Duke of East, the army that will conquer the Kingdom of Skarlovy this time will include 500,000 troops from the Kingdom of Teton, 200,000 troops from the Principality of Marizakli, and 100,000 troops from the Principality of Kalandin, plus the 300,000 troops controlled by the 15th Army, totaling 1.1 million troops, forming the Southern Route Army. As for the commander of the Southern Route Army, it will be the Queen of the Kingdom of Teton, Elsa Gotworth. Grand Duke Marizakli of the Principality of Marizakli will serve as the Deputy Commander-in-Chief. Commander of the 15th Army, Varen Axe, will serve as the Chief of Staff. The Grand Duke of Kalantine, Polir Kalantine, was in charge of logistics. Varen was very satisfied with the appointment of the command. Having already achieved the military merit of being promoted to Earl, he was no longer so eager for war, and the position of Chief of Staff was just right for him to take a break. As for commanding the 300,000 troops of the 15th Army, Hebrew would naturally take on this important task. On June 13, the Southern Army held its first round of military meetings. This meeting determined the strategic direction of the Southern Army's attack on the Kingdom of Skarlovy. The 1.1 million Southern Army will be divided into 3 routes, of which the third route will be composed of 300,000 troops under the command of the 15th Army, with Hebrew as the main general. As the Chief of Staff of the Southern Army, Varen took over the important task of supervising and keeping finances without hesitation. For this move, both Elsa and Marizakli acquiesced and did not openly oppose it. On June 22, 9760 of the glorious calendar, the army set out and converged on the border of the Kingdom of Skarlovy. The war was about to break out, and the million-strong army deployed in the former Grand Duchy of Brea and the Kingdom of Skarlovy was ready for battle. In the capital of the Tarafa region, in the Southern Army headquarters, Wylin sat on a wooden chair on the left, looking at the envoy of the Kingdom of Skarlovy who was talking eloquently, feeling a little drowsy. It must be said that this guy is indeed eloquent, but it has little to do with his interests. Ambassador Wylan, what do you think? Hearing Elsa's question, Wylan smiled and replied, Queen Elsa, Grand Duke Marizakli, this matter is up to you to decide. I have only one bottom line, which is not to harm the interests of the expeditionary army. Seeing this, Elsa and Marizakli looked at each other, then looked at the envoy of the Kingdom of Scalavi, and said, Please go back and tell His Majesty Ravakanman that we will give preferential treatment to your country's prisoners of war. Please rest assured, my lords, I will take this message back intact. The envoy of the Kingdom of Scalavi saluted the three people to show respect, and then took out a sheepskin map and handed it to the guard beside him. After circulating it to each other, it recorded in detail the border defense map of the Kingdom of Scalavi, including the personalities, spouses, offspring, strength, weapons used, and camp tendencies of the generals stationed in each city, all in great detail. It has to be said that the king took the lead in selling out his country's army. This is the first time Wylan has seen it in all his years. In a blink of an eye, things are unpredictable. The world is so big that there will always be some unexpected things. After the envoy of the king of the Kingdom of Scalavi left, the two military madmen, Elsa and Marizakli, referred to the defense map and began to select the test area. With only one envoy and a map, these two old foxes could not believe the deal of King Ravakanman of the Kingdom of Scalavi. Only after several attempts could they determine whether the other party really wanted to use their hands to clean up the power of the Church of the God of the Beast. Looking at the couple, Wylan leaned back in the chair and waited at ease. Half an hour later, Elsa and Marizakli each selected two test areas. Ambassador Wylan, what do you think of these places? Hearing Marizakli's words, Wylan came over and looked at the 4 small cities selected on the map. The total force added up to less than 20,000 people, which was more than enough as a test area. Even if the army used for the test was annihilated, it would not be a big deal. In addition, these 4 areas also deliberately avoided the direction of the 15th Army's attack, which was considered to give Wylan enough face. Wylan looked up at the two and replied with a smile, Queen Elsa, Grand Duke Marizakli, then these 4 places. After the high-level meeting, Elsa began to mobilize the army to prepare for preliminary tests. Wylan took the guards to patrol the warehouse to ensure that no one was a rat under his nose and stole the wealth belonging to the expeditionary force. At the same time, Kyle, who was accompanying Wylan, heard his master's story, and his face looked a little strange. My lord, the king who took the lead in selling out his country, King Scalavi, is really a great talent. Ha, he is indeed a great talent. Wylan laughed. From the perspective of that king, this is the best choice. Although it will lose part of the territory, it will preserve his status and power, and will not be destroyed under the general trend. By the way, how many people have been absorbed by the Halo project? 1,386 people. Kyle gave an accurate number. Every person absorbed into the Halo project has been investigated by him and meets the requirements set by his master. So many people. Wylan was very surprised to hear this number. My lord, this is the result of strict screening. Kyle spread his hands and said helplessly, if you want to blame, you can only blame the system of this world that is too deformed, resulting in too many talents in the opposition. In addition, according to my guess, due to the rules you specified, many people came to join you, which is also an important reason. After hearing Kyle's explanation, Wylan felt a little dazed. Sure enough, everything is afraid of comparison. Without comparison, there is no harm. If the nobles in this world had a bit of vision, there wouldn't be so many talents in his 15th army. However, on the other hand, the more talents the Halo plan absorbs, the more he can profit from local forces. After all, selling mediocrities and selling talents are 2 different prices. After the inspection, Wylan encouraged the garrison generals and then returned to the manor. As night fell, lying on the bed, looking at the bright moon in the sky, waiting for the arrival of an important moment. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a pleasant voice sounded. 11 months later, in Malihua Town, Roka's district, Arland Kingdom, a 16-year-old boy will awaken the memory hidden in his soul. He will be the coldest researcher and the most pitiful person who lacks love, the coldest researcher. The most pitiful person who lacks love Wyland touched his chin and felt that the sentence mentioned by the Destiny Guide was very contradictory. Coldness means indifference to emotions. Why lack of love, however? This time the Destiny Guide only told him this news and did not give any reasonable suggestions. Do I have to be a matchmaker? Ilaria has a god of love. But he is a weak god, and his faith is limited to a few principalities after all. Love is dispensable for the strong, but unnecessary for the weak. In this case, it's more reliable for me to find a mother for this boy. Thinking of this possibility, Wyland believed that he had found the right answer. But where can he find a mother for this boy? Among the people in Kixingaling, except for Serafina, the disciple accepted by Kyle, there are only women among the students of Pastor Lavia. Forget it, there is still so much time, don't worry, let's talk about it later. After appreciating the moonlight for a while, Wyland closed his eyes and began to rest. In mid-July, the test began. 4 troops crossed the border and entered the territory of the Kingdom of Scalavi. In less than 3 days, 3 towns were captured and 1 town surrendered. At the Southern Army Command, Elsa was suspicious of the news and prepared to conduct another round of tests. Marizakli agreed with this proposal. As for Wyland, he naturally had no objection anyway. He didn't need to mobilize his troops to test. Therefore, under Elsa's instruction, the second round of exploration officially began. This time, only 2 towns were selected, but both were important military towns with no less than 10,000 troops stationed there. Half a month later, after receiving the news that the 2 important military towns had been successfully captured, Elsa, as the commander of the Southern Army, issued an order to formally declare war on the Kingdom of Scalavi, the country of faith of the god of beasts. When the war broke out, the Southern Army Command had very few matters to deal with. This war was not for a quick victory, but for the ultimate goal of seizing the 6 southern regions of the Kingdom of Scalavi. In addition, an agreement was reached with King Rivakaman of the Kingdom of Scalavi, and countless troops belonging to the Church of the God of the Beast were betrayed, and countless warriors loyal to the Church of the God of the Beast died in this conspiracy. In addition, Rivakaman also held high the banner of faith, constantly extracting noble troops from other regions and transporting them to the western border, preparing to take this opportunity to consolidate the power of the royal family and weaken the strength of the nobles. On the streets of Tarafa City, the capital of the Tarafa region, Wyland took a few guards and wandered around. He didn't need to worry about this war. He only needed to regularly inspect the warehouse to ensure that the wealth belonging to the Southern Army would not be stolen by the rats. As time passed, the Southern Army steadily advanced and gradually eroded the land of the 6 western regions of the Kingdom of Scalavi. On September 30, 9760 of the glorious calendar, the once prosperous Angoya Empire was on the verge of collapse. Its territory was lost, and its capital was besieged and about to fall. Under the city walls, countless corpses were piled up, including Ansa and Teton, North Mill and South Mill, and even Angoya. On the city walls, the eyes of the defending army were full of fatigue. A young knight took off his helmet, leaned against the low wall, and looked at the long sword that had been broken, his face full of bitterness. 2 months of uninterrupted siege. Hundreds of thousands of people died. The blood dyed the moat red, and the corpses suffocated the aquatic monsters. The enemy had priests, but they did not. The difference was obvious, and the losses continued to rise. Now even ordinary people had to take up weapons and climb the city walls, but what role did ordinary people have? "Sir, please drink water." A thin soldier came to the young knight with a bowl of water, with a trace of fear on his face, and said respectfully. The young knight took the wooden bowl, looked down at the blood-red water in the bowl, and drank it all without changing his expression. "How many people are left in your brigade?" The young knight handed the wooden bowl to the thin soldier and asked. The thin soldier had a bitter look on his face, opened his mouth, was stunned for a long time, and finally said a number. 8 people. 8 people, only 1 out of 100 survived. Hearing this number, the young knight muttered to himself, and a feeling of powerlessness rose in his heart. He remembered that the troops of the soldiers who delivered water only went up to the city wall last night, with a total of more than 1,000 people. Now it was just past noon, and they were almost gone. There were more than 3 million people in the imperial capital, and I didn't know how long they could hold out. Maybe it will be soon, this war will end soon, but I don't know if I can live to that time. Sir, I hope. Looking at the hesitant, thin soldier, the young knight forced a smile on his face and said calmly, "Don't be anxious, take your time. Sir, I hope you can take this letter to my father, he should be. As he spoke, the thin soldier didn't know what to say. After being forced into the army, he lost contact with his family. In the chaotic world, his family might have been gone. Seeing this, the young knight grabbed the letter and looked at the name on it. Kern, a nice name. I swear in the name of Lantura that I will do my best to help you deliver the letter to your family. Of course, the premise is that I am alive. Thank you, sir. The thin soldier knelt on the ground and knocked his head on the ground. Go back and prepare. I don't know how many rounds of siege will come again. Try to survive. The young knight stuffed the letter into the inside of the armor, stepped forward to help the other party up, and said with a smile, "Thank you, sir. May the god of beasts protect you." The thin soldier thanked him here, then picked up his weapon and left. Watching the other side's back disappear, the young knight picked up the helmet and put it on his head. "Master, I'm back." A three-seal knight came to the young knight, bowed and saluted with a sad look. "Speak." The young knight looked calm, quietly looking at the three-seal knight, waiting for his answer. "Master, your sister, Miss Duluwa, died in battle." Really? The young knight's voice did not fluctuate at all. He turned around and looked outside the city. There were corpses everywhere, and the army began to gather in the distance. She didn't have to go to the battlefield. Since she chose this path, she couldn't blame others for her death. "Master, I'm in a good mood, don't worry. Take a good rest, it's going to start again soon, try to survive." After that, the young knight picked up the knight's sword and left this section of the wall. It's impossible for him not to feel pain in his heart when his beloved sister died in battle, but how long can he live? The drums of war sounded, and a new round of siege began. In the battle for the city wall, the young knight waved his broken knight sword and forgot his pain. As night approached, the enemy retreated again. Sitting in the pile of corpses, taking off his helmet, leaning against the parapet, looking at the sunset, he was alive again. Looking around, a broken palm made him feel strangely familiar. Grabbing it and looking at the mark on the middle finger, the young knight whispered, "It seems you didn't make it." Soon after, more than 1,000 soldiers in armor were sent to the city wall to replace the previous annihilated army and continue to guard this section of the city wall. On October 1, an abnormal phenomenon appeared in the Metagea plain, feeling the vibration of magic power. Wylan stopped practicing, walked out of the secret room, came to the garden and looked up at the sky. Dark clouds gathered. Lightning and thunder, strong winds whistled. The trees in the garden shook violently and the leaves rustled. Visible sight penetrated the clouds. Wylan could see a star breaking away from the shackles of the Metagea plain and escaping to the astral world. The war is over. Recalling the secret that his grandfather told him. This should be the god of beasts breaking away from the Metagea plain and heading to the astral world with his kingdom of God. As the stars went away, the atmosphere between heaven and earth became more and more oppressive. This was a manifestation of the anger of the Metagea plain itself. Even the world consciousness could only try its best to appease it, but could not completely calm it down. "My lord, the clergy of the Church of the God of Beasts imprisoned in the city are going crazy." Kyle fell from the sky, came to Wylan's side and reported. "Their gods abandoned them, so they are naturally going crazy," Wylan said to Kyle while staring at the scene above the sky. As he spoke, a beam of light shot towards the kingdom of the God of Beasts. It was unknown whether it was the work of the indigenous gods or the dark hands of the gods of the world of Ilaria. When the stars left the Metagea plain and disappeared into the vast starry sky, the terrifying celestial phenomenon slowly subsided. 2 months of continuous heavy rain turned the capital of the Tarafa region, Tarafa City, and the surrounding areas into a swamp. Wylan stood on the roof, looking at the huge net he had woven with vines, which maintained the lives of more than 200,000 people in the city. After all, it was not his character to watch people die without helping. However, this action also deepened the Brella people's belief in the goddess of life. In this way, he was also helping the Church of Life to preach. "My lord, the order of the Duke of East." Kyle came behind Wylan and handed the order document sent by the Griffin Knight to his lord. He took the order document from Kyle and opened it to check. It was the same as he expected. According to the order of Duke East, the war between the Southern Army and the Kingdom of Scalavi officially ended, and the conquered land was incorporated into the Principality of Marizakli. At the same time, he was required to go to the capital of the Kingdom of Scalavi within 3 days to accept the surrender of the Kingdom of Scalavi, and to closely monitor the nobles of the Kingdom of Scalavi. Once they come into contact with the Church of Harvest, they will be killed without mercy. This world is not short of smart people. In this storm, the western region of the Nangessia continent has quietly completed the reshuffle. It is just unknown how many countries the Church of Life has accepted the surrender. However, it is worth mentioning that the Angoya Empire perished on the eve of the beast god leaving the Medagea plain. Thinking about it in another way, perhaps the reason why the beast god stayed for so long was just to wait for those legends to die so that he could leave this world with their souls. Shaking his head and throwing away the distracting thoughts, Wylan turned to look at Kyle and said, "Put the Ice Sword camp into the Messier Demiplane, and then follow me to the capital of the Kingdom of Scalavi. The remaining troops will be commanded by Hebrew. Let him take our wealth and march to the capital of the Kingdom of Scalavi according to the agreement." "Yes, my lord." After Kyle left, Wylan found the camp of the Southern Army on the mountain and flew straight over. After entering the camp, several people exchanged greetings and Elsa asked directly, "Ambassador Wylan, has the situation changed?" Under the gaze of Elsa, Marizakli, and Calendin, Wylan took out the order document issued by the Expeditionary Army headquarters and placed it on the table for the three to read. Reading the content above, Calendin was surprised and his expression was difficult to conceal. He seemed to be very surprised by the order. Elsa's face was calm, her eyes focused on the document, without any extra expression as if she had expected it long ago. Marizakli was also like this, with a calm expression. After the three of them read it, Wylan asked, "Queen Elsa, Grand Duke Marizakli, and Grand Duke Calendin, what do you think about this?" Elsa raised her head and spoke first. "The Kingdom of Teton will resolutely implement the orders of the Expeditionary Headquarters. The Principality of Marizakli is meaningless." Marizakli replied calmly, without any dissatisfaction in his tone. As for Calendin, he just went with the flow and had no opinion. His current status was given by the Expeditionary Army, so how could he dare to resist the other party? In addition, Lord Wylan was his father's boss. Everything he has now was brought to him by the other party. Even if he was asked to contribute his wife, he would have no complaints. Looking at the young man in front of him who was less than 20 years old, Wylan touched his chin and prepared to talk to the other party after the situation stabilized. "Everyone, I'll leave this to you. Ambassador Wylan, take care. Ambassador Wylan, goodbye. Lord Wylan, take care on your journey." Wylan waved goodbye to the three people, left the tent, watched Kyle arrive, and set off directly to the capital of the Kingdom of Scalavi. "Time waits for no one, we have to speed up." In the palace hall of the capital of the Kingdom of Scalavi, a white-haired old man sat on the throne, listening to the guards reading the list. Every time the name of a family was recited, an officer came forward to take a token and left the hall. The god of beasts disappeared, and the situation on the Nangessia continent was changing. Since they chose to join the Church of Life, they could not be indecisive. Before the other party arrived in the capital, they would clean up the forces involved in the Church of the God of Beasts as a token of surrender for the Riluan family. As a superior, they hate fence-sitters the most. Although it is true that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, it should be adapted to local conditions and circumstances. In this situation, it is obviously not the time to put eggs in several baskets. "Your Majesty, I have finished reading." Hearing the guard's words, Ravakanman opened his cloudy eyes, looked at the empty hall, tightened his clothes, and said in a deep voice, "After my daughter died, I buried her well. I am sorry for her in this life, sending her to a dead end, but enjoying the grace of the royal family. I have to be aware of devoting myself to the royal family. Her husband and children, let them go more peacefully. As for the body, Burn it with a raging fire. I will follow your orders, my majesty. The guard bowed and saluted, walked down the stairs, and prepared to carry out this order in person. Veyot. Hearing the king's voice, the guard stopped, turned around, lowered his head, and waited for instructions. Send my daughter off for me. Yes, your majesty. Watching his guard leave, Retana closed his eyes and listened to the wind. Tonight, I don't know how many nobles have been killed, but it's all worth it to keep the power of the Sliven family. The kingdom of Scalavi must not perish in his hands. After leaving the palace, the guard Veyot led more than 1,000 elite guards to the manor, where the king's son-in-law Gawain lived. Gawain Tasmansa is the grandson of the last pope of the Church of the God of Beasts in the kingdom of Scalavi, but on the surface he is the son of an earl. The Church of the God of Beasts has fallen, and the former vested interests will be liquidated. The North City District, as the noble district of the kingdom of Scalavi, is no longer as prosperous and lively as it used to be. Now there are sounds of fighting everywhere, and the troops loyal to the king are fighting with the nobles' dead soldiers and guards. Outside the North City District, more than 100,000 elite troops blockade this place to prevent any fish from slipping through the net, and at the same time search for the remnants of the Church of the God of Beasts hiding in other districts. The nuns who were once high and mighty have now become a tool for the lower-level soldiers to vent their desires. Half an hour later, the guard Veyot arrived at Tasmansa Manor, looked at the closed gate, and ordered expressionlessly, "Except Her Royal Highness, everyone can be killed." "Yes, General." The 2 6 seal warriors responded and led the troops into the manor. In less than a moment, Tasmansa Manor, known as the Garden of Flowers, was stained with blood. Whether it was maids or guards, they all became the targets of slaughter by the palace guards. Walter walked on the blood-stained floor with more than 100 soldiers to the depths of the manor. An officer saw Walter coming and saluted. "General, Her Royal Highness the Princess is inside." Walter nodded, walked through the gate and entered the small garden. In front of the pavilion, several female knights rushed forward with determination in their eyes, holding their knight swords tightly. Looking at these people, Walter put his right hand on the hilt and slashed several sword blades at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The next moment, the bodies of the 4 female knights were chopped into pieces, scattered into bloody fragments, and fell into the flowers. Ignoring the ants he had killed, Veyot went straight to the pavilion, crossed his hands, bowed and saluted. "Good afternoon, Princess Roman III." The elegant woman stood up, her face calm. "General Veyot, my father asked you to come. His Majesty asked me to take you away." Veyot raised his head and looked at the Princess Roman III, saying the coldest words in a calm tone. "Come on." The Princess Roman III of the Kingdom of Scalavi showed a miserable smile, then closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. "Your Highness, please go well." Veyot bowed his head and saluted, then flashed behind the Princess Roman III, shattered her heart, and let her leave this world without any pain. After putting the body on the ground, Veyot ordered the soldiers to guard here, and then picked up the knight's sword to find the son-in-law Gawain Tasmansa and his 3 heirs. In a blind spot, a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes looked at the 2 6 seal warriors with anger in his eyes. If the Beast God Church was still there, how could that old man dare to do this to him? Veyot, looking at the person coming from the gate, Gulan said with gritted teeth, "Lord Gulan, I am here to take you to see your father. Please don't resist." Veyot waved his hand to let the 2 6 seal warriors retreat, stepped forward and saluted to the middle-aged man, and said respectfully, "Veyot, my wife Harriet, what have you done to her?" Veyot looked indifferent and answered, "Her Highness the Princess has left. If you leave now, you may still be able to catch up with her." That old man is really cruel, really cruel. I regret not listening to Harriet at the beginning. I was lucky and hurt them. Gulan roared wildly, holding the broken sword, bursting 6 seals, burning blood, and rushed forward. Looking at the son-in-law, who was determined to die, Veyot drew out the knight's sword and pierced through the other's body. Feeling the pain from his body, Gulan looked down at his chest, and the 6 seals had been broken. Regret. After leaving this unwilling words, Gulan's body exploded, split into dozens of pieces, and scattered all over the martial arts field. Looking at his masterpiece, Vayat remained calm and ordered the 2 6 seal warriors, "Collect the body of Lord Gulain and take it to the front yard to burn it later." "Yes, General." The two responded and began to collect the body parts in the yard. 3 hours later, the entire Totsmunsa manor was slaughtered, and no one was alive. The bodies of Gulain Totsmunsa and his 3 heirs were piled together. Under the watchful eyes of many palace guards, Vayat threw down a torch and set it on fire. More than 100 soldiers were left to guard here until the flames burned the 4 bodies into slag. On the other side, Vayat took off his helmet, tied a white cloth on his forehead, carried a white flag, led more than 1,000 palace guards in mourning, and walked out of the city with the bodies of the 3 princesses of the kingdom of Scalavi. Facing the rising sun, Wylin stood above the clouds, overlooking the capital of the kingdom of Scalavi. Even at a height of 1,000 meters, he could still feel the strong bloody smell as expected. "The capital of the kingdom of Scalavi has been cleansed." Kyle heard this and asked, "My lord, should we go directly to the palace or enter the city to observe first?" "Let's go into the city first to find out the direction of the city." After that, the two disappeared in the sky, in an unknown alley in the southern part of the kingdom of Scalavi. Wylin changed into a coarse cloth, asked Kyle to add a layer of illusion, and then walked towards the street. "Have you heard? The death of the 3rd princess was actually ordered by His Majesty the King." A middle-aged man carrying coarse salt whispered to the young man who was walking with him. "Absolutely impossible." The young man denied. "The 3rd princess is the king's favorite daughter. How could he bear to kill her? I think it was those." At this point the young man stopped, looked around, and saw that no one was paying attention to them. Then he said, "I heard from my cousin, who is an officer in the army, that the remnants of the church assassinated the 3rd princess in order to avenge the king." "Really?" The middle-aged man had doubts in his eyes and believed the other party's words. "How could it be false?" The young man pretended to be profound and said in an affirmative tone, "If you were the king, would you kill your favorite daughter?" "No, if I were the king, I would definitely." Hundreds of meters away, Wylin heard the conversation between the two and shook his head. "My lord, it seems that this king is quite cruel." Kyle touched his chin, thought about it, and said. After hearing this, Wylin rolled his eyes at Kyle and said, "That person dared to take the lead in selling out the country. The so-called favorite daughter is not worth mentioning in front of power. But it's good this way. People with power and scheming are always easier to get, along with than those who act on impulse. After all, we are here to accept the surrender of the kingdom of Scalavi and to clean up the nobles and other leaders of forces who have contact with the Harvest Church, not to rule this country." Everything has 2 sides. For Wylin, he doesn't need to intervene in the politics of the kingdom of Scalavi. With this old king around, things will go smoothly. Wandering around for a while, near noon, Wylin removed the illusion and walked towards the palace gate with Kyle. "Stop." Outside the palace gate, 2 4-seal warriors looked at the 2 people approaching the gate and shouted loudly, "Give this to your king, and he will naturally know our identity." Wylin didn't waste time talking to the other party. He took out the order document issued by the expeditionary force, held it up with fighting spirit, and sent it to the other party. Feeling the powerful momentum that flashed by, the 2 4-seal warriors looked at each other and soon reached a consensus. The 4-seal warrior on the left took the document with both hands and ran to the palace hall. The 4-seal warrior, standing on the right, ordered his subordinates to bring chairs for the 2 to rest. No matter who the other party is, just based on the momentum that flashed by just now, he is more powerful than General Wyatt. He must be someone he can't afford to offend. It is right to be careful. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to let us know. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Half an hour later, low-level warrior of the Holy Seal wearing golden armor led hundreds of palace guards to the city gate. Every 30 meters, 2 palace guards left the queue and stood back to back on both sides of the road. "To envoys, the kingdom of Scalavi welcomes you. His Majesty is waiting for you in the palace hall. Please follow me." Vayat bowed and saluted, saying in a respectful tone. Wylin stood up, tidied his clothes, and motioned for the other party to lead the way. Stepping on the stone slab, Wylan looked at the surrounding layout from time to time, which was mainly dark, showing a solemn feeling. In less than a moment, the three arrived at the palace hall. Vayat stopped at the entrance of the hall, stepped aside, and made a gesture of invitation. Seeing this, Wylan nodded slightly, and then walked into the palace hall. Entering the hall, the surroundings lit up, illuminating the empty palace. On the throne, Ravakanman, dressed in gorgeous clothes, stood up. Under the gaze of the two, he walked down the stairs step by step and came to the center of the hall. Velan Axe, the ambassador of the expeditionary army stationed in the kingdom of Scalavi, is here to meet King Ravakanman. Velan put his right hand on his chest, bent forward slightly, and saluted him. Ambassador Velan, no need to be polite. Ravakanman stared at the black-haired young man in front of him and said slowly, "The kingdom's faith belongs to the goddess of life. If you want to clean up the remnants of the church of the god of beasts and the rebellious nobles who collude with other countries, I will let my loyal guard General Vayat assist you." Seeing the other party's story, Velan did not hesitate and said straight to the point, "Your Majesty Ravakanman, the wealth of the church of the god of beasts and the rebellious nobles must belong to the expeditionary army. I hope you know." The tone was very easygoing, but the attitude was very tough. Seeing this situation, Ravakanman couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was not afraid of the other party making demands, but was afraid that the other party would not make demands. If the other party is polite, it is probably not as simple as preaching, but to attack the political situation of the kingdom of Scalavi and even deprive the Slivan family of their royal status. Ambassador Wylan, you can kill all those who embezzle the wealth of the expeditionary army, even those who are members of the royal family. Ravakanman said slowly with a gentle expression. Your Majesty Ravakanman, my army will arrive at the capital of the kingdom of Scalavi in half a month at most. Only then will I start to investigate the pagans, so I won't bother your army. The expeditionary army has made a promise that the current kingdom of Scalavi belongs to the Slivan family, and this will not change. You don't have to worry about this. Thank you for your information, Ambassador Wylan." After a brief exchange between the two parties, Wylan said goodbye. Led by a guard, Wylan and Kyle went to the residence prepared by Ravakanman. Watching the two leave, Ravakanman put away the gentle smile on his face and showed an indifferent look. Vayat, wearing golden armor, came behind Ravakanman and asked, "Your Majesty, what do you want?" "Send the wealth to the ambassador and don't worry about other things. The kingdom's army can maintain order." Ravakanman put his hands behind his back, looking at the sun in the distance. His tone was very cold. "In addition, select 5 beautiful girls and 5 charming women from the royal family and send them to Nosha Manor." "I will obey your orders, my Majesty." Vayat bowed and saluted, then left the palace hall. In a manor in the northern city, Wylan waved to dismiss the servants in the manor and asked Kyle to transfer a brigade of soldiers from the Messier half-plane to take over the manor, entering the garden and looking at the beautiful scenery in the lake. Wylan immediately took out a rattan chair and lay down comfortably. The main force of the 15th Army will arrive in the kingdom of Scalavi for another half a month, which means he will have 15 days of free time. As for Kyle, seeing his master being lazy, he shook his head, said nothing, turned around and left, preparing to go to other parts of the manor and make some arrangements to prevent mice from getting in while he was distracted. In the evening, an officer came to the garden and reported in a low voice, "My lord, the king sent 10 women here." "Women?" Wylan sat up from the rattan chair, looking a little confused. Kyle ended his meditation, opened his eyes, and asked, "My lord, do you need me to send them away?" "Wait, let me think about it." Wylan touched his chin, and based on his one-sided understanding of the old king, he began to think about whether to accept these 10 women. Hearing his master's words, Kyle understood his thoughts. When a person is curious about something, it means that he has some ideas about it. "My lord, this manor is still short of some maids. I think we can take them in." Wylan turned his head to look at Kyle and said with a smile, "I just feel that if we let these people go back, they might be killed by the old king. What do you think?" Combined with his behavior, this is possible. Kyle thought for a while and answered. Then Wylan ordered the officer, "Go and bring those 10 women in, let them change into maid clothes, and clean the manor inside and out first. If there are any secret documents, just give them to Kyle directly. Yes, my lord. The officer bowed and saluted, answered loudly, and then turned and left. Seeing this, Kyle couldn't help shaking his head, closing his eyes and continuing to meditate. Led by the guards, 10 women of different looks were brought to a servant's room. A low-level silver warrior spoke Nangeshiya with an Ansa accent, pointed at the maid's clothes in the closet, and ordered, "Put on these clothes and clean the manor." Before a red-haired girl finished speaking, she was covered by a woman's mouth. The low-level silver warrior turned his head, looked at the red-haired girl and said coldly, "Why, do you have any objections?" "No, no, sir, we will change immediately." The red-haired woman said humbly, correcting her attitude, looking at the other party's pitiful appearance. The low-level silver warrior thought of his wife, and his tone was slightly softened. "I give you a piece of advice, don't wander around if you have nothing to do. There are only a few people who can understand Nangeshiya language here. If you encounter a patrolling force and are killed as an invader, don't blame me for not reminding you." After that, he left the room and went outside to wait. "Mother, we..." The red-haired young woman held her daughter in her arms and comforted her softly. "It's okay, I'm here. Window tabula equals window, tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250, placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250, target type, mix." On November 12, 9760 of the glorious calendar, the 300,000-man army of the 15th Army arrived at the capital of the Kingdom of Scalavi. Under the afterglow, the ground shook, and the sound of horse hooves resounded throughout the fields. The battle formation, like a torrent of steel, slowly approached the capital of the Kingdom of Scalavi. The battle flags fluttered in the wind, and the soldiers were in full armor and ready to fight. The sound of horns resounded through the wilderness, the light of swords and guns flashed, the drums of war were heavy and rapid, and the hills and forests were oppressed by the huge momentum. On the city wall, Wylan stood side by side with the king of the Kingdom of Scalavi. "Your Majesty Ravakanman, what do you think of the appearance of my army?" Wylan raised his right hand, pointed to the steel battle formation below, and asked proudly. The old king turned his cloudy eyes, stared at the army below, and observed the strength of the soldiers in each phalanx. They were all professionals. What made him most unbelievable was that many soldiers had just embarked on the path of transcendence not long ago. "Ambassador Wylan, your subordinates are far more elite than the Kingdom Army of Skarlavi." Under the gaze of many nobles, Ravakanman gave a very pertinent evaluation. "Your Majesty Ravakanman, do you know how many of my 300,000 troops are my direct troops?" Wylan said slowly with a smile on his face. The nobles and generals present all pricked up their ears to not miss any important information. "About 3 layers." After a moment of silence, Ravakanman gave an estimated number. Hearing Wylan's laughter, Ravakanman's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Is it even lower than this ratio? How does he control such a large army? Whether it was Ravakanman, the guard Wayot standing behind him, or the ministers and nobles of the palace not far away, they couldn't help but wonder how many direct troops this young ambassador used to control such a large vassal army. In the puzzled look of the crowd, Kyle slowly answered. "Everyone, according to the military organization formulated by the Expeditionary Army, the 4th Legion and the 15th Army have a full strength of 21,000 people, plus 16,000 holy troops, a total of 36,000 people." This sentence was like a thunder, making everyone lose the ability to think. Controlling 260,000 people with 36,000 people. This is the result of the other side never losing. The people who can come here to participate in the ceremony are either skilled military ministers and generals in the palace, or experienced feudal nobles. They all understand the horror of this ratio, which is equivalent to 1 expeditionary soldier controlling 8 people. From a glimpse of the leopard, it is bold to guess that if only a small army of the Expeditionary Army can control such a large number of vassal troops, the number of vassal troops controlled by the Expeditionary Army will be unimaginable. "Ambassador Wylan, please tell the Expeditionary Commander East that the kingdom of Scalavi will never do anything half-hearted. Today, the kingdom of Scalavi is a country of faith for the goddess of life. Tomorrow, the kingdom of Scalavi will also be a country of faith for the goddess of life. As long as the Sliven family rules the kingdom of Scalavi will be one of the most devout countries of faith for the goddess of life. Staring at the old king's aged face, Wylan had to admire his ability to take advantage of the situation. It not only showed his sincerity, but also suppressed the nobles present. However, as long as it did not harm the interests of the expeditionary army, he was willing to borrow as much as he was willing to borrow. After a martial arts performance, under the command of Hebrew, the 300,000 troops were divided into 8 camps and set up camps in 8 directions of the capital of the Kingdom of Scalavi, showing a trend of encirclement. After the arrival of the army, the next step was to cleanse the Kingdom of Scalavi and plunder wealth. On December 27, 9760, the expeditionary force of the northern Isi Kingdom accepted the Kingdom of Seville and the United Kingdom of Ash. On January 23, 9761, the Vira's united empire fell completely. The Dresses family, which had ruled the entire empire for 8,000 years, was destroyed. More than 100,000 Vira's people with Dresses blood in their bodies were killed, and their bodies blocked the Vindiad River, the mother river of the Vira's united empire. There are many different opinions on why the Harvest Church wanted to do such a big thing. The most mainstream one is that the last emperor of the Vira's united empire had blasphemous acts. At noon on March 1, 9761, the Life Church and the Harvest Church signed the Nanjisiasi Continent Agreement, also known as the June 1 Agreement, in the capital of the Kingdom of Arland. The agreement stipulates that the north belongs to the Church of Life and the south belongs to the Church of Harvest, with the one's line as the boundary. This agreement will last for 500 years, leaving enough time for the entire Nanjesia West continent to recuperate. The god of beasts fled to the astral realm, causing a terrifying shock inside the plane world. Various terrifying natural disasters emerged one after another, causing the world's population to drop by 1/3. Taking the current world node as the endpoint, within a span of 100,000 years, this turmoil is second only to the turmoil that the world itself burst out when the local magic civilization perished. Living beings perish, souls gather, the Styx emerges, giving birth to the breath of death, strengthening the law of death and vaguely replacing the law of beasts and becoming the underlying law of the world. But with the intervention of the goddess of life, the power of the law of death was extracted, and the Metagea plane returned to its previous balance. The half-revived undead and dark creatures were killed in the bud. In early May of the glorious year 9761, the Church of Harvest and the Church of Life simultaneously began their eastward expedition, one in the south and one in the north, marching towards the eastern continent of Nanjesia to spread their faith in the gods. The Church of the God of Courage witnessed the actions of the two churches and had to give up the idea of establishing a faith isolation zone. Instead, it attacked the nearest country, expanded the occupied area, and annexed more fertile land before the expeditionary forces of the Church of Life and the Church of Harvest. In early July of the glorious calendar, 9761, on the top of the Sliven Bell Tower, known as the tallest building in the capital of the Kingdom of Scalav, Wylan and King Ravakanman of the Kingdom of Scalav sat opposite each other and played chess. Kyle, standing aside, looked at the chess game full of loopholes and had to sigh that it was not easy for his master to meet an opponent here. As for the guard Wayot standing behind Ravakanman, his heart was not much better. He really didn't expect that His Majesty would meet an equal opponent in his life. The two people who were playing chess stared at the chessboard and thought seriously. "Your Majesty, Ravakanman, it seems that we are tied again in this game." Wylan put down the chess piece and spoke first. Upon hearing this, Ravakanman stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Ambassador Wylan, it is a great honor to meet a chess master like you in my old age." "Ha ha ha, that makes sense, that makes sense." Wylan laughed heartily in a very good mood. Looking at the two people who admired each other, Kyle couldn't hold back for a moment, opened the Messier Demiplane and went in directly. Seeing this, a trace of envy flashed in Veyot's eyes. But he had no place to hide and laugh, so he could only suppress the smile in his heart. Maintain a cold look and try not to lose his composure. Looking at Kyle's departing back, Wyland's expression revealed a trace of doubt, but he did not think too much, and then started the 37th game with Retana. Finally meeting an opponent of equal strength, Wyland naturally could not miss this good opportunity. After a few months of getting along, regardless of their identities, he and the old king got along well and became friends. However, when it came to the interests of both parties, there was no such pleasant scene. From early morning to noon, from afternoon to evening, the old and the young were concentrating on playing, completely forgetting the time. The old king dropped a chess piece, slightly better, and won the game. Wyland looked at the chessboard, raised his head to look at the sky, and said with a smile, "Your Majesty Retana, let's stop here today. According to Ambassador Wyland, I will hold a private banquet in the palace another day. Please come." Retana put down the chess piece and responded with a smile. "Ha, definitely." Wyland agreed, then stood up and took Kyle away from the Sliven clock tower. Watching the other party leave, Retana stood up from the wooden chair, slowly walked to the wooden fence, held the railing with both hands, quietly looked at the sunset in the distance, and sighed softly. It's rare to have a confidant in life, what a pity. Hearing the king's sigh, Weyot's face flushed instantly, and a chuckle came out of his throat, but he quickly realized his loss of composure, quickly closed his mouth and forced the laughter back. He understood that the confidant the king mentioned had a deeper meaning, but after watching the chess game for a whole day, it was really difficult to control himself from thinking about it in a crooked way. Seeing Weyot's expression, Retana smiled tolerantly and said softly, "Weyot, if you want to laugh, just laugh as much as you want, don't hold it in." After hearing the king's words, Weyot couldn't help but feel relieved, and the tension on his face eased. He knelt on one knee and replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, please forgive my disrespect." Although the king said he could relax, as a minister, he still maintained the proper etiquette and respect. "There are only two of us here, you can do whatever you want." Retana was not angry about Weyot's disrespectful behavior. In the past chess games, he could feel that Weyot was giving in to him, and the gap between their status and position made the other party dare not cross the line. In this way, even if he won, he felt boring. But today was different. He rarely met an opponent of equal strength, and for a moment he even forgot the time, but it was really a pleasant feeling. "How is the domestic cleansing going?" "Your Majesty, everything is going well. The nobles who are too powerful have been suppressed to a certain extent. It will be difficult to recover to half of their heyday within 100 years. Weyot stood up and answered respectfully, "This is the last thing I did for Ezekiel to take over the throne. In the future, he will have to rely on himself to govern the country. Your Majesty, the eldest prince already has half of your style. There will definitely be no major wars in the next few hundred years, and he will be able to protect the kingdom of Skarlovy." Okay, Veyot, I know my own child best." Retana waved his hand and said with some relief, "With Ezekiel's weak character, he is not good at attacking but good at defending, but he has come to a good era. In the future, he will make friends with the Church of Life, and it will not be a problem to protect his foundation. It's a pity that the 6 regions lost are nearly 1.4 million square kilometers of land. Your Majesty, as long as this is not bad. At least the kingdom of Skarlovy is not the strongest among all the kingdoms. It can be regarded as a blessing in disguise." Retana put his hands behind his back, looked at the afterglow in the distance, and interrupted Veyot's words. "After I die, I hope you can assist Ezekiel well." "Yes, Your Majesty." Veyot crossed his hands and bowed. In the Metagea plane world, the lifespan of low-level St. Seals is only more than 400 years. Only those who are blessed by the gods can have a relatively longer lifespan. Now Veyot, who is just over 150 years old, is in his prime and can still serve the Sliven family for more than 200 years. He is one of the confidants that Retana left for his eldest son. On the other side, Wyland returned to the manor and went straight to the garden. He took out 2 bottles of glowing wine and handed one to Kyle. Then he pulled out the cork and drank a big gulp. He felt very happy. Kyle looked at the glowing wine in his hand, silently pulled out the cork, sat on the stone bench, tasted it, and it was very mellow. According to the time, it should be here. According to the guidance of fate, 12 months have passed, and the boy who awakened his soul memory should have woken up. In addition, the cleansing movement of the kingdom of Scalavi is coming to an end, so I can be a hands-off boss and go to Malihua town to take a look. Hearing this, Kyle put down the bottle and asked, "Master, is there anything you want to deal with?" "Good thing," Wylan replied with a smile. "Wait a few days, you will accompany me to a place. I am going to meet someone, but it may take some means to subdue him." "I know," Kyle answered calmly. As for the reason, he would not ask. As long as his master did not take the initiative to tell him, he would not understand. In early August, after leaving the decision-making of the 15th Army to Hebrew, Wylan took Kyle and 24 guards on the Star Moon airship and set off for the town of Malihua in the Rokas region of the Kingdom of Aland. On the deck, Wylan lay on a rattan chair, touching the snow-white hair of the star with his left hand and grabbing the wind-sweet fruit with his right hand. While eating the fruit, he felt the nature and practiced in the sun. Alas, it's a pity that the principle of the white stone slab has not been studied, otherwise it would be easy to practice. Hearing the sigh of his master, Kyle's mouth twitched. It seemed that the fact that the white stone slab had not been studied was a happy event. At least it eliminated the possibility of someone being lazy. 10,000 meters above the sky, overlooking the earth, everything felt so small. 6 hours later, Kyle controlled the Star Moon airship to land in a jungle. He waved his hand to grab a few monsters that were joining in the fun and threw them to the guards to deal with as dinner tonight, and then loaded the Xinyu floating spacecraft into the Messier demoplane. At this moment, the sun had not yet set. Wylan came under a tree, swept away the fallen leaves, sat on the thick tree roots, and quietly watched Miller roast the monster meat. Looking at his technique, there are traces of Kyle, but only the form is obtained, not the meaning. However, there is no need to pursue too much anyway. You don't have to do it yourself. After changing into coarse cloth, Wylan and Kyle entered Malihua town. The whole town was in ruins, and people were hurrying to a certain place. There were few shops on both sides of the street. A short and thin merchant looked at the sky and saw that there was no business, so he moved his stall and walked into the store. Wylan came to the stall, picked up a red and green fruit, and asked in a local accent, "Boss, I want to ask something." The short and thin merchant looked up and down at the two people and answered irrelevantly, 10 copper coins for 3 pounds. "Here are 3 pounds. Wylan pretended to take out 10 copper coins from his pocket and handed them to the short and thin merchant, while motioning Kyle to pick fruit. After receiving the copper coins, the short and thin merchant came to the side, moved a stall, and whispered, "At noon today, the Harvest Church will execute the rebels in the town square," and everyone went to join in the fun. "Thank you for telling me, boss." "It's okay." After accepting Wylan's thanks calmly, the short and thin merchant carried the shelf into the store. On the other side, Kyle picked the fruits and handed them to the merchant for weighing. Entering the store, the merchant looked at the weight on the scale, his eyelids jumped, turned his back to the two of them, put his hand on the cork, moved slightly, and looked at the data on it again with shock in his eyes. "What did you do?" The man looked surprised. Wylan put down the fruit in his hand and asked curiously in the common language. "Nothing, just cast a small spell." Kyle put his hands behind his back, looked at the short and thin merchant's small movements, and said calmly. After a while, the short and thin merchant walked out of the shop, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and handed the fruit to Kyle respectfully, no longer relaxed as before. "Looking at you, is there something wrong with the fruit?" No, it's just a little stuffy in the store, and I can't stop sweating from moving the shelves just now." The short and thin merchant wiped his sweaty hands on his clothes with a flattering smile on his face. Seeing the other party's guilty look, coupled with Kyle's half-smile, Wylan seemed to understand something, and walked towards the town square without asking any more questions. Watching the two leave, the short and thin merchant felt that he was almost going to swim in the sticks, and he would never do that again. On the stone road, Wylan took out a plump fruit from the cloth bag and took a bite. It was a very ordinary fruit, but it tasted good. "What spell did you use just now?" "Mass constancy." Kyle took out a fruit, took a bite, and answered. "It seems that Guy won't dare to do that in the future." "Maybe." Kyle was not sure, but recently this guy must not dare to change his name. With the curiosity to eat melons, Wyland quickly came to the town square and squeezed to the front with a little trick. In the center of the town square of Malihua town, more than 30 guards stood around to take charge of the alert work. 4 executioners with bare upper bodies stood by the tree stump and stretched their bodies. For ordinary people like them, chopping the heads of professionals is a physical job. Next to the execution platform, 3 crosses have been erected, and many coolies are carrying firewood and piling it up. Who would have thought that the nobles who were once high and mighty would be executed in public today? Hearing the gloating voice, Wyland pricked up his ears, with a little curiosity in his eyes. Don't say that. Baron Lawrence was not bad before. At least he forgave the town's debts several times. A middle-aged man with a sad face retorted. He, I bought you off with just a few small favors. You, stop talking or you'll be labeled a pagan. The companion next to the middle-aged man covered his mouth to avoid giving him a pretext to bring disaster to his family. After calming down, the middle-aged man was sweating coldly. It's right to tell the truth, but if you say something attacking the church on impulse, it's really over. Wyland, who didn't hear any key information, curled his lips. It seems that the missionary methods of the Harvest Church are not very good, and he, an outsider, doesn't know as much as he does. Or the pastor of the Harvest Church who presided over the missionary work in Malihua town may just be a fool who got promoted by relying on connections. At least that's what Wyland thinks now. After waiting for a while, seeing someone sitting on the floor, Wyland followed suit and sat on the floor directly, waiting for noon to come. Go. Listening to the common language with an accent, Wyland turned his head and saw dozens of prisoners being escorted by soldiers from a distance. From the elderly who had difficulty walking to the young men covered with wounds, their eyes were firm and there was no fear. Under the gaze of the crowd, 2 middle-aged men and a young man were tied to the cross, and the rest of the pagans were taken to the execution platform in batches. A voluptuous woman in a priest's robe appeared in the town square. The aura of the middle-level gold was very surprising. Behind her followed 2 Six-Seal young knights with green hair and pointed ears, who were undoubtedly forest people. I have met Pastor Olga. The local sheriff ran to Pastor Olga with a flattering smile on his face and said humbly, Sheriff Mecca, let's start. Olga glanced at him indifferently, came to the top and sat down and gave an order. Yes, sir. The sheriff bowed his head and saluted, turned around and gave the order to execute. The executioner, standing on the execution platform, raised the huge axe and chopped down with force. Blood splattered everywhere. Seeing that only 1/3 of the neck was cut off, the pagan wailed in pain, which made the townspeople present look terrified. They turned their heads away and dared not watch anymore. Go up and hold them down. The 12 soldiers heard the order, put down their weapons, came to the execution platform, and pressed the pagans who were twisted on the ground on the execution platform. After the 4th axe fell, the first batch of prisoners were executed. A team of soldiers came forward and dragged the bodies to the cross, ready to serve as part of the fuel. As for the pagan's head, it was pierced with a special iron tool and inserted on the west side of the town square as a warning. At this moment, Wyland shifted his eyes to the golden intermediate harvest priest. The thighs were exposed, but the upper body was dressed very conservatively, which made it difficult to see what kind of character she was. Feeling the strange gaze, Olga looked up and found that a black-haired young man was staring at her intently, without any shyness. He frowned and sensed slightly, but found that he could not see through the other party. Let's chat. A cold voice sounded in his ears. Wyland looked away, pretending to be stupid, and ignored the other party. He. Seeing the other party's expression, she was more certain that this guy came from the north. With the signing of the Nanjija West Continent Agreement, the pattern of Nanjexia West Continent was established, so the other parties coming here could not be a land dispute, so the purpose was obvious, either looking for someone or looking for something. Olga's eyes flickered, waved to find a Six-Seal knight, and whispered, Send someone to keep an eye on that person and see where he will go. The Six-Seal knight turned his head to look, then lowered his head and said, My lord, do you want me to send someone to arrest the other party for interrogation? I thought it was a statement of loyalty, but it turned out to be Olga's roll of the eyes. If you have the strength, I won't stop you. Hearing Olga's suggestion, the Six Seals Knight understood instantly and bowed his head to apologize. "My lord, I said too much." "Okay, don't make decisions on your own, otherwise it's easy to lose your life." "Yes, my lord." The Six Seals Knight replied respectfully, and then retreated to the bottom of the stairs, ready to send someone to follow after the execution. With 33 heads pierced by iron and inserted on the west side of the square, the execution officially came to an end. Several soldiers carried iron buckets and poured red kerosene on the wood, and then drew their swords to cut off the limbs of the three people. Blood flowed, the three people did not change their faces, raised their heads, and died calmly. When a country perishes, there will always be martyrs. Torches were thrown to the cross, flames rose, and the flames devoured the bodies of the three people. Welland stood up from the ground, feeling the heat coming towards him, with a trace of respect in his eyes, but only this trace. After all, he was also a member of the invasion of this world, and naturally stood on the opposite side of these people. Half an hour later, when the three people died completely, Welland entered the crowd and left. After leaving the crowd, Welland saw Kyle sitting in the tavern. Looking through the window, there was a plate of dried meat, 2 plates of side dishes, and 2 pots of wine on the table. Feeling the sight of his master, Kyle raised his head, his eyes calm without the slightest embarrassment. Seeing this, Welland walked into the tavern calmly, watching the maid in revealing clothes coming up, and pointed at Kyle. Seeing this, the maid smiled apologetically and asked, "Guest, do you need some more meat?" "Another plate of that meat." Welland pointed to the vague name of the dish on the menu and ordered the maid. "Okay, guest, please wait a moment." The maid smiled and bent forward, showing her advantages. For this scene, Welland just smiled kindly and didn't buy it. Wanting him to order more is impossible. Sitting down opposite Kyle, Welland unceremoniously brought a pot of wine in front of him. "My lord, I've finished reading it." Kyle raised his glass, took a sip of wine, and asked with a smile, "Drinking during work? Half of your salary will be deducted." Welland looked at Kyle and teased with a smile. "Salary? You haven't paid me for 6 years." Kyle put down his glass and replied with a smile. At this moment, the maid who served the dishes heard the two people's words, and her eyes were full of curiosity. Although she didn't understand what the two people said, she looked at their expressions and had a rough guess in her heart based on her years of service experience. But as a maid, she still needed to do things, so she could only suppress her curiosity and quietly retreat. "Really?" Welland was stunned for a moment, thinking carefully since the war began. He seemed to have never paid Kyle a salary, and even the Kixingaling troops who followed him to the war had no military pay. This is unimaginable in other troops, but it is normal for Welland. What's even more outrageous is that no one seems to have mentioned this to him. No one, whether it's Hebrew, Greg, or Devonshire, came to ask him for military pay. Thinking of this, Welland put his hand to his mouth and asked in a low voice, "How much military pay do I owe now?" Let's not talk about the big ones, just take a low-level bronze warrior as an example. Basic military pay, 9 silver coins a month. Training materials conversion, 25 silver coins a month. Military subsidies, 15 silver coins a month. Battlefield merits are calculated separately, taking the average, 35 silver coins a month. These 4 items add up to 8 gold coins and 4 silver coins a month. In these 103 months, you need to pay 865 gold coins and 2 silver coins. This does not include the spoils of war. If you count it, you need to pay 500 gold coins for a low-level bronze warrior. Excluding this part, including the death pension for fallen soldiers and the disability pension for disabled soldiers, you will probably spend about 113 million gold coins this time, which is less than 1% of your gains this time. Ahem. Welland blushed a little rarely. Unknowingly, he owed so much money. He thought that the Hebrews usually paid the soldiers, but he didn't expect that he was overthinking. However, it is a taboo for the commander to pay the soldiers without authorization. Any normal commander would not do such a thing. After returning, pay it 3 times. If you want gold coins, give gold coins. If you don't want gold coins, give extraordinary materials and cultivation secrets. All these things are converted at cost price. I never thought that I would owe so much military pay one day. No one would believe it if I told others." After hearing this, Kyle nodded in agreement and said, "My lord, other troops will become resentful if they owe military pay for a few months at most. But you have owed military pay for 8 years and 7 months in a row, which can be considered a year. A big wonder. Okay, let's drink and drink." Varen waved his hand, his face slightly red, and signaled Kyle to stop talking. After all, he still wanted to lose face. As time went by, the number of people in the tavern gradually increased. There was a mixture of fish and dragons, and everyone loudly discussed the execution process just now, but they all remained rational and did not dare to slander the Harvest Church. After all, no one wanted to go to the cross. After sitting around for a while and paying 3 silver coins for their drinks, Varen and Kyle left the tavern, preparing to find the young man who had awakened his soul memory. Not long after the two left, the people sitting separately looked at each other, paid for their drinks, left the tavern, and followed them. "Lord, do you want me to deal with these rats?" Kyle locked the location of these 6 spies. With just a slight force, these people could die violently on the street. "Forget it, the pastor of the Harvest Church wants to see me, but now is not the time. It won't be too late to meet him after this matter is dealt with. Just confuse them and let them walk back on their own." Varen put his hands behind his back, looking quite elegant. "Yes, Lord." Kyle turned around, took a look, and finally turned around and followed. At this moment, the 6 spies froze on the spot, then turned around and walked towards the direction of the church, wandering aimlessly. The two came to the edge of Malihua town. The huge crops obscured the view, and only the busy civilians in the farmland could be vaguely seen. Walking between the low houses, it was the busy season, and only the elderly with inconvenient legs and children were at home. Wyland took out a fruit he bought and waved to a child of 7 or 8 years old. Looking at the plump fruit, the child couldn't stop drooling, slowly moving his steps, approaching Wyland's direction. A few minutes later, appetite overcame reason, and the child ran to Wyland with desire in his eyes, but did not reach out to grab it, just watching quietly. "Here." Looking at this little guy, Wyland handed the fruit to the other party. Holding the plump fruit, the child took a bite and showed a happy smile. Grain production has been reduced on a large scale, and he vaguely remembers that he ate this kind of fruit last time. "Tell me a few things, and I'll give you some more fruit later, how about that?" Wyland squatted down, looked at the child's withered face, and asked gently. The child put the bitten fruit in his arms and nodded seriously. "Then let me ask you, have you found anyone with abnormal behavior in the past few months?" Hearing Wyland's words, the child showed a puzzled expression on his face. "Uncle, I don't understand." "It's the kind of person whose personality changes drastically. For example, used to pick up garbage to eat, but suddenly stopped picking up garbage after a few days and started to only grab garbage to eat." Wyland reorganized his language and tried to use simple examples to tell the other party what abnormal behavior means. Kyle, who was watching this scene quietly, tried to hold back his smile. It must be said that such a master feels stupid. After some efforts, Wyland finally made the child in front of him understand what abnormal behavior means. "Uncle, I heard from my father that there is a house on the mountain over there, and there is a person in it. It fits the stories you told. My mother warns me every day not to get close to that place." Wyland felt that the child's description was almost the same. If nothing unexpected happened, this person should be the one he was looking for. The coldest researcher, the most loveless poor man, these two characteristics together, his personality has always been eccentric. Wyland kept his promise, took out 2 fruits from the bag, handed one to Kyle, held one in his hand, and gave the rest to the child. "Go back quickly." "Yes." The child nodded heavily, hugged the fruit in the bag, and ran towards home. After taking a bite of the fruit, Wyland walked out of the town. Kyle looked at the fruit in his hand, always feeling that he would use it later, so he put it directly into the space ring and quickly followed. Passing through a farmland, Wyland and Kyle walked towards the low hill in the strange eyes of the civilians. The west side of the bare hill was like a dog pit, with potholes and bumps, and from time to time you can see a few pieces of feces, but I don't know whether it was left by monsters or people. Resisting the discomfort, Wyland flew over and landed on the top of the mountain. On the east side of the hill, there is a wooden house built on top of several big trees. A thin young man is processing prey under the tree and occasionally recording something on the wood. From this point of view, it is not a familiar text. That's right, it should be him. Hearing the whisper of his master, Kyle's eyes flashed a little light. The thin young man who was processing the prey turned his head suddenly, looked at the two people on the hill. His face changed drastically, picked up the bow and arrow hanging on the side, and went straight into the depths of the jungle. "Master, do you want to catch him?" "Don't worry, play with him first." Wylan put his hands behind his back and felt the breeze. Seeing this, Kyle threw a mark and attached it to the other's back. He put his hands behind his back and admired the scenery in the wilderness. In the jungle, the thin man ran to the vicinity of the secret shelter, first strolled a few times to form footprints, then came to a big tree, lifted the lid made of dead leaves, and drilled into the ground. Ignite the grease to give the underground space a ray of light. The thin young man took down his bow and arrow, placed it on the wooden table, sat down on the simple wooden bed, closed his eyes, recalled the faces of the two people, and reviewed the escape route to see if there were any loopholes. Who are those two people? Could they be from the Harvest Church? For a researcher who believes in the supremacy of truth, his life over the past 2 months has been more exciting than his previous life. He has learned a lot from studying the laws of magic power inside monsters these days. In addition, his body seems to have defects and is naturally rejected by magic power. Combining the stories promoted by the destroyed forest, God Church in his mind, plus the research on the body of the unconscious woman he saved, he boldly guessed that the reason why his body was rejected by magic power might be that it was blocked, and a key was needed to pry the magic power and let it enter his body. However, the woman's body was really hard, and he didn't know how to break her skin and take out her blood. After the intense exercise, his consciousness gradually became tired, and he gradually fell asleep. At this moment on the hill, Wylan looked at the scene projected by Kyle and said with a smile, "Although he has the means to kill the monster, he is just an ordinary person after all. After the crisis is resolved, he fell asleep soon." Kyle waved his hand to disperse the projection and asked, "Master, are you going to catch him now?" "Don't worry, the cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This kid must be hiding something. Let's wait and see." Wylan touched his chin. In more than 4 months, this thin young man must have hidden something. He would scare him and see if he could find other hiding places. Play then play well. Anyway, he has plenty of time. In the side hall of the Harvest Church in Malihua town, Olga showed an interested look on his face after listening to the report of the Six Seals Knight. "Sir, do you want to send someone to search?" The Six Seals Knight lowered his head and asked. Olga waved his hand and said, "No, the other party did not kill anyone. It is a warning. If you continue to monitor the other party, it will be impolite. Those spies, each of them will be rewarded with 10 gold coins, so that they can rest well." "Yes, sir." After the Six Seals Knight left, Olga came to the window and looked at the sun in the sky. He couldn't help but feel a little curious about the black-haired young man. What was the purpose of the other party coming to this unknown town? After an unknown amount of time, the thin young man woke up and looked around. Seeing that no one had moved the furnishings around him, his tense nerves relaxed. He came to a wooden frame, found an hourglass for calculating time, looked at the scale on it, subtracted the time he had last come to the shelter, and then subtracted the time he had stayed in the wooden house. It was exactly 12 hours. Wait 3 hours before going out. After confirming the time to leave, the young man put the hourglass back, took out a wooden box, pulled out the wooden stopper on it, sniffed the smell. It was a bit unpleasant, but not to the extent he wanted. However, the enemies outside obviously would not give him so much time. He took the feather arrows, inserted the arrowheads into the wooden box, and soaked them in juice. "I don't know if it will work on those extraordinary people." Using Warcraft to test, the red lizard that can spit fire can last for 2 minutes, with the same combat power, and the Warcraft that is twice the size can last longer, about 10 minutes. Without a watch, the calculation of time can only be estimated, which is very troublesome. After soaking all 10 feather arrows, the thin young man carefully inserted the wooden stopper, trying to avoid contact with the dark green juice in the wooden box. He had a hunch that the two had no ill will towards him. But the memory deep in his soul always reminded him not to pin his hopes on the kindness of others, and he could not trust anyone except himself. After silently counting the time in his heart and waiting for 3 hours, the thin young man stood up, put on the feather arrows, lifted the wooden bed, moved the floor, and got in. On the big tree, Wylan watched the light spot move, and felt like a full-level boss teasing a small shrimp. Watching the other party fight wits and courage is really fun. Master, this man is very useful. It is indeed very useful, otherwise I would have come here all the way to find him, but now it seems that it is a bit difficult to subdue him, but I have thought of a way. Wylan crossed his arms and looked at the thin young man who was drilling the hole, feeling very interesting. In less than half a year, he has studied so many strange things, which can really be called a genius. Passing through the long and narrow tunnel, the thin young man opened the tunnel, but did not rush to drill out, but pulled out a knife. Took a defensive posture, waited for 6 minutes, and then drilled out of the tunnel, covered the entrance of the secret passage again, and went to the southeast. Above the sky, Wylan and Kyle just looked at each other quietly. After more than 10 hours of observation, Kyle admired the thin young man more and more, wondering if he could get him from his master. Following the thin young man, Wylan and Kyle came to a dead tree. Standing on the tree trunk, he quietly watched the thin young man's operation. When the other party entered the cave, Kyle cast a spell to project the situation inside the cave in front of him. Several oil lamps, 2 wooden frames, a wooden bed, and a woman lying on a wooden boat. Wylan stared at the woman's face, and it seemed familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Master, the woman's name is Fiona. Hearing Kyle's reminder, Wylan instantly remembered that after the capture of Gamoshi City, the Teton Kingdom Navy General Clement mentioned the woman's name in the battle report and attached her portrait, asking the expeditionary force to forgive her guilt. I took a look at it and approved it. It was just a small matter. In addition, the other party was not an enemy of the expeditionary army, which meant that the Life Church had forgiven the other party. It just confiscated the other party's property to atone for the sin. I didn't expect that this woman would appear here. Interesting, really interesting. The hero saved the beauty, but he didn't expect to meet her. However, with the ability of this young man, he couldn't wake the woman up. Can you tell what injuries the woman named Fiona suffered? Kyle frowned when he heard it, observed for a moment, and said, My lord, the woman's soul is missing a piece. Missing a piece? It's really strange. The soul is missing a piece, but the breath of life is still so stable. It's a bit unreasonable. Is there an old monster hiding around? What's wrong? Wylan looked at Kyle with a strange look on his face and asked curiously. Kyle hesitated, spread his hands, and said, Just now I thought I saw it wrong, and confirmed it again. The missing piece of Fiona's soul is attached to the young man, right on his chest, and it seems to be fused together. Really? Combined with the hint of fate, he seemed to understand why the young man awakened his soul memory at this time. It seems that Fiona's missing soul played an indispensable role. In addition, this may be the reason why the woman's life breath is still stable after a piece of her soul is missing. An idea popped up in Wylan's mind, and he said to Kyle, Do you think it is possible for Fiona to be his mother? It is possible. Although the two are not connected by blood, they are connected by soul, and they can be regarded as another mother and son. Kyle searched the memories recorded in the angel's heart. There were similar records. It is okay to think about it according to the thoughts of his master. In that case, we have to ask Mina for help. The dream fairy. Yes, Wylan nodded in response. Let her help build an illusion so that Fiona and him can spend a short and ordinary life in the dream. The two souls are connected. Maybe there will be strange effects, or it may be counterproductive, but you can try it first. After listening, Kyle nodded, and the condor disappeared instantly and appeared in the cave. Looking at the stranger who suddenly appeared, the thin young man just raised his hand, but found that he was hit by a wave of sleepiness and fell straight to the ground. Kyle waved his hand, letting the two bodies float up and walk out of the cave. Seeing this, Wylan opened the Cilicia half-plane channel. Somewhere in the demoplane, a 30-meter-high tree stretched out its vines and touched the sleeping dream fairy. Philo, don't disturb my sleep. I'm about to dream about the ancestor of Celeste. The dream fairy turned over, muttered, and continued to sleep. Her soft wings trembled slightly, as if protesting being woken up. Mina, Lord Varen is here. Philo said softly. Oh, the dream fairy responded drowsily, and then suddenly opened her eyes. Oh, the dream fairy immediately sat up from the pile of leaves, blinking her big eyes. And her sleepiness disappeared. Where is Lord Wylan? Dream fairy looked around and asked. It's over there. Philo pointed to a shadow in the distance. Seeing this, the dream fairy immediately waved its wings and flew towards the shadow. Wylan, why are you here? Why can't I come and see you? Wylan looked at the small dream fairy and said with a smile. Varen, let me tell you this time, I almost saw the ancestor of Celeste in my dream. It was all my fault that Philo woke me up. Hearing Mina's report, the tree man Philo helplessly shook the leaves. Okay, I don't know you yet. You sleep for 350 of the 365 days a year. Looking at the dream fairy, Wylan shook his head and said helplessly. Wylan, you are slandering. Dream fairy Mina circled around Wylan, trying to make him take back what he just said. How can it be called sleep when the dream fairy sleeps? She is obviously cultivating okay. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. Okay. I came to you this time to ask you for a favor. Help. The dream fairy stopped spinning, his eyes shining and his two small hands folded on his chest. What's the benefit? For example, give Mina dozens of wind sweet fruits. Have you eaten all the wind sweet fruits you stole last time? Wylan stared at the dream fairy and said with a smile. How about 50 wind sweet fruits? Looking at the shy dream fairy, Wylan stretched out his right hand, spread it out and made a proposal. Deal. The dream fairy agreed without hesitation. Cecilia found out when he stole wind sweet fruits last time, which made the dream fairy lose face, but he wanted to eat wind sweet fruits. Landing on the ground, Kyle put the thin young man and Fiona on the ground. Can you weave a dream to connect the souls of these two people? Wylan pointed at the two people lying on the ground and asked. Okay. The dream fairy flew around the two people. A defective soul-level professional and an ordinary person without any magic aura, with the help of Philo, pulled the two people into the dream she wove without any pressure. Why, Lind? What kind of dream do you want to weave for the two of them? The dream fairy flew to Wai Lin's shoulder and sat down, shaking her legs and asking curiously. A mother-child dream, let this young man and this woman spend 100 years of happiness. In the first half of the dream, this woman is the protagonist, raising this young man with great difficulty. In the second half of the dream, this young man is the protagonist, and he is filial to his mother. The dream fairy nodded, indicating that she understood, and then asked again, do you want to add the role of wife? No, adding other characters will cause changes. The main function of the dream is to build the family. Relationship between the two. Even after waking up, they can still be affected by the dream. Wai Lin added. I know. The dream fairy flew to the two of them and took out a thread from Fiona and the young man's soul and tied them together. After completing this step, the dream fairy flew to the side of the tree man Philo and with his help began to weave dreams. While waiting, Wylan took out a recliner and a wooden seat and took out some fruits and lay on them, waiting for the result with peace of mind. Kyle sat on the grass, combined with the records of the dream elves in the heart of angels, to understand the dream fairy Mina's method of weaving dreams. After a long time, the dream fairy held a ball of light and flew towards the two. Just when approaching the soul thread, the dream fairy Mina felt that the ball of light suddenly broke away and took the initiative to fly towards the two. Looking at this unknown change, the dream fairy was a little confused. He hadn't performed the final spell yet, so how could this ball of light be activated by itself? Could it be that there was something wrong with the souls of those two? People, how is it? Mina the dream fairy flew to the wooden table, grabbed a fruit, shrunk it, took a bite and said confidently, wait for about 10 days, it should be fine. Although some changes occurred, the result was the same. At this moment, Kyle was obsessed with learning to weave dreams, but without the racial characteristics of the dream fairy clan, it was difficult after all. He could only learn other extraordinary knowledge in the angel's heart and try to construct new spells. In the patrol and security department of the 333rd area of the Crescent Space City. Female police officer held her child in her arms and looked at her two bosses who were arguing constantly. Director, I think it's best to send this child to an orphanage. No, the middle-aged man knocked on the solid wood table and said without question, the smuggler will definitely not let this child go. I think it's more appropriate to keep him in our patrol and security department. Director, this is not in line with the rules. We are just patrol and security personnel, not those space security forces. The smuggler's affairs are not our responsibility. Our responsibility is to ensure the stability of the Phoenix District. I will take full responsibility for this matter. Director, I disagree. Tan Feng, I am the director of the Phoenix District Patrol and Security Department. This matter is settled. If you have any opinions, go and report it to the higher-ups. The young man was indignant, picked up the hat on the table, and left the meeting room. Looking at the boy's irritable look, the middle-aged man sighed, turned to look at the policewoman and asked kindly, Fiona, I want to ask you a favor. Director, please go. Looking at the lively appearance of the child in her arms, Fiona said with a smile, You are the only woman in our patrol and security department. You have to take care of this child first. After this period of time, I will find a family for this child. Director, I promise to complete the task, Fiona said while reaching out to tease the child in her arms. The middle-aged man made up his mind and asked, Fiona, don't worry. When this incident is over, I will apply to the higher authorities in my name to promote your rank. Thank you, Director. You deserve it, the middle-aged man replied with a smile. You don't have to patrol for the next 3 months. Take good care of the child. I will let Xiao Zhang take over your task. Temporarily. Yes, Director. At this moment, the baby in Fiona's arms was shining, and her expression was a little confused. There were two different memories in his mind. One was the story of his growth from an orphan to an 8th-level researcher, and the other was the experience of surviving in a slum in a small town in the magical middle world. He turned his eyes and looked at the woman in front of him, a little strange, but a little familiar. Could it be that I have traveled through space again? After thinking for a while, a strong sense of sleepiness came over him, forcing him to stop thinking. Looking at the sleeping baby in her arms, Fiona poked his face with her finger and said kindly, How about calling you Tan Jiu? You have the same last name as the director. The middle-aged man walking beside heard Fiona's words. His expression was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled as if he was not angry and did not say anything to stop him, which was regarded as tacitly accepting this name. As time passed, for some reason, Fiona finally adopted Tan Jiu and treated him as her own child. How was your school today? Did you behave well? Fiona handed the clothes to the nanny robot, came behind Tan Jiu, supported her knees with both hands, looked at his hard work and said with concern, Mom, I was very obedient today. Looking at her mother who still maintained her girlish heart, Tan Jiu smiled helplessly. You're so young but you're acting mature, you're not cute at all. Fiona pouted and then asked, What do you want to eat tonight? Mom will make it for you. Mom, just decide, I still have things to do. Enjoying her mother's love, Tan Jiu said softly and then devoted himself to the calculation. Looking at the various data on the virtual panel, Fiona said she couldn't understand it, but when she thought that this was her son's masterpiece, she felt very proud. She hummed the latest popular songs and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. In the past 7 years, he relied on his memory as a researcher to overcome many scientific research problems and gain great prestige, but his mother did not know these things. His mother was just an ordinary female patrol officer, and he didn't want what he did to affect her. Desperate for love, he slowly developed an attachment to his mother, but he could never admit it. I am a researcher and I will not be swayed by emotions. I am who I am. After some self-hypnosis, Tan Jiu continued to use his brain to browse the data sent by a certain research institute and figure out its operating rules. In the kitchen, while making food, Fiona recalled how her child looked when she was a child. She was cute and smart, but she didn't like the nanny robot and was very attached to herself. However, as time went by, she could feel that her child was a little too mature. With a simple mind, she finally believed that she was too busy at work, which made her child independent earlier. "It's time to eat," Fiona called softly as she brought the food to the table. Hearing the sound, Tanju immediately stopped what he was doing and gave instructions to Jai Now to continue sorting the data. Then he jogged to the dining room, lowered the floating chair slowly, and sat on it carefully. Tanju stared straight at the food on the table, sniffed it vigorously, and unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth. When Fiona saw Tanju's appearance, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. At this time, she had changed into loose home clothes and looked particularly gentle. She sat lightly on the floating chair, holding her chin in her hands and teased with a smile. "Tanju, do you want Mom to feed you?" Tanju replied without hesitation, "No." After saying that, he began to feast. "My mother is always like this. She likes to tease herself occasionally." Although he was a little helpless, he always enjoyed this warm atmosphere. If he were really a child, he might agree, but unfortunately, he has memories that are not of this world, and he cannot accept being fed by his mother. Admiring her child's face, Fiona had a loving smile on her face. "After a day's work, you can go home and see your well-behaved children. This kind of life is really good. Ordinary time, I feel bored when I am in it, but I cherish it very much when I think about it." 11 years have passed in the blink of an eye. At the spaceport, Fiona stood in front of Tanju. Looking up at her son who was taller than herself, her eyes full of reluctance and worry. Fiona stretched out her hand, gently adjusted Tanju's collar and cuffs, and gently warned, "When you go to Handon City, you must take good care of yourself. Don't just eat nutritional ointments but also cook by yourself. If you don't have time, you can buy a nanny robot. It's close to the winter moon star over there, and space winds blow from time to time. You have to be careful about your own safety." Besides, listening to his mother's instructions, Tanju was not impatient at all, but rather reluctant to give up. Ming often warns himself that researchers cannot let emotions affect him, but he always becomes a slave to emotions. "Tanju, Uncle Feng, what can I do for you?" Looking at Tan Feng, who was wearing a black windbreaker, Tanju looked a little confused and asked curiously. Tan Feng opened his mouth, with a melancholy expression on his face, and finally said, "Take care of yourself, and remember to contact me if you need anything." "Uncle Feng, I understand. The Pengu Space Travel spaceship will stop identity verification in 30 minutes. Passengers who have not yet boarded the plane are asked to verify their identity as soon as possible." An announcement sounded in the third port area of the spaceport. "Mom, Uncle Feng, I'm leaving first." Tanju called for an intelligent mechanical platform that carried luggage, waved to the two of them, and finally stood on it, flying towards the identity verification area of the Pengu Space Travel spaceship. "Director, let's go. It's time to go back to patrol." Looking at Tan Feng, who was in a daze, Fiona waved her hand in front of him and said, "Oh, it's time to go back." Tan Feng came back to his senses, took a deep look at Tanju, and recalled that night 18 years ago. Shanshan smiled. "Director, if you don't leave, I'll go back and tell my sister-in-law that you were peeking at my little sister outside." Fiona looked at Tan Feng, who was still standing there, and teased with a smile. "Go ahead and tell me, doesn't your sister-in-law understand who I am?" Tan Feng got into the driver's seat, ignored Fiona's teasing, set up the automatic cruise, and then flew towards Phoenix District, Area 333. On the Pengu Space Travel spaceship, Tanju found the guide of Dongyu Research Institute. "So Tan, I will use my life to protect your safety during the rest of the journey." In the independent cabin, a bald young man looked at the young man in front of him with respect in his eyes and said in a firm tone, "Although the other party is young, its value is no less than half of a space city. Don't be so formal. It's still half a month's journey from Crescent Space City to Handon City." Tanju opened the scene simulation device and imported the home environment into it. Looking at the familiar deployment, Tanju showed a knowing smile. Unexpectedly, he started to miss home less than a day after leaving. "Come, sit down. Let's talk about Dongyu Research Institute." Tanju sat on the floating chair and invited the bald young man, Although I am a 5th-level researcher at Dongyu Research Institute now, I only have some general knowledge. If possible, tell me about your origins. Yes, Sir Tan. The bald young man sat cross-legged on the ground and said in a deep voice, Captain Tan, my name is Yuan Haekyeong. I graduated from the 13th Space Mecha Combat Academy in Handon City. I served in the Handon City Space Guard Force for 2 years, the Dongyu Fleet for 3 years, the 3731 Space Exploration Force for 3 years. Then I transferred to the Dongyu Research Institute as the captain of the 9th Combat Squadron of the Defense Force. In the future, the 9th Squadron will be responsible for protecting your safety. After half a month of getting along, Tan Ju and the bald young man gradually got to know each other. It has to be said that there is fate in the dark. The other party's life experience is similar to the life experience in his memory, but he is better than him in this life. He has a mother who loves him. Compared with the bald young man who was born as an orphan, he is much happier. This journey is over. Welcome all passengers to board the Pengu Space Travel spacecraft. I wish you all a happy journey. In the broadcast, Tan Ju and the bald young man got off the Pengu Space Travel spacecraft, got into a plane-looking military hovercraft, and flew to the Dongyu Research Institute in Handon City. As time flies, Fiona and Tan Ju meet less and less frequently. Time passed slowly, and 50 years passed in a flash. In a hospital in Crescent Space City, Fiona was lying on the bed. Watching the broadcast of space news, her mouth couldn't help but rise, with a little pride on her face. August 7, 3868, the planetary surface settlements, space cities, meteorite supply ports. Today is the greatest moment since the founding of the Far Moon Republic, and it is a moment worth remembering by all of us. Under the leadership of Mr. Tan Ju, a 9th-level researcher, the Dongyu Research Institute has successfully broken through the research of curvature rings. In the future, we will set sail from the Far Moon Galaxy and enter the era of exploration of the outer galaxy. Grandma Fiona, I'm here to see you. The door of the ward was pushed open, and a young man who looked like Tan Feng walked in with a basket of natural fruits. Tan Yun, where is your grandfather? Fiona controlled the bed to rise and fall, allowing herself to sit up, and at the same time signaled Tan Yun to sit anywhere and not be restrained. My grandfather got promoted again and is busy attending a meeting now, so I have to come to see you on his behalf. Tan Yun sat by the boat, put the fruit on the floating table, touched the back of his head and said apologetically, Security and stability are the most important, and your grandfather's approach is correct. Fiona responded with a smile and was not angry because of Tan Feng's absence. Grandma Fiona, can you tell me the story of Uncle Tan Ju again? Looking at the boy's curious eyes, Fiona said a little strangely, Haven't you heard it 3 or 4 times? It's mainly Uncle Tan Ju. At Tan Yun's pleading, Fiona told the story of Tan Ju's childhood again. As she continued to explain, she couldn't help but miss her children. However, looking at the pictures on the space news, the feeling of missing faded a lot. The only regret is that Tan Ju didn't get married, otherwise she could take care of her great-grandson. At the Dongyu Research Institute, Tan Ju, with a gray beard, stared at the data on the screen with a fierce look, scaring dozens of level 9 researchers standing behind him so much that they dared not breathe. Inside the institute, a level 9 psychic brought 3 level 8 psychics to protect Tan Ju. For the UNU Republic, Tan Ju is now as important as the president. In extreme cases, they would rather give up the president and give priority to protecting this one. The president can be elected, but this great researcher is not common. Since the UNU Republic entered the space history, there has been only one person who can match him for nearly 4,000 years, and in special cases, he is even slightly inferior. It is a pity that this great researcher is not a psychic match, which is the pain of the UNU Republic. Teacher Tan, your mother is critically ill. An old man entered the Dongyu Research Institute and said in a sad tone. Hearing this news, Tan Ju's steady hands trembled slightly. But this experiment has reached a critical moment, and it is also the time when it is closest to success. Reason tells him that he must not be emotional now. Opportunities are rare and will never come back. His subconscious mind told him that if he missed this opportunity, all the efforts he had made in the past few years would be wasted. After making the decision, Tanjiu said sorry in his heart, waved his hand to let everyone keep quiet, and continued the experiment. In Handon City, Fiona looked at the doctors who were busy beside her, smiled kindly, and signaled them not to be nervous. This year she is 180 years old, which is considered a long life in the history of ordinary people. Her life was very ordinary, just because she raised Tanjiu. She was called the greatest mother of the Republic of Yuanyu in the past 1,000 years by hundreds of billions of Yuanyu people. At the end of every year, the president of the Republic of Yuanyu would come to comfort her in person. Mid the noise, a level 9 psychic entered the ward, looked at the thin old woman, saluted her, and promised, "Mrs. Fiona, please rest assured I will do my best to let you see Mr. Tanjiu in your dying moments. Don't force it," Fiona said in a kind tone, not afraid of the end of her life. All his colleagues and friends of the same generation are gone. Apart from the children he misses, there is nothing left in this world worth lingering on. Thanks to the efforts of the 9th-level psychic, Fiona's life breath gradually stabilized. But the body of an ordinary person cannot withstand the erosion of psychic energy for a long time. The 9th-level psychic silently controls psychic energy and reaches a delicate balance with Fiona's soul, slowing down the speed of its departure from the body and delaying the speed of death. 3 days later, Tanjiu, who was nearly 160 years old, walked briskly to the intensive care unit of Handon City Central Hospital under the protection of a group of psychics. He had deceived himself all his life, thinking that a researcher could not be affected by emotions, but in the end, he still could not forget his mother's love for him. Sir Tanjiu, the 2 7th-level psychics guarding outside the ward, saluted respectfully and then opened the ward. Looking at her dying mother, Tanjiu's expression gradually stiffened. She came to the bedside, touched her mother's face with her hand and said softly, "Mom, I'm here." "Are you done?" "I'm done. It's good that it's done, as long as it didn't delay your business." Fei Chana showed a loving smile on his face, raised his hand and touched Tanjiu's gray hair. "It's a pity that mother didn't see you get married in this life, but it's good that you have your own ideas. After I'm gone, you don't have to be sad. Do you understand?" "I know, mother. Do you know, when I held you, you were so cute." Fiona fell asleep gradually as she spoke. Feeling her mother's departure, Tanjiu shed tears for the first time. Lying on her mother, recalling his childhood memories, he resisted her love at that time, but now he wanted to go back to that moment. After a long time, Tanjiu stood up, bowed to the 9th-level psychic beside him and said, "Thank you for your help." "So Tanjiu, you don't have to do this. Compared with what I do, what you do is related to the fate of the entire Republic." The 9th-level psychic stepped forward to support the other party, not daring to accept the thanks from this great researcher. With Fiona's departure, time passed quickly. Years passed by, and 40 years passed in a flash. On January 1, 4000, Tanjiu died in the Central Hospital of Handon City. On this day, the entire Far Moon Republic mourned in memory of this great researcher. On the day of the funeral, the president of the Republic of Tatsuki announced that the 1000th space city would be named Tanjicheng to commemorate his great achievements. In the Cecilia demoplane, Wylan looked at the thin young man with twitching fingers and sat up from the rattan chair. Seeing Wylan's actions, the dream fairy flew down from the tree man's branches, landed on the wooden table, and looked at the thin young man quietly. Kyle also stopped his research and cast his eyes on the 2 people lying on the ground. Compared to the 10 days mentioned by the dream fairy, "Mina, it has been more than 2 months since the 2 people entered the dream. Mina, do you think the dreams experienced by these 2 people are real?" Wylan poked the dream fairy's cheek with his finger and asked curiously. Dream fairy Mina showed an awkward smile on her face and replied, "If Mina started this dream, it will definitely not be real." After hearing this, Wylan's head was full of questions. Could it be that she had not started this dream? Under Wylan's scrutinizing eyes, Mina lowered her head, gently stretched out her fingers, and slightly touched her fingertips together. Looking at the movements of the dream fairy, Wylan covered his face helplessly. "Together with you, you woven the main elements. In the end, the direction of the dream is not under your control, right? Varen, I. Forget it since dreams don't work. Wait until the two of them wake up, tie them back to the praying star leader, and slowly influence them. Wylin waved his hand, his tone a little helpless. Seeing this situation, Dream Fairy Mina felt even more guilty and didn't know how to make it up to Varen. Suddenly, Fiona's fingers twitched. Under the gaze of two people, one goblin and one tree, Fiona sat up directly and looked around with a confused expression. I am. Fiona covered her head, absorbing the unknown memory. The faster the pain comes, the faster it goes. Sitting on the grass, Fiona was immersed in memories and couldn't help herself. A gentle smile appeared on her face from time to time, completely ignoring the two people, the goblin and the tree, who was staring at her. Are you stupid? Philo, the tree man, was the first to speak, waving the vines, and the face on the tree trunk showed doubts. Wylin touched his smooth chin and nodded in agreement. It's possible. It should be like this. Kyle crossed his arms and echoed. This, that. Dream Fairy Mina was a little at a loss after all. It was herself who caused the other party to become stupid. While the two of them, one fairy and one tree, were discussing, the thin young man slowly opened his eyes, looked at the unfamiliar sky, felt the soft touch of the grass, and browsed through the new life experience in his mind. Varen, he's awake too. At the reminder of the dream fairy, the two Kazuki turned his attention to the emaciated young man, with an expression just like Fiona's, sometimes smiling, sometimes depressed, with tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. Another fool. It seems so. My lord is right. This, that. Suddenly, Fiona raised her head and looked at the thin young man lying on the grass and tentatively shouted, Tanjiu. Hearing the familiar voice, the thin young man turned his head and looked away. He tried his best to get up, but his limbs couldn't use the strength. Upon seeing this, Fiona stood up and came to the side of the thin young man, holding him in her arms. What's going on? I don't know, Kyle, do you know? I don't know, maybe the dream affects reality. This, that. The dream elf flapped its wings, not knowing what to say. The dream is woven by her, but it is not under her control. As a dream weaver, she should be the one who knows the contents of dreams best, but the reality is that she knows nothing. Through the few words of the two people, Wylin was certain that the dream was successful. The two people had indeed established a mother-son relationship, and their relationship was very close. But he is not sure that the dream is really a dream. A bold guess is that the two souls went to an unknown world to experience a new life, and then returned here after passing away. You must know that time is unpredictable. These two people may have been lying here for 2 months, but they may have spent 100 years in other worlds. At this moment, the two people, the fairy and the tree, watched quietly without disturbing the reunion of mother and son. However, speculation is necessary. Whether it is Varen and Kyle, the dream fairy Mina, or the tree man Fino, they are all guessing what magnificent story the two have experienced. You two, are you done reminiscing? Looking at the sky, it was approaching dusk, and Wylin couldn't help but interrupt the exchange between the two. When Fiona saw this, she looked up and down at the black-haired man in front of her. She seemed familiar, as if she had seen him on some wanted document. You are... Kyle saw this and explained. This is my master, Varen Akers, commander of the 15th Army of the 4th Legion of the Expeditionary Force, and Clement, the admiral of the Teton Kingdom, who once wrote a letter to beg for your mercy. My master signed his name to guarantee your innocence. After hearing the words of the blond man in front of her, Fiona instantly recalled that it seemed that it was not a wanted document, but a portrait used by local residents to pay homage. She accepted the new memory, and her head was a little confused. After helping the emaciated young man up, Fiona said, Your Excellency Wylin, I wonder what you want from us too. Yes, The dream fairy opened her mouth and was about to speak, but saw Varen wave his hand to stop her, turned around and said in a gentle tone, General Fiona, by chance, I saw you unconscious, plus his behavior was a bit strange, so I asked my subordinates to knock him unconscious and bring him here. Is that so? After being attacked, she struggled to escape and fell into a coma, losing consciousness of the outside world. In addition, as the other party's senior general of the Expeditionary Force, there was no need to deceive him. At this moment, the thin young man with a vain face did not think so, But the situation was stronger than the other person, and the other party had no ill intentions and did not speak, so he acquiesced to Wyland's statement. General Fiona, I want to talk to this young man alone and express my apology. After all, we did something wrong this time, Wyland said with a gentle face. Hearing this, Fiona was in a dilemma. She had heard of the reputation of the commander of the 15th Army of the Expeditionary Force. He valued promises, treated people gently, and even confronted the Harvest Church for his subordinates. Since the other party said that he was expressing his apology, it was impossible for him to deceive himself. Mother, I'm fine, let me talk to this excellency. The thin young man stood up and reminded. Fiona turned her head and looked at the thin young man and said gently, Then I'll listen to you. Your health is not very good, you should pay attention to it. I will, mother. The thin young man gave Fiona a reassuring smile. Seeing this, Wyland asked the dream fairy Mina and the tree man Philo to look at Fiona. And then he and Kyle took the thin young man into the Messier Demiplane. On the hillside under the pavilion, Wyland sat on a stone pier. The thin young man sat on the opposite side, and Kyle sat on the side. Excuse me, what is your real name? Face Wyland's sincere eyes, the thin young man smiled with relief and said, Lucas or Tanju are both my names. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container, tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement, bell. O article thumbnail 300x200. 50 target type, mix. Then how about I call you Lucas? Wyland took out a bottle of ordinary wine from the space ring, and then took out a set of wine utensils and poured a glass for the other party first. Lucas took the wine glass with both hands and replied humbly, You are too polite. Wyland poured himself a glass of wine, tasted it, and slowly said, You are a smart man, so let's not talk nonsense, just speak frankly. Please speak, sir. Lucas picked up the wine glass and drank it all, saying in a calm tone, I want you to work for me. Hearing this, Lucas looked up at Wyland and asked, Sir, I am an ordinary person, and it seems that I can't contribute any value to you. Isn't farming valuable? Looking at the other party's serious face, Wyland's mind moved, and he said with a smile. Farming? Lucas was slightly stunned, then reacted, Sir, I want to know how you know. I can't tell you this. Wyland shook his head, always keeping a gentle smile on his face, and then asked, How about it, do you want to work for me? Lucas looked at the scenery around him and smiled. If I say I don't want to, will you let me go? Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Wyland became interested and did not answer the other party directly. He picked up the wine glass, took a sip of wine, and waited for the other party's choice at ease. Roka smiled and answered, If you're telling the truth, I guess you can't. If you're lying, I guess you'll answer, This place has beautiful scenery and it's perfect for retirement. Ha ha ha. You're quite good at guessing. After hearing this, Wyland laughed heartily and said without disguising, To be frank, your guess is pretty much the same as what I want to say, to be honest. I don't want to give up on you compared to Fiona. You're more valuable to me, as the saying goes. It's better to destroy something you can't get than to give it to others. But I value talent more. If you don't want to, you can only stay here to retire. Anyway, I don't lack the money to support you. So, Lucas, what's your choice? Facing Wyland's serious look, Lucas smiled with relief and said, Lord, I'm willing to work for you. A wise choice. Wyland smiled, poured another glass of wine for Lucas, then picked up the glass and gestured to the other party. Looking at this new boss with a unique personality, Lucas picked up the wine glass, held the cup with the other party, and then drank it all. Lord, I will give myself to you for the next 100 years. 100 years is not enough. Hearing the hidden meaning in Lucas' words, Wyland replied with a smile. For such a talent who is good at research, 100 years is not enough for him, and 1,000 years is not too much. Then my mother. You can ask my guardian knight, I never treat my own people badly. Wyland pointed at Kyle, and his intention was obvious. Seeing this, Lucas said, Don't worry, I will persuade my mother. Less than half an hour later, the two reached a consensus. Wyland gained a talent, and Lucas got the opportunity to enter the extraordinary road and accompany his mother. As for Kyle, he watched a negotiation. Opening the half-plane channel, the three returned to the Cecilia half-plane. At the feet of the tree man Philo, Fiona was tidying up the hair of the dream fairy Mina. Seeing the smile on his mother's face, Lucas couldn't help but smile. It was really good to see his mother here. The dream fairy Mina waved her wings and came to Wylan, saying, "Wylan, do you think my hair looks good?" "Very good," Wylan praised and then sent her to pick Wind's sweet fruit. Lucas came to Fiona and sat down, and began to try to persuade his mother. In order to leave space for the two to be alone, Wylan and Kyle temporarily left this place, through the half-plane channel, and returned to the primitive jungle outside the town of Malihua. As for the tree man Philo, he was not a human, so he was naturally not an idle person. Standing on the tree trunk, he stretched his body. It was drizzling in the sky, and the ground was covered with fog, as if he was in a misty wonderland. "My lord, where are we going?" Kyle stood beside Wylan and asked. Looking into the distance, Wylan said, "Let's go meet the pastor of the Harvest Church." After that, he flew straight to Malihua town. In the clouds, Wylan felt the water vapor passing through his skin, and he felt very comfortable. Above the clouds, Kyle looked at the master swimming in the sea of clouds, took out a white paper and a paintbrush, and spent 3 minutes to record this scene. In less than 10 minutes, the two returned to Malihua town. 2 months later, near the end of the year, there were a lot more people in the town. Walking on the street, watching the vendors standing at the door of the shop to solicit customers. It felt very interesting. After lying down for more than 2 months, it is good to wander around the downtown area appropriately to cultivate one's body and mind. Unconsciously, following the flow of people, Wylan and Kyle came to the outside of the Harvest Church temple. Looking at the civilians selling agricultural products everywhere, the soldiers guarding the entrance of the temple did not drive them away, and even called the sheriff to maintain order here. From this point of view, the character of the big-breasted harvest pastor is not bad. "Kyle, release a little bit of your aura." After hearing the order from his master, Kyle revealed a little bit of his aura. Inside the church, Olga, who was reciting the harvest canon, suddenly stopped, bowed to the statue of the harvest goddess, then stood up, took the priest's staff and walked out of the church. The clergy passing by saw Priest Olga and bowed their heads to show respect. Facing the salutes of the crowd, Olga smiled and nodded slightly as a return salute. Walking out of the church, Olga found Wylan in the crowd at a glance. Among the different hair colors, Wylan's black hair was too obvious. "Please follow me." A female voice sounded in his ears. Wylan looked up and saw the harvest priest waving, then patted Kyle on the shoulder and walked straight over. Seeing this, Kyle put the selected fruits into a cloth bag, threw down a silver coin, and quickly followed. Following the priest of the Harvest Church, the two passed through the lively crowd and came to a side hall in the church. "Please take a seat." At the invitation of the other party, Wylan sat down on the chair opposite her without hesitation, while Kyle stood behind Wylan, acting as a guard. "Pastor of the Harvest Church, Olga." The other party only reported his first name, not his last name, which meant that this was a private meeting, not a formal meeting. Seeing this, Wylan smiled slightly and did not care, and said, "Wylan, from the Ilia Kingdom Expeditionary Force." "If I'm not mistaken, you're talking about Lord Wylan of the 15th Army of the 4th Legion of the Ilia Kingdom." Expeditionary Force. Olga straightened her wrinkled priest robe and asked with a smile. Wylan remained calm and said, "Miss Olga, there are too many people with the same name. Your understanding is too one-sided." "Really?" "As far as I know, the commander of the 15th Army is always accompanied by a blonde knight, and the one behind you fits the bill. Am I wrong, Lord Wylan?" Olga reached out and picked up the teapot, poured a cup for Wylan, and then poured another cup for herself. She drank a cup in front of him and turned the cup upside down to show her sincerity. Wylan picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then asked, "Miss Olga, I wonder what you wanted to talk to me about that day." "Sir, if you don't mind, you can call me Olga directly." Olga put down the teacup and refilled it for herself. "I want to meet you, just a little curious. We have collected a lot of information about you. No matter from which aspect, you can be called a true knight." Wylan put down the teacup in his hand, stared at the other person's eyes and said with a smile, "Is it too perfect?" "It's indeed as you said. In my personal opinion, the information is a bit exaggerated." Olga nodded slightly and answered without covering up. Ha, the information you collected is indeed a bit exaggerated. Welland's frankness aroused Olga's curiosity. Kyle, who was standing aside and watching, couldn't help shaking his head. In some ways, this harvest priest was a bit too simple. However, from the side, it can be seen that she was protected too well. Although she has seen some dark sides, she has never participated in them. After several conversations, Wyland got a lot of useful information from Olga. In contrast, Olga felt deeply powerless. She had clearly set up many language traps, but why didn't the other party take the bait? Miss Olga, it's getting late, I should go back. Wyland stood up, smiled, and said goodbye. Sir Wyland, please wait. Looking at the two people who were about to leave, Olga stopped them. Seeing this, Wyland stopped and looked back at Olga, a little curious about how she would keep him. After all, he almost exposed her secrets, and her understanding of him was limited to those paper information. Sir Wyland, there is a harvest ceremony in Malihua town tonight. I would like to invite you to participate. Olga took 2 steps at a time and came to Wyland, inviting him sincerely. I don't have anything to do, so I might as well go and gain some experience. Olga was relieved to hear the other party agree. She didn't believe that she couldn't dig out something useful from the other party. When a person uses another person as prey, he is often the biggest prey. As night fell, more than 10,000 townspeople gathered in the town square of Malihua town. 2 Arlanders, wearing the robes of the Harvest Church. Priests climbed onto the high platform and led everyone to chant the harvest canon, thanking the god of harvest for the glory that brought new life to the withered crops and allowed Malihua town to successfully survive the famine disaster. Accompanied by Olga, Wyland sat under a temporary pavilion to watch the sacrificial activities. It must be said that although the Harvest Church is not good at fighting, it is very good at farming, especially at cultivating various crops. In Wyland's eyes, 7 of the 10 crops used as sacrifices have been improved. At the end of the chant, the 10 kinds of food crops carrying more than 10,000 believers turned into the power of faith and gathered towards the statue in the temple. Sir Wyland, are you shocked? Olga said with a proud look. Wyland nodded and replied, it is indeed shocking, but as far as I know, this ritual of the Harvest Church is only effective in the first sacrificial activity in a new faith area. Sir Wyland, you are really knowledgeable. Olga did not hide it. These were not secrets, but this information was only known by the forces with inheritance. Thinking of this, Olga was a little happy. Finally, she got some useful information and won a small victory. Miss Olga, I don't know why you came to this town. Is there any secret hidden here that requires you, the Golden Priest, to take action? Looking at Olga, who was overjoyed, Wyland took this opportunity to ask. There were too many setbacks. When you win, it is the easiest time to get information. As expected, Olga didn't think too much and blurted out, under Malihua town. So Wyland, let's just enjoy the harvest sacrifice. Realizing what he was saying, Olga quickly changed his words, with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Well, let's continue to enjoy the harvest sacrifice. Wyland agreed with a smile. Although Olga didn't reveal much information, Wyland had guessed roughly. There are either treasures or relics buried under this town. However, from the fact that the Harvest Church only sent a golden priest to deal with this matter, it can be seen that the things under this town are not very valuable. After weighing the pros and cons, Wyland decided to pretend that he didn't know about it. First, the other party has the support of the legend and has some say in the Harvest Church. If he robs this thing, he will definitely be caught. Secondly, it is the diocese of the Harvest Church. The Southern Jexia Western Continent Agreement was just signed not long ago. If you take the lead in destroying the relationship between the 2 major churches, you will definitely not be able to keep going. In a sense, he is the culprit who caused Harvest Church to suffer heavy losses. At this moment, Olga couldn't help but regret in her heart. She should not have invited the other party if she had known earlier. Miss Olga, I plan to return to the kingdom of Skarlovy tonight. I have been out for so long, and I don't know how many. Things are waiting for me. It hurts to think about it. Wyland's words brought Olga out of his thoughts. He looked up at him, nodded subconsciously, and said, Your Excellency Wyland, I won't keep you here. If you have the chance, I hope you can be a guest in a Pufeng kingdom. I will go if I have the chance. Wyland stood up and said in a gentle tone, Watching the harvest sacrifice at close range today was very shocking. Let's go back then. After saying that, the figures of Varen and Kyle disappeared onto the pavilion. MS. Olga, please rest assured that I will not do anything to provoke a dispute between the two major churches. Please stay vigilant in the future and see you again. Hearing the recalling voice in his ears, Olga smiled with relief. In the end, it was his own fault. In the night sky, Wylan and Kyle walked side by side on the clouds. My lord, is there any movement below? Seeing this, Wylan looked down and saw a giant beast emerging from a primitive jungle and moving towards a town. Around it, thousands of troops gathered, using various methods to attack the giant beast to slow down its movement. Go down and take a look. Yes, sir. The two fell from the clouds and stood 1,000 meters above. The giant beast was 100 meters high and 1,000 meters long, slowly moving towards the north. Every step forward felt like an earthquake. The legs were thick and strong, and the muscles bulged. The rough skin was covered with deep lines, showing the traces of time and endless power. It doesn't seem to be something of this era. Kyle heard this and nodded in agreement. The stone pillar on the back of the giant beast had been there for 10,000 years. On the earth, even with the strength of 5,000 people, they couldn't even break through the skin of the giant beast. Can you stop it? Wylan turned his head and looked at Kyle, asking. After examining it, Kyle answered. Does the master want to live or die? Alive. I understand. After that, Kyle disappeared and appeared on the road that the giant beast had to take. That adventurer, run for your life. An officer looked at Kyle's figure in the jungle and shouted loudly. Seeing that the other party was motionless, a soldier said, Captain, the other party seems to be scared silly. Go 2 people and drag him away. The officer waved his hand, pointed out 2 people and gave them orders. Looking back at the behemoth in front of him, the officer silently said, God of harvest bless. Keep moving forward, and let the villagers along the way leave as soon as possible. After seeking psychological comfort, the officer continued to command the soldiers to move forward. It is necessary to evacuate the residents safely before the giant beast flattened Brea City. The declaration made by Saint Isra during the expedition was that as long as they believed in the God of harvest, they were God's people. When natural disasters came, the expedition soldiers had the responsibility to protect their safety. Many nobles sneered at this, but on the surface they had to obey orders, but whether they did it or not was another matter. On the back of the giant beast, a red-haired young man swung his sword and chopped, but it seemed very powerless. Even with his strength as a low-level gold knight, the speed of destruction was not as fast as the speed of the giant beast's self-repair. Damn, what the hell is this? Information transmission takes time, and he can only do his best to slow down the speed of the giant beast. The expeditionary army handed the Bea province to him, so he would be responsible for these millions of harvest believers. Adhering to the way of knights is his belief. In the jungle, Kyle looked at the 2 approaching soldiers, waved his hand, and sent them dozens of miles away. Near the front legs of the giant beast, the officer looked at his disappeared subordinates and opened his mouth. Before he could say anything, his vision became blurred. When he could see the surrounding deployment clearly again, he was already 30 kilometers away. When preparing for battle, Kyle separated a trace of his mind and sent the more than 5,000 soldiers of the Harvest Church Expeditionary Force away from here. After waiting for the venue to be cleared, Kyle summoned the main gun and 2 auxiliary guns of the Spear of Putlock, raised his right hand, and grabbed the main gun of the Spear of Putlock in his hand. Under Kyle's lightness, the 2 auxiliary guns floated on the left and right, showing their sharp edges and ready to go. Looking up at the approaching giant beast, Kyle whispered, Angel Kai. The next moment, the angel heart located on Kyle's chest temporarily glowed, and a blood-red battle armor appeared out of thin air, split into various parts, and equipped for Kyle under the traction of the angel's power. 4 pairs of angel wings emerged, covered with feather armor. As the visor fell, an 8-winged war angel appeared in the world. Feeling the surging power in his body, Kyle raised his hand and urged his magic. After the transformation of the angel armor, a ray of deathlight flew out from his hand and hit the left front leg of the giant beast. Under the extreme destruction, flesh and blood splattered, and hot blood dripped into the jungle, corroding deep pits and withering large areas of forest. In the blink of an eye, the damaged front leg was quickly repaired. In less than a minute, the pit with a diameter of 1 meter was repaired. At this moment, the giant beast stopped moving forward, looked at the ants in front of it, and roared. The sound waves swept in all directions, and more than 1,000 soldiers who were watching the battle dozens of kilometers away were swept into the air and scattered into the jungle. The stunned red-haired young man came to his senses and shouted loudly, "Retreat!" The soldier who escaped the disaster helped his comrade up and retreated quickly. With a slight force on his wings, Kyle flew out, looking at the rapidly approaching ants. The beast roared again, and blood cocoons began to swell on the surface of its skin. After a few breaths, the blood cocoons expanded rapidly. Crack! In the blink of an eye, a monster with blood wings on its back, a hideous face, 2 claws and 4 legs tore open the blood cocoon and rushed out. Just ants. Looking at thousands of silver-level green-skinned monsters, Kyle looked indifferent, raised his hand and fired a sound wave attack. In an instant, the green-skinned monsters that had not yet played a role fell to the ground, smashing deep pits. Seeing the servants being killed, the beast did not stop giving birth to servants. In less than a minute, thousands of silver-level green-skinned monsters were born. On the ground, large areas of jungle withered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a large amount of magic power gathered towards the beast and merged into its flesh and blood. Kyle activated the 2 secondary guns of the Putlock gun, giving it autonomous consciousness and letting it clear the miscellaneous soldiers. Flashing to the back of the beast, Kyle held the main spear of Putlock's spear tightly with both hands, infused it with magic power, and urged the killing move. Carrying the energy of the holy flame and carrying endless power, it rushed straight into the sky. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to be torn apart. The holy flame burned fiercely, illuminating the entire night sky. Accompanied by wailing, the beast wailed, and its huge body began to tremble under the impact of the light column, approaching collapse. Differentiated 2 soul-level clones ordered them to go to both sides, isolating the inside and the outside, and preparing to capture the beast. For his master to survive, he could only choose to give the beast a heavy blow instead of killing it directly. High in the sky, Wylan looked at Kyle's fighting state and was full of emotion. And he didn't know, Kyle actually secretly promoted to the middle level of soul. Seeing his battle armor, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. However, he was just thinking about it. After all, this battle armor was very likely to be someone else's inheritance. In less than an hour, the beast was captured by Kyle. The demoplane passage opened, and the 8-legged beast trapped by the light chain was stuffed into the messier demoplane. Removing the angel armor, Kyle flew to Wylan's side and said with a smile, "My lord, I have fulfilled my mission. Thank you for your hard work." Wylan glanced at the ground, took out the Kingmu staff, cast a spell, repaired the corroded land, and then left with Kyle. Looking at the 2 people leaving, the red-haired young man silently said thank you. In the messier demoplane, Varen stood on top of the giant beast, holding the sword of Anansi in his hand, and used gentle force to slice through the hard skin. The fishy blood slowly flowed out from the wound, exuding a disgusting smell. In less than a moment, the wound healed automatically. Can you tell what the origin is? Looking at Kyle flying over, Varen put away the sword of Anansi and asked. Kyle stood next to Varen and said, "According to my research, this giant beast should be a product of the late magical civilization of the Metagoya Plain. Because the beast god fled to the star world, the plain world was in turmoil. Lifting the oppression on these ancient weapons and allowing them to wake up from their slumber." Wylan put his hands behind his back, stared into the beast's eyes, and asked, "Can this behemoth be used to our advantage?" Kyle didn't speak. He just raised his left hand and tore off a soul fragment from the giant beast's thick soul. The moment the soul fragment left the giant beast's body, disgusting whispers echoed around. Looking down, I saw that the fragments of souls had turned into evil in the world. Countless souls tried to break free, but were pulled back by countless tentacles. Lord, what do you think this looks like? It's a bit like the necromancer's stitched corpse monster, but this is the soul version. Varen couldn't bear to let his eyes be polluted anymore, so he raised his right hand, and smashed the filthy thing into pieces with one punch. When Kyle saw this, a holy flame rose from his fingertips. In an instant, the holy flame expanded rapidly and turned into a giant net, collecting hundreds of filthy objects into it. Looking at the soul wailing in the holy flame, Kyle said indifferently, "Lord, the body of the giant beast is the fusion of thousands of flesh and blood. After tens of thousands of years of evolution, it has formed a new life form. As for its soul, the same is true. Under the evolution of time, it has become a strange polymer which can be called the evil in the world. It's almost impossible to control this beast unless you want to be mistaken for the evil alignment." Hearing Kyle's words, Varen frowned slightly and asked unwillingly, "Can it be transformed into a war weapon like the war beast puppet?" "Lord, maybe in the future. Maybe you can ask the Duke of Moravia for help. If we only rely on our own strength, it will be difficult to complete the transformation of a high-level soul beast." Looking down at this behemoth, Wylan thought for a moment and decided to leave this problem to his future self. Destroy its soul, seal its body, and let us in the future figure out how to transform this giant beast. Seeing this, Kyle nodded and infused magic power into the holy flame, allowing it to expand infinitely. In less than a moment, a giant net woven by flames appeared in the air and slowly fell, shrouding the giant beast in it. Burning deep into the soul, the beast began to resist. Above the sky, the clouds dispersed. The holy flame uses the evil soul of the giant beast as nourishment to absorb and grow. Stronger. Interesting. Wylan heard Kyle's whisper and asked curiously, "What happened?" "Lord, this holy flame gave birth to a trace of consciousness." Kyle did not hide anything and told it without hesitation. After Wylan heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "How can I say your child is about to be born? The holy flame was born in the hands of Kyle, so what is it if it's not his child?" Hearing this, Kyle looked a little shocked. But he quickly regained his composure and said, "Lord, you can't say that. Although this ball of holy flame was born in my hands, it feeds on the soul of the giant beast and gradually gives birth to consciousness. In the final analysis, it is my own creation. I can only provide it with a body." Okay, it's not your child, that's enough." Wylan spread his hands, pretending to be helpless. When Kyle saw this, he didn't say anything. Anyway, he would not recognize this so-called child. At most, he would accept him as his family and take more care of him. Looking at Kyle's expression, Wylan felt a little inexplicably funny. However, as a lord, he managed his expression very well. At most, he only smiled secretly in his heart for a while. As time passed, the behemoth's wings became smaller and smaller. When the last part of the giant beast's soul was swallowed up by the holy flame, his ears instantly became silent. Under the gaze of the two people, the holy flame, which was like a mountain, began to shrink and finally condensed into an egg. Something seems wrong. The holy flame surrounding the fiery red egg slowly dimmed and seemed to be extinguishing. Just as Wylan was about to speak, he saw Kyle coming to the egg made of holy flames, placing his hands on the egg, and instilling his own power into it. Seeing this scene, Wylan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and thought to himself. Although he said he didn't recognize the child, his behavior was very honest. 3 hours later, seeing Kyle showing signs of weakness, Varen said, "Refining the flesh and blood of that giant beast." The voice of his master rang in his ears, and Kyle looked a little shocked. "Ha, compared to this giant beast. I want to see the creatures born from the holy flame." Wylan said with a smile. His tone was very free and easy. "When a giant beast is gone, it's gone. It doesn't do any harm anyway, it just leaves no more problems for my future self." "Yes, Lord." Kyle opened his mouth to answer, and separated 2 low-level clones of the languid soul, and asked them to work together to refine the flesh and blood energy of the giant beast and instill it into the egg formed by the holy flame. The blood and flesh energy of the beast was poured into the fiery red egg, and the holy flames surrounding it gradually burned. Seeing this, Kyle took his hand away from the egg. "As long as you ask, it's just a beast. I'm not unwilling to give it to you. Why should I use my magic power to build a physical body for it?" Wylan put his hand on Kyle's shoulder and asked. Hearing this, Kyle placed his right hand on his chest, bowed and said, "Thank you, my lord." "What is there to thank? You caught this beast, so it is reasonable for you to use it. Wylan helped Kyle up and said with some complaints, "In general, I am a little too greedy." Seeing that Kyle was about to say something, Wylan put his arm around his shoulders and said with a smile, "Let's go, let's have a drink, but you have to make the snacks." "Yes, my lord." Kyle nodded without objection and then flew to the ground. As for refining the energy of the beast's flesh and blood, and taking care of the egg condensed by the holy flame, it was naturally the responsibility of the two low-level soul clones. The two low-level soul clones, one red and one blue, looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes, shrugged and continued to work. Who made them just clones? 3 days later, the egg of the holy flame spirit, which had completely digested the flesh and blood of the beast and the soul of the beast, fell into a deep sleep. On May 1, 9762 of the glorious calendar, the Church of Life, the Church of Harvest and the Church of Courage signed the Nangesha Continent Regulations in the Taurus Mountains of the Nangesha Continent, clarifying the sphere of influence and dividing the Nangesha Continent. In the eastern part of the Nangesha Continent, the Church of Life acquired the ownership of the Gades Empire, the Brea Kingdom, and the northern part of the Tira Forest. The Church of Harvest occupied the Grand Duchy of Kingsland, the Kingdom of Loda, the southern part of the Tira Forest, and the southwestern part of the Boyak Empire. The remaining areas in the eastern region and overseas islands all belong to the Church of the God of Courage. With the signing of the agreement, the three major churches shifted their attention from the expansion war to the missionary war, mainly with the Expeditionary Army, the Holy Army, the Vassal Army, and the naturalized army of various countries as auxiliary, to completely clean up the pagans in the country, burn irrelevant books, and erase the influence of the three gods: the god of beasts, the god of forests, and the god of giants, on billions of lives on the Nangesha continent. During the missionary movement, whether to adopt a mild policy or a brutal suppression system towards the indigenous people in each region, or a combination of the two, all depended on the decision of the commanders of the expeditionary forces. For Wylan, he could not control other places, but in the 4 countries of Teton Kingdom, Grand Duchy of Marizakli, Duchy of Caledon, and Kingdom of Scalavi, he would never allow the phenomenon of wanton looting. Generally speaking, he conquered these 4 places, so he was responsible for more than 300 million people. The nobles who were assigned to Teton Kingdom, Grand Duchy of Marizakli, Duchy of Caledon, and Kingdom of Scalavi, to spread the faith, had to keep their tails between their legs due to Wylan's prestige, and did not dare to plunder and expropriate the land like the nobles of other countries. But in terms of mining ore and collecting extraordinary resources, Wylan did not stop them, and even took the initiative to give up some ore resource points as compensation. Therefore, in order to obtain enough mining slaves, many nobles could only lead troops to eliminate pagans day and night, capture people with bad character, serve as mining slaves, and send them to the mines. In order to maximize their profits, some nobles even lured the Crusader soldiers to mine by persuading them to do so, promising to collect only 50% of the mining tax, which made many Crusader soldiers at the bottom grateful. In the manor in the northern city of the capital of the Kingdom of Scalavi, Wylan lay on a rattan chair, looking at the intelligence collected by the Shadow Guard, feeling a little melancholy. "Do you think these people are afraid of me, or are they afraid of my grandfather?" Wylan handed the information to Kyle and asked curiously. Kyle took the document, flipped through it quickly, and said, "My lord, I think they are afraid." "Tell me about it." With a curious look on his face, Wylan picked up a fruit, took a bite, and waited for Kyle's praise. It was an answer. Wylan put the document on his lap and said slowly, "My lord, the expedition has spread. After returning home, you will be promoted to the title and become the 6th Earl of the Axe family. In the history of the Kingdom of Ilia, although you are not the fastest noble to be promoted to Earl, you can also rank in the top 10. At this time, no noble NTS to offend you. In addition, you let them escape. According to my understanding, the eastern border of the Kingdom of Scalav receives tens of thousands of refugees from the Kingdom of Seville every day, which shows how greedy those nobles are. The more chaotic it is, the more frequent the resistance will be, which is more unfavorable to missionary work. I am afraid that it will not be long before the Church of Life will intervene. those nobles may not be able to escape. Although their lives will not be harmed, the property they have looted locally will definitely be confiscated, and they may even have to pay for it. You still look far ahead. I didn't think so much when I did this. Wylan threw away the fruit core in his hand and said without disguising. He did this simply to protect some lower-level civilians and let them suffer less harm from the harm of the harm. By the way, is there any sign of the holy flame spirit hatching? Thinking of the egg still in the Messier demiplane, Wylan asked. Seeing this, Kyle answered, "It is expected to take about 10 months. 10 months not far away. I am a little curious about what he looks like, whether he will look like you." Hearing his master's ridicule, Kyle closed his eyes and continued to meditate, pretending not to hear. Seeing that Kyle did not respond, Wylan had no interest in talking anymore. He put his hands behind his head, closed his eyes, and basked in the sun. The expedition campaign is over, and it is not far from returning to the kingdom of Ilia. According to his guess, it will take 3 years at most and 1 year at least. As for the specific time, it depends on the speed of missionary work. Mid-August of the glorious calendar 9762, Wylan invited all the selected candidates of the Halo project to the manor. The return date is getting closer, and he should consider the affiliation of the vassal army of the 15th Army. Wylan sat in the main seat, looking at the generals, officers, and outstanding soldiers below, excluding his own subordinates, a total of 533 people. The young soldiers standing in front of the chairs all came from the 7 vassal armies under the 15th Army. Looking back, he has been in this world for 10 years and has established the Black Rock Army, the Thousand Fort Army, the Baddock Army, the Mines Army, the Allen Army, the Haina Army, and the Malig Army split from the Allen Army. The Black Rock Army originated from the surrendered soldiers of Black Rock Island and was born from his own missionary idea. Now there are 763 soldiers, and 283 people have been selected for the Halo project. The 1,000 Castle Army is composed of the sons of lower-level nobles in the Cadlo province who voluntarily stayed in the Metagea plain. It has 788 soldiers, and 353 people was selected for the Halo plan. The Baddock Army was born in Kyle's hands. It was a group of Germans who were forced to join the vassal army under the 15th Army. It eventually became a powerful force with 600 soldiers and 253 people was selected for the Halo plan. The Mines Army is a force formed by the surrendered General Elif Mines and his direct troops of the German kingdom. And the soldiers of the German kingdom. There are currently 763 soldiers, and 213 of them meet the standards of the Halo plan. The Allen Army, a force recruited and formed when attacking the Storm Church, has 500 soldiers, and only 163 people meet the standards of the Halo plan. The Haina Army was established in the Haina province of the Kingdom of Arland. It is mainly composed of Arland people and has 700 soldiers. The Malig Army was established the shortest and experienced the least wars. Its main purpose was to split the Arland Army, and it has 300 soldiers. There are only 236 people in the 2 armies who meet the requirements of the Halo plan. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Please take a seat. Wylan waved his hand with a smile on his face, signaling everyone to take a seat. Everyone bowed and saluted, then sat down neatly, straightened their backs, looked respectful, and waited for instructions. Before coming to this manor to attend the banquet, they heard the news that Lord Wylan was about to leave the Nangesha continent. This gathering is likely to be the last time they see the leader who gave them new life. Don't be so serious, everyone chat casually and get to know each other. Looking at the serious atmosphere, Wylan waved his hand, signaling everyone not to be so restrained. Due to the shortage of maids, whether it is pouring wine or replenishing meals, they can only do it themselves. But this is also in line with the wishes of these young warriors. Those who can be selected for the Halo plan are above the qualified line in terms of moral concepts and cultivation talents. After all, selling genius and selling mediocrity are not the same price. For these more than 500 young warriors, even if they know the other party's plan, they are willing to be sold. Having served him for many years, they had already had a deep understanding of this unreliable leader. Seeing that everyone was unmoved, Wylan raised his glass and started to chat. After drinking this glass of wine, the atmosphere can no longer be so serious. If you want to eat something, go to the kitchen and get it yourself. Don't worry about tiring the chef. Everyone raised their glasses after hearing this. When they heard the words of their commander, their serious expressions suddenly broke. Some people even covered their mouths and laughed. Drink this glass, don't leave a drop. After saying this, Wylan took the lead and drank it all in one gulp, then turned the glass upside down. Seeing this, everyone said in unison, "Cheers, sir." After drinking the wine, everyone turned the glass upside down to show that they strictly followed the order. Okay, everyone chat about their own things. I still say that if you want to eat something, go to the kitchen and get it yourself. Don't worry about tiring the chef. Wylan stood up and said to everyone, then came to the lower seat, sat next to Kyle, handed the glass over, and signaled the other party to pour wine for him. Seeing this, Kyle smiled helplessly, took the bottle, and poured a glass for his master. Looking at the color of the wine in the glass, Wylan took a sip and said, "I said why I felt that my wine was not right. I didn't expect you to be the one who was interfering. Master, with your alcohol tolerance, 3 times will make you dizzy, 10 times will make you pass out," Kyle said bluntly. The old people in Kixing territory all knew about Wylan's alcohol tolerance. Even if you grow to a low-level Knight of Soul, if you don't use fighting spirit to dissolve the alcohol, your alcohol tolerance is extremely poor. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Taking the bottle of wine on Kyle's table, Wylan slowly walked down. You have to drink the wine, and you have to meet some people. However, you have to cheat when drinking today. Otherwise, you will get drunk before you can meet all the people. Kyle, give it to me. Hebrew looked at the empty table on Kyle's desk, picked up a bottle of wine from the right-hand side, and threw it over. Looking at the glowing wine thrown at him, Kyle reached out to take it and said, "Thank you, Master Hebrew." "What are you thanking me for? And I've already said just call me by my name, no need to call me by any honorific title." Hebrew raised his glass, looked unhappy, and said. Seeing this, Kyle just smiled and said nothing. Seeing this, Hebrew felt a little powerless for the first time, but there was nothing he could do. After all, even his elder brother couldn't beat Kyle now, let alone himself. "Brother Devonshire, come, I'll toast you a glass." Hebrew shook his head, turned to look at his future father-in-law, raised his glass and said with a smile, "Yes." Devonshire picked up the glass, clinked it with his glasses, and then drank it in one gulp. His face did not change at all. On the other side, Wylan was carrying a bottle of wine. Wandering around, occasionally holding a glass with many young warriors, listening to their stories, and found it very interesting. Most of them he didn't know, but he could feel their respect for him. Coming to a young man who was drinking alone, Wylan sat down opposite him and asked with a smile, "Why, don't you have any friends to talk to?" The young man hesitated for a while, and finally nodded, which was considered as a tacit agreement. "Come on, pour me some wine." Wylan handed over the empty wine glass without hesitation, waiting for the other party to pour him a glass. Seeing this, the young man picked up the fruit wine, sat up straight, and filled a glass for Wylan. Wylan picked up the wine glass, took the initiative to clink glasses with the other party, and then took a sip and asked with a smile, "Why do you miss home?" "A little." The young man did not hide anything and told the truth. "Where are you from?" "From the western border of the former German kingdom, now from the northern Zihai district of the Principality of Barsalam." "How many people are there in your family?" "Two, my 2 sisters." "Are they all married?" "They are all married." The young man said slowly, "Thanks to you, I got 500 acres of land with my military exploits. Now my 2 sisters and their husbands are managing it. I have found a wife for them. After returning this time, I will prepare to get married." At this point, the young man's face showed a smile from the heart. "It seems that you are homesick." Wylan patted the other person's shoulder and said with emotion, In fact, I am the same. I have been away from home for almost 10 years, and my wife and I have been separated for almost 10 years. In the past 10 years, I wonder what my chief steward has done with my territory. As they chatted, the young man opened the topic and chatted with Wylan. Others looked over here, some were envious, some were jealous. But more people were kind, paying attention for a moment, and then continued their chat. During the banquet, Wylan felt very good. He heard their stories from different young professionals, and felt very good. As night fell, Wylan came to Kyle with an empty bottle of wine, sat down, and said with emotion, "To be honest, I really want to bring all these talents to Kixing territory, but it's a pity that the world is different. They can only write their own stories here. If they go to Kixing territory, they can only stay in the half-plane and cannot walk freely in the Synops subcontinent." Kyle heard this and slowly said, "My lord, as you said before, everyone has their own story, and we are just passers-by in their lives." Wylan put his hand on Kyle's shoulder and laughed. "Ha ha ha, you're right, I think too much." At 11 o'clock in the evening, the banquet ended and everyone dispersed. Today, Wylan just wanted to hold a banquet for them to get together. As for the final destination of those selected for the Halo project, it still needed careful consideration. In the following time, Wylan went to various countries under the pretext of traveling, negotiated with the current rulers of various countries, and prepared to settle the vassal army. For more than a month, he talked with the Queen of the Kingdom of Teton, Elsa Gotworth, the Grand Duke of the Grand Duchy of Marizakli, the Duke of the Principality of Kalandin, Polil Kalandin, and the Old King of the Kingdom of Scalavi, Ravakanman Slivan, respectively, for several days to determine the whereabouts of the four armies: the Thousand Castle Army, the Allen Army, the Haina Army, and the Malig Army. Among them, the Allen Army belongs to the Kingdom of Teton and is loyal to the third princess of the Kingdom of Teton, Elbella. In exchange, Wylan received 13 earls and 58 baron titles from Elsa to settle some of the Allen Army's Halo Plan candidates. The Haina Army was assigned to the Principality of Kalandin as a standing army and was loyal to Duke Kalandin. As for the candidates of the Halo Plan, they were all transformed into temple guards and became part of the armed forces of the Church of Life. The Thousand Castles Army, force built up by the children of the lower-class nobles in his hometown, was considered again and again by Varen, and finally handed over to the Grand Duchy of Marizakli and accepted Marizakli's control. In order to show his sincerity, Marizakli gave 1/3 of the land in the country to the children of the nobles in the Kadlo province, but the territory was located in the 6 western regions of the former Skarlovi kingdom. Varen knew Marizakli's intentions, but he did not interfere. This was a deal. Whether these noble children could gain a foothold and continue their bloodline and surname depended on their own efforts. Of course, in order to make up for these noble children, Varen gave them an additional gold-level combat skill or gold-level spell as the foundation of their family. The selected candidates of the Halo Plan were given 2 more books on the way of nature. The Malig Army, this force was fully accepted by the Skarlovi kingdom and transformed into a standing army to guard the southern border and prevent the infiltration of forces affiliated with the Harvest Church. Wylan felt that the old king's worries were completely unnecessary, but it was not easy to tell him about the glorious history of the Kingdom of Ilia. After all, it would undermine the dignity of the church. At the end of the talks, the old king of the Kingdom of Skalav, Ravakanman Slivan, looked at Wylan's hesitation and was very confused, but did not ask more questions. The other party was not convenient to explain in detail, and he was not convenient to ask, so just keep it tacit. At night in the study, Wylan sat at the desk and made clear arrangements for the Black Rock Army and the Badek Army. When evacuating, Wylan was going to hand over the 2 armies to Zumia's grandfather, the Grand Duke of the Principality of Sylves. However, brothers should settle accounts clearly, let alone his wife's grandfather, so he should give enough compensation. As for the Mines Army, Ilif Mines took it back to the Principality of Noise, and all the soldiers who were unwilling to follow him to the Principality of Noise were incorporated into the remaining 2 armies. Selling these 7 vassal armies allowed him to gain nearly 300 million gold coins, which was just enough to cover the military expenditure and military rewards for the past 10 years. "My lord, the order from the expeditionary headquarters." Kyle pushed open the door, entered the study, and put the order document on the table. Wylan put down the list in his hand, took the order document and quickly checked it. After a long time, Wylan put down the order document, leaned back in his chair, and looked melancholy. "My lord, does the Duke of East have any new instructions?" Kyle asked when he saw this. Wylan explained, "This order is a retreat order. According to the plan formulated by the headquarters, the expeditionary force of the Kingdom of Ilia will officially withdraw on January 1, 9763 of the glorious calendar. The withdrawal is divided into 4 batches. The first batch of troops includes the 3rd Army, the 7th Army, the 9th Army, the 11th Army, and the 20th Army. It is planned to evacuate all of them from the Nanjesha continent on January 20. The second batch has 5 armies, namely, the third batch. Our 15th Army is the 4th batch. In early August of 9763 of the glorious calendar, we will return to the Kingdom of Ilia with the headquarters. As for the Crusaders, they will be arranged by the life church of their world, but there is a high probability that they will leave before us. According to the order of the headquarters, all Crusaders must arrive in Nax City before January 1, 9763 of the glorious calendar. In that case, we will stay in this world for another year." Kyle touched his smooth chin and said, "Having said that, I think..." Just as Wylan was about to say something, a pleasant female voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "A puppet army of ancient magic civilization from the Metagea plain is buried in the northwest of the Tiara forest. The army's secret order is eternal disaster." Looking at Wylan in a daze, Kyle asked curiously, "Master, what do you want?" "Nothing. I suddenly feel that staying here for another year is nothing. It's just right to go and see the beautiful mountains and rivers of the Nanjesha continent. It might as well come here for me." Wylan changed his previous melancholy and said excitedly, seeing that his master had changed so much. Kyle had guessed a little. If nothing unexpected happens, his master will go out to look for ruins again soon. What a treasure-hunting rat. Wylan stared at Kyle and asked curiously, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing, just thinking about whether to reminisce with officers of all levels of the Crusaders. After all, they are about to leave," Kyle said nonchalantly, without any abnormality in his expression. Then 3 days later, Wylan thought for a moment, determined the time, and then ordered, "After the banquet, you will leave Muller alone." "Yes, my lord." After watching Kyle leave, Wylan rubbed his head. He had been so busy in the past few months that he forgot about the guidance of fate. I don't know if the puppet army from 50,000 years ago can still be used. However, even if it can't be used, it will be a huge fortune if it is decomposed into materials. Maybe it can be used to build a floating ship. As his thoughts gradually dispersed, Wylan put the documents in the drawer, then left the study and walked towards the bedroom. It was late at night, and it was time to go to bed. 3 days later, a banquet was held in the manor, and officers from all levels of the Crusaders came to the appointment with some small gifts. As a subordinate unit of the 15th Army, the Crusaders have made a lot of money in the past 10 years. For the lower-level soldiers, this gain is enough for them to establish a family and continue their bloodline stably. For the middle and upper-level officers, the combat skills rewarded by Wylan were enough to raise the strength of their families to a higher level. In the manor, under the guidance of the maid, everyone sat down in order. Looking at the delicacies on the table, especially the 2 Fengshan fruits placed on the porcelain plate, attracted their attention. "The commander is here." With Miller's shout, everyone stood up, put their right hands on their chests, bowed their heads and saluted, saying, "We have seen Lord Wylan." Wylan came to the main seat, pressed his hand down, and said, "Sit down." Seeing this, everyone sat down one after another. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Wine glanced around, then raised his glass and sighed. "We have shared honor and disgrace for 10 years, but now I have to part with you. I am really reluctant. This cup I toast you." Everyone raised their glasses and shouted in unison, "Cheers to the Lord." Soon as the voice fell, everyone poured the strong liquor into their mouths and turned the glasses upside down to show their attitude. There are not so many etiquette rules today. Everyone is free to do as they please. Looking at the more than 200 people below, Wylan carried a bottle of wine and prepared to walk down and drink a glass with each person separately. This separation, it will be difficult to see each other again in this life. Lord Wylan, this is not allowed. A general of the Crusaders looked at Wylan, who poured wine for him, and quickly protected the wine glass, constantly saying words of refusal. Although the Lord said not to care about the rules, he dared not really care. Ron, I order you to take your hands away. Looking at the big bearded man in front of him, Wylan put away the smile on his face and said with a straight face. Under pressure, Ron, the commander of the 33rd Freedom Battalion of the Crusaders, had to take his hand off the wine glass. After pouring a glass of wine, Wylan put the bottle on the table, raised his glass, smiled, and said, Ron, I still remember that when I saw your 33rd Freedom Battalion, I was very disgusted. Today I apologize to you. Although you have some bad habits over the years, you are a group of real warriors. However, as an army, you are still unqualified. Ron replied respectfully, Lord Wylan, you don't have to be like this. No one would look down on a group of vagrants. Under your command, although we only serve as logistics personnel and assist priests in preaching, we have also gained a lot. Those guys praise you every day. It is a gift from the goddess of life to follow you in this expedition. Looking at the excited look on the face of the bearded man, Wylan could see that he was sincere. Okay, come, drink this glass of wine. We will meet again if we are lucky enough. Lord Wylan, congratulations on your early ascension to the legend. May the goddess of life protect you. Ron said his blessing with a serious face and finally drank all the wine in the glass. After the conversation, Wylan came to the next general of the Crusader army. Although he could not recognize all the middle-level officers, he still knew the senior officers and generals. On the left side of the main seat, Kyle drank a little wine, ate barbecued rabbit monsters, and listened to the communication between his master and others, which was very interesting. If nothing unexpected happens, the story of his master will be passed down from generation to generation from the mouths of these Crusader soldiers, in a village or a small town in the world of Valcom, or in the mouths of some bards. As the night approached, everyone dispersed. Wylan leaned against the wall and slowly dissipated the drunkenness. Looking up at the full moon, Wylan's eyes gradually became clear, and he thought to himself, I drank too much, I have to be more careful next time. In the distance, Miller saw Wylan's embarrassment, walked closer quickly, helped him up, and respectfully reported, Lord, Muller has been taken to the study by Lord Kyle. Wylan shook his head and told Miller, help me sit over there for a while. Yes, sir. Miller helped Wylan to the pavilion by the lake, waved his hand to sweep away the fallen leaves on the stone bench, and let his lord sit on it. After a while, after regaining consciousness, Wylan stood up and said, Miller, you are tired today, go down and rest. Yes, Lord. Miller bowed and saluted, and then left. With steady steps, Wylan walked towards the study. As he approached the study, Wylan heard Muller's voice and Kyle's laughter, which was really unexpected. In the study, the two people sitting opposite each other heard the footsteps, stopped talking, stood up, and looked at the door. Muller greets Lord Wylan. Muller put his right hand on his chest, bowed and saluted, and said respectfully. Wylan, who pushed the door open, saw this and said with a smile, Why are you so polite? Didn't we just meet in the daytime? Muller laughed when he heard this, and waited until Wylan came to sit on the soft leather sofa before returning to his chair. Kyle came to the side, took out a pot of tea soaked with the leaves of the wind-sweet fruit tree, and poured a cup for his master. By chance, he found that the water soaked with the leaves of the wind-sweet fruit tree had the effect of refreshing the mind and relieving mental fatigue. With Cecilia's permission, he picked some leaves, used a unique technique, and added some other extraordinary plants to make this fruit tea. Smelling the fragrance of the tea, Wylan felt as if he was in nature after taking a deep breath. He picked up the teacup, took a sip, and his eyes lit up. He then took a gulp and held the empty teacup in front of Kyle. After drinking 3 cups in a row, Wylan felt like he was back to his old self before drinking. Muller, it's been 10 years since we first met. Yes, Lord Wylan. Muller's face showed a look of reminiscence, and he slowly said, looking back to the time when you came to inspect the material distribution center as the deputy director of the Expeditionary Army's logistics department. That was the first time we met. It was also during that meeting that you asked me to move from the Crusaders to the 15th Army. Over the years, under your command, I feel that my bottleneck has loosened a lot. I believe that after returning home, I will be able to break through the middle level of gold after 5 years of hard training, which is not in vain for the expectations of the chosen knight. Of course, I won't let you waste my favor. What favor or no favor, you got it by your own ability, don't say that next time. Wylan laughed and scolded. Seeing this, Muller laughed and said, "Yes, sir." Kyle, take the 2 books and a wooden box on the 6th grid of the 3rd row on the bookshelf. Wylan turned to look at Kyle and ordered him. Hearing this, Kyle nodded, and with a thought, he took the 4 things to the wooden table. Muller looked down and saw that the title of the top book was The Roaring Earth. As for the one below, the name could not be seen, which aroused people's reverie. Wylan looked at his expression, smiled slightly, and said, "This is a parting gift, a personal gift from me to you. The Roaring Earth, this golden combat skill has a very impressive name, but I have never practiced it, so I don't know what the effect is. The book below is a matching practice method, and it also contains some personal insights from Kyle. You can refer to it, but don't trust it blindly. After all, he has never practiced it either." At this point, Wylan took the wooden box and opened it. A faint light appeared, which surprised Mueller and made him a little overwhelmed for a moment. Wylan looked at Mueller's expression and asked with a smile, "Do you know this thing?" Mueller heard the words and nodded in response. "Lord Wylan, this flower is called the Kakoralai flower in our hometown. It is a magic potion that can enhance the resistance of the soul of professionals to illusions. The growth conditions are extremely harsh. I also saw it in an ancient book in the church library." After listening to Mueller's story, Varen was a little surprised and said, "I really didn't expect that the symphony flower also exists in your world. Or is it that this magical plant originated in your world and was finally raped by a certain legend, brought to the world of Irelia?" Maybe Mueller was a little unsure. After all, this plant might have been brought to the world of Valchem from Irelia by a legendary strongman. Okay, let's not worry about this anymore. Wylan looked at Mueller, who was immersed in deep thought, interrupted his thoughts, and said, "I thought about it for a long time and finally chose to give you this 1,000-year-old phantom flower as a gift. It's a parting gift, I hope you won't dislike it." Lord Wylan, seeing this precious potion plant, looking at Mueller with an excited face, Varen interrupted him and said, Okay, as long as you accept it, I feel relieved. This farewell may be an eternal farewell. Maybe we will meet again in the future." Mueller, work hard. Varen opened his arms and stepped forward to hug Mueller. When Mueller saw this, he looked very excited. He didn't understand why the other party treated him like this. He was obviously just an ordinary person. "It's late at night. You can stay at the manor today and return to the military camp tomorrow." Letting go of Mueller, Varen patted him on the shoulder and said to him. Mueller held the 2 books and the wooden box in his arms, stared up at Wylan, and mustered up the courage to ask, "Lord Wylan, I really want to know why you are so special to me." "The reason is simple, just out of interest. I do things very casually, just think that I want to play an important role in your story. Thousands of years later, I hope you won't forget me." After hearing this, Mueller bowed deeply and said from the bottom of his heart, "Lord Varen, I am lucky to meet you. I hope we can meet again in the future." After watching Mueller leave, Varen looked at Kyle, who was sitting leisurely drinking tea, and asked curiously, "What were you talking about with Mueller just now?" Kyle blew the tea and said calmly, "I didn't say anything, I just listened to Mueller telling some funny stories about their world. That's it." Regarding his master's suspicious look, Kyle simply pretended not to see it. "After the Crusaders leave, you accompany me to the northwest area of Tila Forest. This trip may take several months. Remember to arrange the affairs in your hands." Kyle took a slow sip of tea and replied, "I understand, Lord." 3 days later, at the port of Denakmo in the Wachlan region of the Grand Duchy of Marizakli, Varen and the important generals of the 15th Army gathered here to bid farewell to more than 10,000 Crusader soldiers. After 10 years of fighting, There were originally 15,000 crusaders, but now there are only 10,000 left, with nearly one-third killed. Looking at the military flag fluttering in the wind, Wylan looked at the ships gradually moving away, looking a little lonely. After all, he has been with the army for 10 years, and he has some feelings for him. It wasn't until more than 1,000 warships appeared on the sea level that Wylan turned around, looked at the serious-faced people and said, "Let's all disperse. Those who have something to do go to work, and those who have nothing to do go to practice hard." "Yes, Lord, Lord." After waiting for everyone to disperse, Varen and Kyle left Denakmo port and flew eastward. Since the guidance of fate only gave a rough area, the ruins of the magic puppet army that buries the ancient magic civilization of the Metagoa Plain still need to be found by oneself. The northwest region, judging from the map alone, is half the size of the Teton Kingdom. I don't know if it will be found in a few months. It doesn't matter if you don't find it, just treat yourself as a long vacation. After 10 years of fighting, it's time to relax. In the next few months, Wylan and Kyle traveled around and enjoyed the cultural scenery along the way. In early May of the glorious calendar year 9763, a mountain eagle dragged 2 humans wandering deep in the dense forest. Looking at the monsters escaping along the way, the eagle drooled from the corner of its beak. But when it thought of these 2 terrifying humans, it shivered in fear and continued flying at low altitude. 2 deck chairs were placed on the back of the moving mountain eagle. The 2 of them lay leisurely on them, soaking up the sun, enjoying the fruits and chatting. "What shall we eat tonight?" Wylan grabbed a sweet fruit and took a bite. Instantly, he felt that his understanding of nature had improved a lot. Kyle took off the book on his face and said in a lazy tone, "At sunset, I randomly selected a lucky monster to try the new dish I conceived." New dish? Wylan was stunned for a moment after hearing this. He recalled the dish half a month ago. It looked as ugly as it looked, but the taste was unexpectedly good. For a moment, Varen felt that even a demon's soul could be cooked into a delicious dish, as long as Kyle studied it for a while. Of course, he had no interest in that kind of thing at all. "If it's like last time, I won't eat it." "Yeah." Kyle looked at Wylan with a smile and said, "Why do I remember you said this?" "Did you?" Wylan said calmly, without any embarrassment. "I'm sure I didn't say this. If I deceived you, let me play for a few more months." "It seems that you didn't say it." Kyle looked helpless, but he didn't care too much. "Cry!" A mountain-moving eagle roared, attracting the attention of the 2. Looking down, I saw a large group of adventurers gathering around a lost underground city. Looking at the cracks around, it should be that the rocks above collapsed, revealing this place. At this moment, thousands of adventurers looked up at the sky in unison, and the 15-meter-long mountain-moving eagle made people sweat. With the advantage of numbers, they will definitely kill this monster, but who is willing to be cannon fodder for others? "My lord, it won't be here." Kyle looked around and spread his thoughts, but when he touched the underground city, he was bounced back. On the other side, Wylan encountered the same situation, and his thoughts were blocked outside the underground city. "Go down and take a look. If it is, then clear the place. If not, then look for another 2 months and then go to Nax City." As soon as the voice fell, the moving eagle flew downwards under Kyle's instructions. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. Spread. Run. Don't run away, please let me, an old man, run away first. Various voices are at war with each other, thousands of different voices for thousands of people. Everyone rushed to escape from this place, not daring to face the 9-seal magical beast moving mountain eagle head-on. Seeing these human beings fleeing in all directions, the mountain eagle couldn't help but roar, showing its majesty. "Be quiet." Kyle's whisper rang in his ears, and the eagle was so frightened that it stopped its cry, landed steadily on the ground, and put a pair of wings on the ground as stairs for the 2 of them to walk. "Kyle, look, you scared him." Looking at the frightened mountain eagle, Wylan laughed and teased. Kyle glanced at the mountain eagle and said indifferently, "If it is not qualified as a mount, it can only be used as food." "Haha, just use it as food. After all, you have been following us for a few months. Hearing the black-haired human's voice, moving mountain eagle couldn't help but feel grateful in her heart, but her next words made her instantly petrified. When you go back, take her whole family with you and keep her in the demoplane. Maybe she will be needed in the future. My lord, do you still remember those 4 shadow wolves? When Wylan heard this, he replied with some curiosity. Of course I remember, isn't it raised in the demoplane of Cecilia? Then have you ever used them? Kyle stared at Varen and asked soul torture. Forehead. Hearing this, Wylan was stunned for a moment. It seemed that he had only ridden the 4 shadow wolves when he caught them, but had never used them. After coming back to his senses, Wylan waved his hand and said in a soft tone, Okay, if I can't use it, I can give it to others. Anyway, these monsters are free range, so I don't need to pay a ration. All right. Seeing this situation, Kyle had no choice but to compromise. In the distance, the black-robed mage standing in the center of more than a dozen black-robed knights looked at the 2 people with a hint of curiosity in his eyes, and whispered, Why is the grandson of the Duke of Moravia here? Madam, do you need me to invite those 2 here? A low-level gold knight replied in a low voice. I'm afraid you can't, even I am not qualified to invite him. According to noble etiquette, I have to go and see him in person. The mage in black robe put his finger to his mouth, smiled and bowed to the gold. The knight said, Madam, in your capacity. Jervis, what do you think a soul-level viscount is? After hearing this, the low-level gold knight fell into deep thought. The black-robed mage was not in a hurry and slowly waited for the other party's answer. Her husband, the guardian knight, was very loyal, but sometimes too pedantic. She asked him to use his brain more before he could entrust some important matters to him in the future. Madam, this means that the other party will definitely become a backbone noble of the kingdom of Ilia. His background is even more unfathomable. A few minutes later, the low-level gold knight told the answer to his thoughts. That's quite right. The black-robed mage nodded, approving his answer, then pointed at the black-haired young man and explained. The man's name is Varen Akers. He is from the 15th Army of the 4th Legion of the Ilia Kingdom's Expeditionary Force. The military commander controls an army of more than 300,000 people and coordinates missionary activities in 4 countries. His elder is the Archmage of the Ilia Kingdoms. Expeditionary Force, His Excellency the Duke of Moravia. The Silver Knight standing around the black-robed mage had a horrified expression on his face, and he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Madam, why is this person here? The low-level gold knight asked. After all, he was only one of the guardian knights of an earl and could not access the core information of the upper echelon of the expeditionary force. Seeing this, the black-robed mage said, This is what I want to know too. If possible, I would like to invite him and my husband Alvia to meet. Madam, my lord has told me that I will obey your orders unconditionally outside. The low-ranking gold knight beat his chest and saluted and replied respectfully. On the other side, Wylan and Kyle had already discovered the black-robed knight and others several kilometers away. The other party showed no hostility, so the 2 of them ignored it. Lord, this city is a little weird. Let me investigate it a bit. Kyle withdrew his consciousness, differentiated hundreds of silver-level clones and 2 gold low-level clones, and manipulated them to move along the rock wall. Dungeon rushed. Looking at Kyle's operation, Varen looked envious. Unfortunately, my own fighting spirit is limited, and learning this kind of combat skill requires talent. If I drain all my magic power and fighting spirit, I can only form 50 silver-level clones, and no more will be gone. In the quiet atmosphere, Wylan suddenly heard slight footsteps. Turning around, he saw the group of men in black robes approaching slowly. Lord, do you need me to drive them away? Kyle asked, burning the holy flame in his hand. Seeing this, Wylan shook his head and said, No. The other party is not hostile, so why not meet him? After finishing speaking, Wylan walked towards the other party. Seeing the other party coming towards him, the black-robed mage waved the other guards to stay here, and stepped forward with only the gold low-level knight Gervais. I wonder what's going on with you two. Wylan looked at the 2 of them with a gentle smile and asked. Seeing this, the black-robed mage took off his black robe and the mask on his face, revealing the face hidden underneath. Sir Wylan, it's a pleasure to meet you again. You can call me Lalisa Clays. I come from the kingdom of North Issy, and I am also a believer of the goddess of life. Looking up and down at this low-level golden female mage, she is generous and decent, with a good appearance, elegant and noble in her gestures, and can even say her own name. Her elders must have a high status in the expeditionary force of the kingdom of North Issy. Miss Lalisa, I wonder what you are here for. Hearing the words of his master, Kyle couldn't help twitching his mouth. Compared with the other party, they are outsiders. After all, within the scope of the Church of Life, the missionary mission here is the responsibility of the kingdom of North Issy. In general, they are outsiders. Seeing this, Lalisa said with a natural and smiling face, Sir Wylan, it is my honor to meet you. My husband is stationed in Baston City, and I would like to invite you to meet my husband. With a friendly smile, Wylan responded to the other party's invitation. Since the lady invited you in person, it would be a bit too much for me not to go. Sir Wylan, then I will not bother you. My husband and I will congratulate you on your arrival in Baston City. After saying that, Lalisa bowed her head and saluted, and then left with the low-level gold knight. As for the underground city, the other party did not mention a word, and it was obvious that this relic was regarded as Wylan's property. After a while, Kyle finished his exploration of the dungeon and took back his clone. The two looked at each other and knew what the other wanted to say without words. Jump down from the surface, feel the wind passing through the skin, and enjoy the feeling of free fall. When they were 10 meters above the dungeon, the two stood steadily in the air, overlooking the magic shield rising from the dungeon, which was flashing red light. Kyle stretched out his hands, silently chanting a language that Wylan could not understand, and the magic power shining with colorful light condensed at his fingertips, and then was drawn into silk threads, flew into the magic shield, and merged into it. With a slight turbulence, the surface of the magic shield slowly melted, revealing a passage for one person to enter and exit. Master, let's go. Seeing this, Wylan went straight through the passage and entered the magic shield. Kyle followed closely and entered the dungeon when the magic shield was closed again. On the ground, 3 adventurers lay on the edge of the cliff and witnessed the two enter the mysterious underground city with their own eyes. Brother, what should we do? What should we do? Of course, we should go back to sleep. Otherwise, what else can we do? The leading young man spread his hands and showed a helpless look. The short and thin young man touched his head, looked past the young man, and looked at another companion. Can you open the transparent lid? No. That's it, you can't open the lid and you still ask what to do. Isn't this a waste of time? Hearing the answer from his companion, the short and thin young man touched the back of his head, and it seemed to be the case. When he came to his senses, he looked at his brother and companions who were getting farther and farther away, holding a dagger, and quickly followed them. Around the deep pit, the adventurers who knew that their abilities were limited left one after another. The remaining dozens of adventurers firmly believed that they were lucky and destined to be lucky, so they would definitely be able to pick up the leak. So they each looked for a place they thought was safe to hide. In the underground city, there was a scene of a lost ancient battlefield. Looking at the corpses lying on the street, Wylan squatted down and touched them lightly, and they dispersed into smoke and dust. Picking up the dagger on the ground, it only stayed in his hand for a few seconds, and then it decayed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wylan stood up, walked to a stone house, and reached out to touch it. Bang! With the sound of shattering, the stone house collapsed. The stones shattered, scattered into smoke and dust, and disappeared without a trace. Why do I feel like I have entered time? Wylan clapped his hands, took out the smoke and dust in his hand, and said to Kyle, My lord, what you see has been through tens of thousands of years. Although it looks strong on the outside, it has been corroded inside. Kyle spread out his hands, condensed a whirlwind of fire in his palm, and threw it out with a thought. Under the sweep of the whirlwind of fire, various buildings in the underground city turned into smoke and dust and disappeared from Wylan's sight. Looking around, except for a few statues, the entire underground city has become a huge platform. It seems that the remaining treasure is the treasure. In a flash, Wylan's figure flashed, and in a blink of an eye, he stuffed the statue into the inner space of the druid's book. As for what kind of material these statues are made of, it will not be too late after returning. The main purpose now is to find the magic puppet army. Kyle, who witnessed all this, touched his chin. Looking thoughtful. There is an entrance here, come quickly. Wylan looked at Kyle, who was standing in a daze in the distance, waved to him, and then jumped in. Seeing his master's figure disappear, Kyle lowered his head slightly and said to himself, "This is the greedy character that prevails." After thinking for a few seconds, Kyle took a step forward, came to the entrance, looked at the dark tunnel and walked down. In the quiet tunnel, Wylan's footsteps seemed particularly heavy. The tunnel was filled with an old atmosphere, as if telling the glory of the past. Crossing the dried-up underground river, we arrived at the cemetery filled with the breath of death. Looking at more than 1,000 tombstones, people felt heavy and depressed. Walking through the cemetery, we stopped in front of a stone turtle statue. On both sides of the stone turtle statue, there is a stone tablet. The stone tablet on the left is engraved with "Glory for thousands of years, brilliant for thousands of years." These 8 words seem to tell the former glory and honor of this city. As for the stone tablet on the right, the handwriting on it seems to have been erased, and its meaning is unknown. Perhaps on the eve of the destruction of civilization, the owner of this city erased it when his mind was broken. After stopping the groundless speculation, Wylan explored the entrance around the giant turtle. As for Kyle, he stood in front of a stone tablet, combined with the gift from the legendary wizard, to interpret the inscription on it and find the entrance. Half an hour later, Wylan leaned against the stone tablet, obviously giving up the search for clues. After an unknown amount of time, when Wylan woke up from his drowsy state, he saw densely packed words in front of him. Except for some Lalabarat magic words, he didn't recognize the other words. Looking at Kyle, who was still writing unknown words on the spaceless paper, Wylan used his brain to read the content on it. Even if he guessed the words he couldn't understand, he could understand the general meaning. The general meaning was that a legendary wizard was commemorating the death of his old friend. And by the way, he denounced the invasion of alien gods and scolded the shameful betrayers. As for the information related to the ruins, there was only a little bit, which made Wylan curl his lips, but he didn't complain. Estimating the time, starting from the time he woke up, Kyle stopped writing in the 3rd hour, waved his hand to disperse the useless words, and only left a few hundred lines to chat. After obtaining important information, Kyle went straight to the stone statue, put his hand into its mouth, found the key entrance and pressed it down. The next moment, a magic circle emerged from the ground, and the surrounding scene began to change. In less than a moment, the cave with layers of dead air disappeared, replaced by a magnificent palace. However, in Wylan's perception, all this was illusory. After a while of groping, Kyle pulled out the upper and lower teeth of the stone turtle. Wylan turned his head to look, and saw purple magic flowing out of the gap, forming a messy magic thread ball in front of the stone turtle's mouth. Seeing this, Kyle reached out and grabbed the hundreds of lines of text in the air, and stuffed them into the magic thread ball. A faint light emerged, and the magic thread ball began to sort itself out. In less than a few minutes, a turtle made of magic thread appeared in front of the two. At this point, Kyle couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and put his palm on the heavy part of the stone turtle statue. Paz, a very majestic word, resounded throughout the virtual hall. Glorious for thousands of years. Kyle said that sentence with a serious face. As soon as the voice fell, a strong suction force appeared in the mouth of the stone turtle statue. Kyle was quick to grab Wylan's right hand. The light emerged, the hall dissipated, the cave emerged, and Wylan and Kyle's figures disappeared without a trace. Opening his eyes, he looked at the endless grassland. But within his perception, there were layers of death in front of him. "Lord, this should be where you want to come." Kyle stood aside and said. Varen turned to look at Kyle and asked curiously, "How did you find the entrance?" Hearing this, Kyle spread his hands and replied with a smile, "Lord, do you believe what I guessed?" "I believe it." Although he did not witness the entire process of Kyle's research, he saw the second half. His expression at that time was obviously cautious, not as confident as before. However, sometimes if you don't take a guess, you might miss it. "Now let's go to that place." After hearing his master's words, Kyle pointed forward and said, "This direction." Then let's go. Wyland did not question and flew forward. Kyle saw this, left a mark here, and followed immediately. I don't know how long the flight lasted, but there was no end to the grassland. Landing on the ground, Kyle sensed the mark he had left. When he learned the location of the mark, his face showed a look of shock. Seeing the expression on his guardian knight's face, Varen couldn't wait to ask what happened. Lord, how long do you think we have been useless? Kyle said in a deep voice with a serious face. Wyland's heart sank and he answered, it's at least 2 hours. Could it be that the mark you left is nearby? Under Wyland's shocked eyes, Kyle nodded and grabbed the left side. A cursor used as a mark was photographed in front of the two of them. Have you ever felt the fluctuations of illusion, time, or space? Wyland looked at the cursor filled with Kyle's magic power and asked, that's not true. Maybe our strength is too low to see through the restrictions. Set by the legendary strongman, Kyle's heart sank and he showed a serious expression. Seeing this, Wyland put his hands behind his back, walked back and forth, and began to think about how to get out of this ghost place. Kyle sat on the grass, looking down at the grass, lost in thought. There is no information at all, so it is not that difficult to break the situation out of thin air. Suddenly, Wyland remembered something and whispered, the calamity of eternity. Hearing his master's whisper, Kyle looked up and saw the endless grassland beginning to collapse. In an instant, darkness enveloped the place. After a moment of silence, light emerged, and hundreds of puppets appeared in front of the two people. At this moment, Kyle looked confused, just like his master, who was wondering why he could open the entrance to the stone turtle statue. This is it. When Wyland saw the 300 magic puppets placed in the pit, his tone was relaxed. He thought the secret order was something, but it turned out to be used to break the boundless space. Then Varen turned to look at Kyle with an expectant expression. When Kyle saw this, he naturally understood what he was waiting for. He looked helpless and said, my lord. How did you find out? Wyland smiled and said impatiently, hey, of course it's a guess, do you believe it? Believe it? How can you not believe it? You are my most beloved lord. If you don't believe me, who else can you believe? Looking at Kyle's half-smiling expression, Wyland instantly felt that he was at a disadvantage. Okay, let's go take a look at these magic puppets first. Seeing this, Wyland hurriedly changed the subject. He came to a magic puppet and knocked it with his hand. The other parts were solid, but the chest was empty. He removed the iron plate from his chest with his bare hands and saw the empty chest with a clear look on his face. He always felt that something was wrong. It turned out that the core components of the magic puppet had been dug away, leaving only the body here. I'm afraid my uncle will be busy when we get home. Repairing the war puppet behemoth, repairing the magic puppet, plus the idea of building a floating city, his uncle's work tasks have been filled up by him in the past 100 years. At this moment, Kyle, who was studying magic puppets, mentally mourned a few minutes of silence for Lord Oder. It was his misfortune to have such a nephew. After a while, Varen loaded all 300 magic puppets into the demiplane. As for the flooring and other decorations, as always, take them all down and take them back. It can withstand the precipitation of time. It is a useful thing after all. There is nothing wrong with taking it back. Looking at the cave that looked like it had been gnawed by a dog, both Kyle and Varen had expressions on their faces, without a trace of guilt. Gone. Kindness. Following the entrance of the cave, the two of them walked out. Standing on the altar, light emerged, sending the two people away from here. In the cave, the stone turtle spit out the two people, and then began to collapse into pieces. Looking back, Wyland couldn't help but gasped. I originally wanted to take this stone statue back as a decoration, but I didn't expect it to break like this. Kyle saw this and nodded in agreement. Indeed, this stone turtle statue is used as a decoration, and it has a rich history. The two chatted while walking towards the upper level of the dungeon. Outside the underground city, as the stone turtle statue shattered, the red shield that had protected the underground city for tens of thousands of years shattered. When the adventurers hiding on the cliff saw this scene, they held their breath and waited for the opportunity. As soon as those two terrifying strong men left, they rushed in to pick up the leaks. Back to the surface of the underground city, Wyland searched for the last time. After finding nothing valuable, he and Kyle left and flew to Baston City. At this moment, dozens of adventurers could no longer bear the loneliness and rushed to the underground city along the cliff. Baston City, one of the important fortress cities in the southwest of the Gast Empire, shoulders important missions such as resisting monsters, transferring materials, and stationing troops. Flying to the edge of the city, Wyland's first impression was rough, and the second impression was tall and big. Landing on the muddy road, he walked into the city. Bought a book, Baston City Travel Notes, looked through the information on it, and Wyland got the information he wanted. On the street, countless adventurers were selling the antiques, magic potion plants, strange minerals, monster eggs and monster cubs they brought out from the Tira forest. 70% of the people in the entire Baston City are adventurers, and the remaining 30% of the population are relatives of the garrison. As a fortress city, Baston City basically has no civilians. Following the travel guide, Wyland and Kyle came to Kempt Manor, the residence of Alvia, the Cold Wind Earl of the Northern Issy Kingdom Expeditionary Force in Baston City. Arriving outside the manor, Wyland reported his name. The officer who had already known the order saw this, and sent someone to inform the Earl while inviting him to the pavilion in the front yard of the manor. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. In the martial arts training ground of Kempt Manor, a young man stopped dancing with a sword and walked down the martial arts stage. The woman sitting in the pavilion looked at the young man walking towards her, put down the book in her hand, stood up and greeted him. The young man looked at his wife with a helpless look, opened his arms and let her do whatever she wanted. Lolita smiled gently. She first cast a spell to remove the sweat and dust on the young man, then took the coat from the maid and put it on him. Her movements were gentle and skillful, as if she had done it countless times. After tying the belt, she stepped back a few steps and looked at her husband, who she had dressed up with her own hands, with a satisfied light in her eyes. The young man came to Lolita, reached out and touched her head and asked with a smile, "It's done." "It's done." Lolita felt the touch of her husband, with a happy smile on her face, and then threw herself on the young man's chest, smelling his scent, revealing a satisfied look. Dong dong. The sound of hurried footsteps came, and Lalissa reluctantly let go of her husband and straightened her wrinkled clothes. "My lord." The guards reported that Lord Wyland is visiting. A low-level gold knight stood 10 meters away, bowed and saluted, and answered respectfully. "Please wait a moment, I'll be there soon." "Yes, my lord." After the middle-level gold knight withdrew, the young man gently stretched out his finger, gently scraped his wife's nose, and said with a smile, "Go and take out my treasured Loria tea to make a pot of tea, and then prepare 2 boxes of cold wind fruit." "Leave it to me." Lalissa pushed the young man with her hand and said, "Go quickly, after all, we invited Lord Wyland to come, and it would be impolite for us to keep others waiting for a long time." "Well," the young man nodded and strode towards the reception hall. In the hall, Wyland sat on the left seat and looked at the decorations around him, which were very simple. In less than a moment, a young man entered the hall, saw Wyland, and took the initiative to salute and said, "Count Cold Wind Alvia Clays from the Kingdom of North Issy greets Lord Wyland." Wyland stood up and saluted in return. "Viscount Kixing from the Kingdom of Aaliyah Wyland Aches greets Lord Alvia." After introducing himself, Wyland pointed to Kyle and proudly introduced, "This is my guardian knight and my brother, named Kyle. Please take a seat, both of you." Alvia smiled gently and warmly invited the other party to take a seat, putting his attitude in a lower position. In addition to Wyland's lower title, he was far inferior to him in terms of strength, power, army, or identity background. In his opinion, the Viscount of the Soul rank will become the Earl of the Soul rank in a short time. As for the blonde young man next to Wyland, he had also heard that he was a person who could communicate with the Duke face to face. As the first Earl of Cold Wind, Alvia did not have the arrogance of the ancient nobles. With the help of his wife, father-in-law and master, and his humble attitude, he gained the friendship and goodwill of many powerful people, and also had the status he has today. Under the hospitality of Earl of Cold Wind, Wyland and Kyle sat on the left. Seeing that the other party sat on the right side and did not sit in the main seat, Wyland's eyes lit up. He could learn from it when he entertained others in the future. After a few words of casual conversation, Wyland had a great liking for Alvia. Kyle sat quietly aside. He saw the shadow of his master in the Earl of Cold Wind. It's just that the other party did not have such a deep background as his master and the luck to pick up gold coins while walking. His strength was only high-level gold, and he still had a long way to go before he could reach the soul level. After a while, a young woman came to the hall with tea. Wyland thanked Lolita for pouring tea for him and asked Alvia, "Brother Alvia, does Mrs. Lolita make tea in person when guests come?" "Of course not." Alvia smiled. "Today, you two distinguished guests are here, and Lolita makes tea in person to show the sincerity of our husband and wife." "Ha ha ha, Brother Alvia, I am really a little terrified today." Wyland picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said. Seeing this, Alvia responded, "What are you talking about, Lord Wyland?" After pouring the tea, Lolita sat next to her husband and sat quietly. As time passed, the two seemed to see each other and each other. They kept going deeper from the superficial topics and began to talk about their views on governing the territory, training the army, and entertaining guests. Lolita and Kyle became foils, occasionally interjecting a few words. Unknowingly, the sky darkened. Wyland and Alvia walked towards the dining room with their arms around each other. "Sir Kyle, please go first." Larissa stood at the door of the hall, gracefully and generously, making a gesture of invitation. Seeing this, Kyle said softly, "Madam Lolita, Earl Alvia can marry a wife like you. I am afraid he has been protected by the goddess of life." After hearing this, Lolita covered her mouth and laughed softly. "Sir Kyle, Alvia and I have known each other since childhood. He accompanied me and I accompanied him. Today's achievements are just the mutual support between husband and wife. I don't know if Sir Kyle is married. I am devoted to practicing and becoming stronger. I don't have this idea for the time being." Kyle replied with a smile, rejecting Lolita's kindness. Seeing this, Lolita stopped talking about this topic and waited for Kyle to leave the hall before following him. As for the pair of friends who were arm in arm, they had long disappeared. In the dining room, Wyland and Alvia exchanged cups, making it hard for others to believe that they had only known each other for an afternoon. Before 9 o'clock, both of them lay on the table unconscious. Kyle, who was tasting the food, turned his head and touched his master with his hand, and then penetrated his consciousness into his body to check it out. Finally, he concluded that his master was not pretending to be drunk this time, but was really drunk. As for whether the Earl of Cold Wind opposite was pretending to be drunk or really drunk, it was unknown. "Mrs. Lolita, please arrange a room so that I can help my master go up to rest." Kyle stepped forward to help Wyland up and said apologetically. Seeing this, Lolita stood up and waved to a maid to take the two to the guest room. After the two left, Lolita helped her drunk husband up, wiped the water stains on his face, told the servants to clean up the mess, and took Alvia to the bedroom. Since getting married, her husband has been drunk only a few times, and this can be counted as one of them. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Arriving at the guest room, Kyle waved to the maid to leave, then helped his master to the bed, washed him, covered him with a quilt, and left the room to rest in the next room. The next morning, Wyland covered his head and woke up slowly. Recalling the scene of last night, he opened his mouth, but in the end he did not say the promise that he had broken many times. He got up from the bed, opened the room, looked at the dazzling sun, and saw Kyle sitting on the railing waiting. Kyle stood up and said, "Master, Earl Alvia just sent someone to invite you to go to Baston City for a tour in the afternoon." "I know." In the next few days, under the hospitality of Alvia and his wife, Wyland lingered and was even reluctant to leave Baston City. The evacuation deadline was getting closer and closer, and he had to leave. Outside the camp manor, Alvia opened the exquisite box, revealing the cold wind fruit inside, and introduced, "Sir Wyland, this is the special cold wind fruit of the cold wind territory, which can increase the training speed of ice attribute warriors and knights. The cold wind territory is barren, and this is the only gift we can give. I hope you don't despise it." Seeing this, Wylan smiled and replied, "Brother Alvia, what are you talking about? Whether the gift is valuable or not is not as important as the sincerity of the gift giver. The cold wind fruit, in my opinion, is a very good gift." After that, Wylan took out 30 wind sweet fruits and 12 bottles of luminous wine from the space ring. This is the wind sweet fruit, which can increase the mage's perception of nature. These wines are called luminous wines, which are made from luminous grapes and have the effect of repairing hidden injuries. Seeing this, Alvia did not refuse and said, "Sir Wylan, if you come to the kingdom of North Issy one day, you must come to the cold wind territory and let me do my best to be a good host. Of course, the wind-listening canyon you mentioned has aroused my great interest. If I go to the kingdom of North Issy one day, I must listen to the music played by the will of nature." Wylan liked Alvia's frankness and responded. In the afternoon, Wylan and Kyle left Baston City and flew to the kingdom of Scalavy. In early June of the glorious calendar, 9763, Wylan went to the kingdom of Teton to meet Marizakli and Elsa. And exchanged 10 night breathing methods, 20 warrior breathing methods, 5 gold-level combat skills, and 2 soul-level combat skills for the cultivation books of the entire royal family of the kingdom of Teton. 1,383 seal-related cultivation methods represent a new cultivation system. Even if they are eliminated under the reform led by the church, they still have certain reference significance. In the manor, Kyle sat on the railing, holding a book in his hand, reading like a madman. By the small lake, Wylan lay on a lounge chair, basking in the sun leisurely, thinking about how long he can stay in this world. Suddenly, there was a strange sound in the sky, and 9 majestic figures appeared in the eyes of the world. "My lord, the rules are shaking. Let Lucas and Fiona out quickly." Wylan, who was immersed in the divine light, heard Kyle's voice, came back to his senses, opened the half-plane and got in. In less than a moment, he took the 2 out of the half-plane and landed in the manor. Kyle stepped forward to support Lucas, who was not stable, and calmed the surging blood in his body so that the boy would not die suddenly. After all, the body of an ordinary person cannot bear the high-intensity flight. This is to break the bloodline factor. Wylan returned to the lake, looked up at the sky and asked, "Yes, my lord, the rules have changed. The 9 crowns are ready to take action to set things right, smash the rule carried by the bloodline factor of the Metagea plane, and give hundreds of millions of ordinary creatures the hope of embarking on the extraordinary road." Kyle asked Lucas to sit down and rest, turned around and came behind Fei Chano, and poured his magic power into his body to prevent his strength from falling to the gold level after the bloodline factor was removed. For Kixingaling, every soul-level combat power is precious and must not be lost in vain. So far, Kixingaling has only 4 half-soul-level professionals, their own Lord himself, Master Oder, the Red Dragon Mount Kalklev, and Fiona, a low-level warrior of the Holy Seal who can be regarded as half. But after today, under Kyle's protection, Fiona will become a true soul-level professional. As the rules trembled violently, countless powerful professionals in the Metagea plane vomited blood. Under the legendary level, the stronger the strength, the more severe the damage. The lighter one's strength regressed, and the heavier one's rank fell. Decades or hundreds of years of hard work turned into nothing. In this turmoil, only the legendary strong can survive. Bathed in the divine light, Lucas felt that every cell in his body was cheering. The shackles imprisoned on his body were being broken, and the magic that used to disdain him was trying its best to show its kindness. Fiona's mouth was bleeding, and the blood factor as the carrier of the seal was breaking, returning to its essential form and merging into the soul. But under Kyle's protection, the essence of the blood factor slowly merged with the soul and did not collide violently, causing the soul to oscillate and tear the body. After a while, Kyle looked at Fiona, whose breath was stable, and took his hand away from his back. "Teacher." A silver-haired girl came to the garden holding a magic book. She bowed to Wylan first, then looked at Kyle and said excitedly, "Teacher, I have made a breakthrough. Where is the reward you mentioned?" Seraphina looked triumphant. All the joy was written on her face. "How about rewarding you with reading 1 more book every day?" Looking at the proud disciple, Kyle touched his chin and said with a smile, After hearing the teacher's words, the smile on Seraphina's face instantly froze, revealing a look of aggrievedness. Seeing this, Wylin laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, your teacher is just teasing you. Lord, what you say is true. Seraphina was overjoyed and asked in disbelief. Under the expectant look in the girl's eyes, Wylin spread his hands and replied with a smile. Hey, of course it's fake. Oh, when you're bored, it's fun to tease an ignorant girl. Seeing the silver-haired girl complaining about herself, Varen found it very interesting. And then he gave Kyle a look and asked him to figure out what to do. Kyle's eyes were filled with resentment. It was obviously you who made my disciple cry, and now you ask me to clean up the mess. I'll give you half a month's leave, go have fun. Hearing this, Seraphina was overjoyed, wiped her tears and ran away, fearing that if she ran too slowly, the teacher would say she was lying to her. Ellen turned his head and looked at Lucas. With a smile on his lips, he asked softly, how do you feel? When Lucas heard Wylin's question, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He raised his eyebrows and smiled brightly and replied, I feel a strong magic rushing into my body as if to drown me, but I can't keep them. Wylin smiled and nodded, patted Lucas's shoulder gently and said, with your soul's strength, it is more than enough to choose the path of a mage. When we return to Kixing territory, I will introduce my uncle to you. I believe you two will become close friends. After hearing Wylin's words, Lucas' eyes flashed with expectation. He put away the smile on his face. His expression became serious and respectful, and he replied, Lord, I am looking forward to meeting your uncle. Wylin nodded slightly, then opened the half-plane channel and sent Lucas and Fiona into it. When they entered the demiplane, Wylin turned around, took Kyle out of the manor, and walked towards the palace. He planned to remind the old king of the kingdom of Scalavi about this change, and asked him to send people to the bottom plane area in advance to gather talents. For the old king who was on par with him, he decided to help him because of their friendship for more than a year. In the palace, after learning about this, the old king of the kingdom of Scalavi, Retana, hurriedly thanked him and asked Vayat to go to the warehouse to get a few treasures as a reward and give them to the other party. It was hard to refuse the enthusiasm. Under the other party's sincere attitude, Wylin finally took the treasure. After sending Wylin away, Retana turned to look at Vayat and asked, is there a problem? Vayat grinned, revealing his bloody teeth, and said, Your Majesty, I'm fine. It's just that the seal has disappeared. But the fighting skills have not disappeared. In fact, under the shining of the divine light, I feel that my body has become much younger. It's good that you're fine. Retana came to the outside of the palace and looked up at the majestic body of the god. The proud, noble bloodline has been broken, and everyone can embark on the extraordinary road in the future. Do you think this is a good thing or a bad thing? Faced with the king's inquiry, Vayat fell silent for a rare time. From the perspective of the nobles, this means that the extraordinary road is no longer exclusive to the nobles. Anyone can ascend to the extraordinary. The situation will become more chaotic. The speed of kingdom replacement will probably increase. Things like restoring the country 3, 4, or even 5 times will no longer happen. But from the perspective of the seekers, this is a good thing, which means that the shackles have been broken, lifespans have been extended, and they are no longer defective products in the eyes of the expeditionary army. Even their offspring without blood factors will embark on the road to transcendence. Send people to rural areas and urban civilian areas. To recruit talents as soon as possible. And let the eldest prince go to the Church of Life for further study to show the piety of the Slivan family's faith. Don't come back before I die. Wayat looked at the old king's hunched body. His face was low, and he answered, Yes, my majesty. Go and get busy. Yes, sir. After Wayat retreated, Retana could no longer support his decayed body and fell to the ground. Your majesty. Several guards rushed forward and helped Retana up. Sitting on the threshold, feeling the pain from all parts of his body, with a miserable smile on his face. This time the divine light shines on the world. And he only has 7 or 8 months left to live. However, this is the general trend, which cannot be changed. Old things like him from the old times will eventually be eliminated. Keep this matter in your heart. Retana's eyes suddenly became sharp with murderous look on his face and warned, if anyone tells it out, I will give your parents, wives, and children the honor of being buried alive with you. Yes, your majesty. Several people knelt on the ground in fear, saying yes repeatedly. Looking at the terrified guards, Ravakanman's expression eased and said, each of you go and get 100 gold coins. Thank you, your majesty. Waving his hand to dismiss the guards, Ravakanman leaned against the wooden wall, watching the gods gradually disappear. His turbid eyes were filled with a hint of unwillingness, but more of helplessness. The glorious world is not something that mortals like him can stop. Follow the life, go against the death. In early July of the glorious calendar, 9763, the 15th Army headquarters with more than 17,000 troops, the Black Rock Army with more than 53,000 troops, and the Badak Army with more than 41,000 troops, a total of 110,000 troops boarded the ship at the port of Denakmo in the Volin region of the Grand Duchy of Marizakli. Headed for the city of Nax in the Principality of Silves, preparing to return to the Kingdom of Ilya. Before leaving, Wylan planned to meet Zumia's grandfather. As far as he knew, the old man had 13 children, 6 of whom died on the battlefield, and 2 became adventurers and left the Kingdom of Ilya without any news. The remaining 5 children were 2 boys and 3 girls. The 3 daughters were taken by the royal family for marriage to strengthen the connection with various forces and nobles. Of the 2 sons, one was gifted and emerged and had a little reputation in the capital. This was Zumia's father. The other one became a knight of the Life Church Temple, and this time he established the Principality of Silves and came to this world with his father, serving as the Grand Duke's heir and also serving as the bishop of the Life Church of the Principality of Silves. After floating on the sea for half a month, Wylan also lay in the demiplane for half a month. At the port of Baileys, the army of the Principality of Silves has cleared the port to welcome the arrival of the 15th Army. Sir, is that really the Grand Duke's grandson-in-law? A lieutenant general asked boldly. The leading man touched his shiny head and said, if the Grand Duke says so, then it must be. But this, what but this and that? If we don't know it, don't guess blindly. Be careful of being dismissed and imprisoned, and your family's life will be in danger. Yes, yes, the general reminded me. The middle-aged officer hurriedly said yes, not daring to say more. The Principality of Silves was established less than 10 years ago, and the number of nobles in the entire principality is pitiful, basically equivalent to none. In other words, the entire principality is the direct territory of the Grand Duke, so there is no so-called benefactor's benefactor is not my benefactor. As long as the taboo is violated, no one can escape. Looking at the shadow of the ship, the big man turned to the middle-aged officer and ordered, pass the order, let everyone cheer up, otherwise I will make them swim 3,000 miles in the sea. Yes, General. The middle-aged officer responded loudly, and then turned to convey the order. Several soldiers standing guard on the side shuddered when they heard this. Compared to swimming 3,000 miles in the sea, they would rather be hung on the city gate for 3 days and 3 nights. As time passed, the ships approached the port one after another. At an order, the army began to land at the port in an orderly manner and lined up neatly on the flat ground. Surrounded by everyone, Varen stepped off the warship and boarded the dock. When the big man saw the person coming, he straightened his armor, strode forward, bowed and saluted, and said respectfully, General Boggett of the garrison at Bailey's Port is here to welcome you, Lord Wylan. General Boggett, has there been any news about my grandfather? Wylan looked up and down at the big man in front of him. He was powerful, and his height of 2 meters and 3 meters was very oppressive. Seeing this, the big man respectfully replied, Sir Wylan, the Grand Duke has told me that if you arrive at the port of Baileys, I hope you will go to the royal capital to meet his old man. I understand, is there anything else? No. Then please send someone to deliver fresh fruits and vegetables to the military camp. My duty lies, and I will resign. After saying this, Boggett beat his chest and saluted and left the place. On the other side, Varen handed over the army to Hebrew control, took Kyle and the guards to leave the place, and headed to the capital of Duke Silvis. It has been 10 years since I set foot on this land. Again, Under the governance of Grand Duke Sailor Silvis of the Principality of Silvis, the culture from the Kingdom of Ilia and the local culture merged with each other, gradually forming a new culture. Along the way, the Ansar's dressing styles are changing. Since there are basically no nobles, civilians everywhere have a little more spare money in their hands. The clothes they wear have changed a lot compared to the Anza Kingdom period, and their mental outlook has obviously improved. Passing through the city gate and entering the newly built royal capital of the Principality of Silvis, everything has a familiar style. If he hadn't known where this place was, Varen would have thought he was back in the royal capital of King Ilia. Entering the city and looking up at the end of the road is the Church of Life, which covers an extremely large area. People from other areas have lined up to pray, making the road extremely crowded. Many city guards are assisting security personnel to maintain the church order. On both sides of the road, vendors are vigorously bragging about their products. Special shops arrange beautiful maids to solicit business on the streets. Adventurers coming and going are talking and laughing, and the whole city shows a kind of vitality without any royal presence at all, the majesty they all deserve. Why don't we also go and pray? Varen looked at the glorious church. An idea came to his mind, and he turned to Kyle and asked. Kyle looked at his master, who was eager to try. If he hadn't known about his faith, outsiders would have thought that his master was a devout believer. Lord, you don't want people to know that you are a shallow believer. After hearing Kyle's words, Varen touched the back of his head in embarrassment and gave up the idea of going to Life Church to pray in public. Okay, let's go see my grandfather first. Varen waved his hand and said to Kyle, then walked forward with his head buried. After 17 years of marriage, this was the first time he met Zemia's grandfather. Thinking about it carefully, Wylan felt like an unfilial descendant. Shaking his head, he threw this thought away. Wasn't he going to meet the elders this time? On the way to the palace, Wylan bought some special delicacies and ate them while walking. The food that combined the cooking techniques of the Kingdom of Ilia and the former Kingdom of Anza tasted unique, and he gradually fell in love with this city. Please stop in this important place of the palace. The city gate officer raised his hand and said loudly to the people approaching the city gate. Seeing this, Kyle rolled his eyes and said with a half smile, you can go and report that the unfilial descendants have come to see Grand Duke Silvis. After hearing Kyle's words, Varen's expression froze instantly. He couldn't swallow the half-bitten fruit. Nor could he eat it. Yes, sir. Feeling the terrifying aura of the other party, coupled with some rumors he had heard, the city gate officer did not dare to neglect, and immediately beat his chest and saluted, not daring to show any rudeness. Seeing this, Wylan waved his hand to call the city gate officer over and said, just ask Wylan Acres to see you. Don't take what he says seriously, let alone spread it, otherwise you may have to guard the toilet for the rest of your life. Yes, sir. Facing Wylan's threat, the city gate officer quickly lowered his head and replied, not daring to hesitate at all. Go ahead. After receiving the permission, the city gate officer, as if he had been granted amnesty, ordered the guards to watch the city gate and ran quickly to the palace hall. Look how scary you are. Wylan took the half-eaten fruit, pointed at the embarrassed back of the city gate officer, and joked with a smile. Lord, I'm telling the truth, Kyle answered calmly. When Wylan heard this, he thought for a moment that it seemed to be the truth. He looked up at Kyle's half-smiling expression, turned his head, and decided to ignore him for the time being. After a while, a middle-aged general strode toward the city gate. Judging from his aura, he looked like a golden mid-level knight, and looking at his face, he was somewhat similar to his father-in-law. Not surprisingly, this person might be his uncle, heir to the Principality of Silvis, Bishop of Silvis Life Church, Buffield Silvis. While waiting for the opponent to approach the city gate, Wylan threw the core in his hand to Kyle, wiped it on him, and then walked forward. Kyle looked at the fruit core in his hand, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and he revised his training plan when he got back. 6 hours of rest a day was still too much, so changing it to 3 hours a day was very reasonable. With gentle force, he smashed the core and then followed. Uncle Buffield. The middle-aged general was about to introduce himself, but he didn't expect that the other party would reveal his identity in one sentence. After being stunned for a moment, Buffield came to his senses and said with a smile on his face, Wylan, welcome to your arrival. The two of them greeted each other politely and walked towards the palace hall. As for the 24 guards, they went to the side hall near the city gate to rest under the leadership of the palace guards. Outside the main hall of the palace, a kind-faced old man was waiting here with several grandchildren, exuding an aura of justice and peace. Saler Silvis, who is nearly 400 years old and a low-level knight of the soul, has entered his twilight years. Grandfather. Wylan stepped forward, saluted, and said respectfully to show his respect. With a friendly smile on his face, Sailor stepped forward to help Wylan up and said, Wylan, this is the first time we have met. Yes, Grandpa, I haven't even seen you since we got married. I'm so ashamed, Wylan said with a face of shame. Ha, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Sailor waved his hand and comforted, let's go in and talk, go in and talk. Sailor pulled Varen towards the palace hall, and the others followed behind the two, but kept a distance. After a short exchange, the two got down to business. Grandfather, the Black Rock Army and the Badek Army have nearly 100,000 people, and they can all be handed over to you, but you can't give me less than a penny. Wylan had a stern face and an unyielding attitude. Sailor rolled up his sleeves, exposing his arms, and said in a deep voice, Wine, the Principality of Sylves is just established, and money is needed everywhere. For Zumia's sake, can you give less? How about 100 million gold coins? Grandfather, don't say for my wife's sake, even for my father's sake, it can't be less. Wylan was determined and stared at his grandfather's eyes. This old guy is very bad. How can he cut the price in half at the beginning, which makes it difficult for him to bargain? Watching the grandfather and grandson bargaining, others dared not breathe. The children of Buffield even retreated several meters, not daring to face their grandfather's momentum. Saler rubbed his iron fist, his beard flying in anger. Stinky boy, I am your grandfather. Heh, of course you are my grandfather. If it were anyone else, I would have to charge 300 million gold coins. Wylan crossed his arms and said neither servilely nor arrogantly. Since we can't reach an agreement, how about we have a fight? Whoever wins will retreat. Wylan's mouth corner slightly curved, and he couldn't wait to say, Grandfather, this is what you said. Looking at the look of his grandson-in-law, Saler felt like he was being eaten by the other party. However, this kid is only 61 years old this year, and it is impossible for a young boy to have such a scheme. Buffield. Father, please tell me. Buffield stepped forward and saluted, asking respectfully. Go clear the beast arena. Yes, father. After watching Buffield leave, Saler looked at Wylan and said, Walk with me. Yes, sir. Wylan nodded, signaled Kyle to move freely, and followed his grandfather out of the palace hall. After a while, only 6 young people were left in the palace hall. The tall and thin young man looked around and whispered, Sister, that cousin Wylan is really fierce. He dares to talk to Grandpa like this. Seeing this, the red-haired young man echoed, Second brother is right. Usually, when I talk to Grandpa, I dare not look at him, for fear of being lectured by him. The woman in red armor had sharp eyes, no longer the weak image before, and said, If you can become soul knights at a young age, you dare to talk to Grandpa like this. Didn't Father say that? Since the second uncle beat Grandpa down, Grandpa has never opposed what we said in the founding of the clan in our branch. To put it bluntly, with Grandpa's warlike character, he admires whoever can beat him. The youngest girl sighed and said, It's all my father's fault. It would be great if he could beat my grandfather down. Hee, little sister, I heard this. Be careful, I'll tell my father. Go if you can. I'll get back at you for all the beatings I've received. Looking at the two bickering, the red-armored woman waved her hand to stop the quarrel and said, Don't think about these things. Practice hard and improve your own strength. The Black Rock Army and the Badek Army will definitely be handed over to us in the end. You should read more military books recently, so that you won't be able to answer a single word when my grandfather tests you and end up being trained for a week. Hearing the word special training, the other 5 shuddered. They would rather swim 3,000 miles in the sea than be trained for a week by their grandfather. In less than a moment, everyone dispersed and returned to their respective manors or castles, and began to study day and night. On the garden path, Wylan and Saliel walked side by side. Wylan, what do you think of my grandchildren? Sailor asked with his hands behind his back, looking at the flowers competing for beauty. Hearing this question, Wai Lin recalled the strength and mental outlook of his cousins. The strongest one was a red-armored woman, low-level gold, just lower than Buffield. The weakest one was a young man in black, mid-level silver. Very good, at least in my opinion, it's already very good. Sailor stopped, turned his head to look at Wai Lin's side and said with emotion, "From the perspective of the entire kingdom, they are indeed good, but in my personal opinion, only my granddaughter is qualified and the others are not qualified, but their talents are like this, and they can't be forced." Grandfather, some things can't be forced. Compared to training several cousins, I think you should focus more on Uncle Buffield. This. Well, let's not talk about it for now. Sailor suddenly fell silent and didn't continue the topic. Seeing this, Wai Lin didn't continue to ask, and there might be something unspeakable. However, this is after all his grandfather's family affair, so it's better not to get involved, unless he asks for help. 3 days later, in the Beast Arena, Wai Lin and Sailor stood on each side. In the audience stand, except for a few people, there were only the palace guards on duty around. Begin. As Buffield gave the order, Sailor rushed towards Wai Lin with 2 swords in hand. Judging from his momentum, he was going to kill right away. Wai Lin raised his hand and summoned the Knight of Life and the Knight of Death. Facing Sailor's full-strength attack, the Knight of Life raised his knight's lance and blocked it. Looking at the 2 knights who suddenly appeared, Sailor's eyes were filled with caution. It seems that I thought I had overestimated Wai Lin, but it seems that I still underestimated him. Grandfather, keep working hard. If you defeat these 2 knights, you can fight with me. After that, Wai Lin retreated to the edge of the arena, sat on the ground, and watched the battle. Sailor was full of energy and began to fight with the Knight of Life and the Knight of Death. Various combat skills emerged one after another, but they were all resolved by the 2 knights. The sound of weapons colliding with each other echoed around, and at the same time, the minds of more than 1,000 people were shocked. Especially the red-armored woman, she clenched her fists, but when she thought of the gap between her and Wai Lin, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. Geniuses are different from geniuses. As time passed, Sailor, who had been on the battlefield for a long time and had no less than 10,000 battle experiences, was slightly in decline. Standing on the edge of the arena, looking at the 2 knights attacking from the left and right, the horror in his eyes was even worse. At first, he still had a certain advantage, but these 2 terrifying creatures had a strong learning ability and cooperated with each other tacitly. Later, they directly suppressed him, and he had no power to fight back. I give up. After hearing his grandfather's words, Wai Lin waved his hand to stop the Knight of Life and the Knight of Death. After some negotiations, Wai Lin finally sold the Black Rock Army and the Badek Army to the Principality of Sylves for 135 million gold coins. After handing over the command of the army, Wai Lin introduced the Halo Project candidates from the 2 armies to his grandfather. As for how to use these talents, it depends on his grandfather's political skills. After the dinner, Wai Lin said goodbye to his grandfather. Once we part, we will never see each other again. Grandfather, take care of yourself, I'm leaving. I will treat Zumia well. Sailor waved to Wai Lin and said with a smile. After watching Wai Lin leave, Sailor turned to look at his son and said, Buffield. Father, Buffield said, the Black Rock Army and the Badek Army are handed over to you. At this point, Sailor turned to look at his 6 grandchildren and then said, let them join the army to train more and learn the experience of leading troops. Yes, father. Yes. Sailor turned around and walked towards the palace. On the morning of August 15, 9763 of the glorious calendar, under the traction of the space bridge, more than 17,000 people from the 15th Army officially set out on the road home. Looking at the troops disappearing in groups, Wai Lin's eyes were full of emotion. After turning around and taking a last look at the Nangesha continent, he accepted the traction of the space bridge and set out on the road back to his hometown. It was already 7 days later when he opened his eyes here. Stepping on the land of his hometown and breathing the air, his homesickness reached its peak. After 10 years of separation, he was a little impatient to return to Kixing territory. After being promoted to Earl and having achieved the required military merits, The kingdom will send people to Kixing territory to verify the situation of the territory. When all the requirements are met, the kingdom will choose a suitable time to hold the enthronement ceremony. Looking back at the space bridge, when the last troop was sent out, the entire space bridge began to shrink and was finally taken away by a divine light. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds, the expedition war that lasted for 10 years and 8 months ended. My lord, do you have any regrets in the Nangestia continent? Kyle came behind Wylin, looked at the sky and asked. Upon hearing this, Wylin answered, if there is one regret, it is that we haven't found the tomb of Sila's Ansel. Maybe his tomb is still waiting for the destined person. And I don't know who will be the lucky one. Ha, let's not talk about this. The war is over. I really want to see what my Kixing territory has developed into. Has the territory expanded several times again? Wylin, don't you miss me? Why do I miss you, I? At this point, Wylin subconsciously stopped, looked in the direction of the sound, and found that Zumia was standing not far away, accompanied by his parents and eldest brother and sister-in-law. Kyle, you block it first. I still have to dispatch troops, so I'll leave first. After saying that, without waiting for Kyle's consent, he walked towards the place where the army assembled. I said the wrong thing just now. It wouldn't be so embarrassing to meet Zumia a few hours later. Wylin, why are you here? Brian, who was busy, looked up at his cousin, put away the roster in his hand and asked curiously. As the commander of the 15th Army. Of course, I'm here to handle the affairs. Cousin, you keep busy, I'm leaving first. Looking at Wylin's back, Brian looked at Adrian and asked curiously, do you think Wylin has offended someone and ran here to avoid trouble? Adrian handed the things in his hand to a silver knight, came to Brian's side and whispered, My lord, look behind you. Brian heard this, turned his head and instantly understood why Wylin, a lazy bug, came back to the 15th Army's base. The two smiled at each other and then counted the military supplies. Zemia walked and asked all the way, but eventually lost the trace of her husband. Have you found it? Hearing Alyssa's voice, Zumia shook her head helplessly and answered, Mother, if nothing unexpected happens, Wylin should have entered the half-plane. Okay, let's go to the tent and wait for it. Alyssa let go of Angus's arm, came to Zumia, and comforted her. Looking at the scene in front of him, Angus covered his face helplessly. This kid is getting stronger and stronger. I heard from Aunt Mia lie that this kid controlled more than 300,000 troops at his peak and indirectly commanded 1,000,000 troops, and he could still be lazy and slack off. In addition, this kid's own strength has also improved a lot. I estimate that I can only tie with him now. If this goes on, I'm afraid only my father-in-law can control him in the future. If I knew this day, I should have beaten this kid more at the beginning. Now it seems that there will be no chance in the future. When they arrived at the main general's tent, everyone sat down casually. Seeing this, Kyle directly ordered Miller to make tea, and he found an excuse to leave here. Ilyssus, why do you think Wylin ran away? Alicia asked curiously, holding her husband's left hand. Ilyssus looked helpless and said, You asked the wrong person. I don't know. I guess Wylin said the wrong thing just now, and he is going to hide for a while, and he will come out of the demoplane at the latest at night. Do you think I am right, little liar? Alicia stared into her husband's eyes and said softly. Hearing this, Ilyssus was shocked in her heart, but she still kept a gentle smile on the surface and said slowly, Alicia, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? I'll go talk to my mother. Watching Alicia leave, Ilyssus saw his father winking at him and followed him out of the tent. Coming out of the tent, Angus looked at the well-organized troops and said, Your brother is about to become the 6th Earl of the family. Do you think our family is suitable for promotion to Marquis? Father, I think you can participate in the enthronement ceremony and be promoted to Marquis on the same day. Ilyssus replied. Tell me about it. Angus already had the answer in his heart, but he still wanted to hear his eldest son's reasons. First, with 1 Marquis and 5 Earls, the family will enter a new situation. We can take the opportunity to weaken the restrictions imposed by the royal family on us, but this method has its pros and cons, and this requires the support of Grandpa. Second, after you are promoted to Marquis, the number of votes in the family meeting will reach 2, and with the addition of Earl Varon, you can use this to pass the proposal to increase the family's layout in other countries. Even if the three elders, Earl Hurricane, Earl Angiusi, and Earl Messiahs oppose it, you can still have more votes than them. Third, it is to spread Varen's reputation and pave the way for legend. Angus looked at Ilyssus and asked, "You're so optimistic about Varen." "Father, what's wrong with taking a gamble? Anyway, the family will not lose anything." "Well, I know." Angus nodded and then said, "As for Varen, you should discuss it with him privately. After all, he has a close relationship with his cousin, Earl Hurricane Irises, and may turn against him on this matter." "Father, leave it to me." In the demiplane, Varen was lying on the grass with his legs crossed, counting the time. When night fell, Varen stood up, opened the demiplane passage, and returned to the military camp. Looking around, the soldiers were sitting together in twos and threes, holding a bottle of wine in their hands, drinking happily. After patrolling around, Wylan arrived outside his tent. As expected, Zemia, father, mother, eldest brother, and sister-in-law were all waiting for him inside. Lord. Miller, who was walking towards him, saw Wylan, beat his chest, saluted, and said respectfully. Seeing this, Wylan asked, "Where's Kyle?" Miller answered truthfully, Lord Kyle took Miss Seraphina to the royal capital." "Forget it, you go down and rest." Wellen waved his hand and said to Miller after hearing this. "Yes, sir." Miller beat his chest, saluted, and left. Looking through the curtain and looking inside the tent, Wylan took a deep breath, put his hands behind his back, and walked in without hesitation. In this camp, besides Kyle, he is the strongest. Even his old father may not be able to beat him, so he doesn't need to be afraid at all. When the curtain was lifted, everyone looked at Wylan in unison. Under everyone's gaze, Wylan came to the right and sat down next to Shemya, without any guilt on his face. Angus looked at his youngest son and said jokingly, "You have developed a good face." Wylan raised his eyebrows and responded with a smile. "Father, you have to know that these 10 years have not been in vain for me. If I were not thick-skinned and cruel-hearted, how would I be able to get the money out of the hands of those old foxes?" Shemya turned to look at her husband. Without speaking, she just hugged his arm and leaned against him. "Wylan, I heard from Aunt Miyali that you have been very brave and good at fighting in the past 10 years. You served as an ambassador, convinced a country, led troops to fight, destroyed another country, fought against the Harvest Church, and preached without fear of the other party. During the event, the nobles of the 4 countries will be coerced so that they do not dare to act rashly and obey your instructions and abide by your rules. Brother, it's just a mere achievement. You can do it if you stand in my position." Varen looked at his eldest brother Ilyssus and responded in a gentle tone. Alyssa blinked and asked curiously, "Wylan, how much wealth have you gained this time?" "Mom, it's not much. It's just enough to build a teleportation array." Looking at his mother, Wylan showed his modesty, but did not say how much wealth he had gained this time. Looking at Wylan's expression, Angus nodded with satisfaction. In the 10 years of the expedition, his youngest son had indeed grown a lot. With the city government, he also knew how to avoid problems and not reveal everything about himself. However, in this case, Ilyssus would probably have to spend a lot of time convincing Varen. Thinking of this, Angus couldn't help but shook his head. He was going to retire soon, so why did he think so much? After 9 o'clock, the Angus couple and the Ilyssus couple left one after another, leaving only Wylan and Shemya in the camp. "Wylan, why did you see me running today?" Feeling the strength coming from her arm, Linchenchen smiled and said, "It's mainly because I was too embarrassed, so I went to hide for a while. Now am I back?" "Okay, then I forgive you," Shemya said softly with a smile in her eyes. Wylan put his hand on Zemya's hair, stroked it gently, and asked, "Has anything major happened in the Kingsing territory in the years since I left?" Zemya rested her head on Wylan's lap and said softly, "The 3rd year after you left, the Grey Mansion's Wasteland Monster Tribe conducted another test on the western border of the kingdom, but was quickly beaten back. Kingsing led we took this opportunity to develop a territory of 30,000 square kilometers." Wylan looked down at Shemya's big eyes and asked curiously, "The one you command is Baird's command?" Grand Controller Baird serves as the Commander-in-Chief, and General Cassius serves as the former Army General. I assist from the side, dispatching supplies and arranging for the people to evacuate." Shemya reached out and stroked Wylan's cheek and said with some pride, "It seems that you are not a mage who only knows about research." Zemia pouted and said with some dissatisfaction, "Humph, am I this kind of person in your heart?" Okay, I'm just kidding, don't be angry." Wylan pinched Shemia's face and then asked, "Is there anything else?" Upon seeing this, Shemia continued to narrate. "At the beginning of August 9756 in Glory, I transferred some of the newly developed territories, plus a compensation of 150,000 gold coins per person, to the Baron of Brandon. Baron of Violet and the 3 baronies of Leslie Barony were replaced, and Runcha County was added on this basis, turning Kixing County from a border county to a core county. Are these 3 barons dissatisfied when they changed their territories? Thanks to years of neglect, coupled with the fact that I sent people to help the relocation of their subjects, and a 10-year mutual defense agreement, Baron Brandon, Baron Violet and Baron Leslie did not show any dissatisfaction. Mood. Besides, as the overlord of Cardro Province, who dares to show dissatisfaction openly?" Hearing this, Wylan pinched Shemia's face and said, "What are you saying? I'm not bragging. You go to the province of Cadro and ask around. Whoever mentions my name doesn't say I have both ability and political integrity. Treat people well." Shemia looked at the hand dangling in front of her, opened her mouth, and put her fingers in her mouth to express her dissatisfaction. After waiting for a while, Wylan pulled his finger out of Zumia's mouth, wiped it on her body, and then asked, "How many counties are there in Kixing territory now, and how many people are there?" "This is a surprise prepared for you by General Baird. You will know when you go back." Zumia smiled slyly and did not directly answer Wylan's question. Okay, wait until I finish my work and go back to see what surprise they have prepared for me," Wylan said helplessly. "Do you have anything else to do in the capital?" Zumia said with some doubts. Grandpa still owes me a sum of money. After receiving these things, I will take you to meet a friend of mine." Wylan smiled and said slowly. "Well, I'll listen to you," Zumia responded. "Sneak peek for you." Early the next morning, Wylan put on his clothes, took Shermia with him, and headed to the royal capital. After entering the royal capital, Wylan did not directly go to find his grandfather. According to tradition, when foreign military generals return to the kingdom, the first thing they have to do is report on their duties. As expected, Duke East and his grandfather were drinking and chatting with His Majesty, the King, in the palace. "Where do you want to go shopping?" Wylan looked at Shemia, who was hugging his arms, and asked. "How about going to the floating base? Just in time to see one of my sisters." "Sister?" Hearing Zemia's words, Wylan felt a little confused and asked curiously, "I still recognize the kiss." "Of course, I admit it." Zemia rolled her eyes at Wylan and said angrily, "Didn't I tell you about my brothers, sisters, and 2 younger sisters?" "Haha, let me ask. It happens that my friend is also in the floating base. Maybe the 2 of them know each other," Wylan said with a smile. With a curious look on her face, Shermia asked softly, "Wylan, can you tell me the name of your friend?" "Krell." "It's him," Zemia muttered to herself. "Why, do you know her?" Wylan looked at Zemia's whisper and asked. Zemia replied rather perfunctorily, "I've only met him a few times." "You and he are both members of the royal family. Did you have conflicts when you were young?" Hearing Wylan's guess, Shemia didn't say anything but took his arm and walked forward. On the streets of Wangdu, the 2 of them were strolling while approaching the Baikeng district, where the floating base was located. "I am used to eating the food of the Nangasia continent, and I feel that it has a unique flavor when I taste the food of the kingdom here." Seeing her husband's hands covered with grease, Shemia had a disgusted expression on her face and used a cleaning technique to remove the stains. "Wylan, please don't apply it on me again." Wylan Shanshan smiled and said, "Next time, definitely next time." Shemia snorted, turned Wylan's head with her hands, made him look into her eyes, and said word by word, "There will be no next time." Okay. I promise there will be no next time." "If there is a next time, what happens next time, tell me quickly." Taking advantage of Zemia's relaxation, Wylan teleported 10 meters away and said with a smile, "Next time, let me kiss you." "Hateful." Seeing Wylan running into the crowd, Shemia gritted her teeth and then laughed again. "Although my husband has grown a lot, his personality remains the same." At this moment, Wylan, who was about to buy a few wood carvings, saw the cursor light up on the back of his hand. stopped and waited quietly. Within a moment, Zemia hugged Wyland from behind and whispered, "I must have found him." "With your strength, if I hadn't waited for you, you would have found me," Wyland said with disdain. "If you tell me, I'll sleep in another tent tonight." "Okay, I won't say any more." Looking at her subdued husband, Shermia folded her arms and continued to wander. In the evening, the couple came outside the floating base. "Lord Verand, you are here." At the entrance of the floating base, an officer saw Wyland's figure, stepped forward to salute, and greeted with a smile. Yes, they have all become officers on duty. Looking at the young officer in front of him, Wyland still remembered that when he first met him. He was still a low-level bronze soldier, and his rank was only a soldier. More than 10 years have passed, and now he has grown into a junior officer. "It's all cultivated by Lord Krell," the young officer said with a humble face. "Lord Varen, please wait here. I will go and notify Secretary Isolde." "Sorry to trouble you." "No trouble, no trouble." The young officer waved his hands quickly, then turned and left, walking quickly into the floating base. After receiving the news, Isolde did not dare to delay and walked directly to the captain's office. 100 meters away from the captain's office, 2 female swordsmen reached out to stop Isolde and said, "Secretary Isolde, please wait a moment." "Okay." You don't need to think about it to know that the captain and deputy captain must be up to no good in the office. Having been a secretary for more than 10 years, and as Krell's confidant and friend, he knew very well that they would come here every few months. The female swordsman ordered her companions to stay here, then bowed to Isolde and walked to the office. Hearing the sound coming from inside, the female swordsman knocked on the door without changing her expression. At this moment, Claire and Italia heard a knock on the door and stopped what they were doing. In less than a minute, Claire, who was dressed like a dog, opened the office door, looked at the swordswoman who bowed her head and saluted and asked, "What happened?" "Mother, Isolde has something to report." Regarding this title, Claire looked helpless, but there was nothing he could do about it. When they call Italia their master, they themselves become the mistress. Ignoring the female swordsman, Claire strode out. "Isolde, what's the matter?" Creel came to Isolde and asked. Seeing this, Isolde replied, "Captain Krell, Lord Varen is here to visit." "Wyland, count the time. It's time for him to come back." Claire muttered to himself as he recalled the information revealed by his father in his mind. "Krell, stop here." Krell had just taken his left foot out and was about to leave when he heard his wife's words and had to take his foot back. "I meet Captain Italia." Looking at the girl in front of her, who was only 1.6 meters tall, Isolde bowed her head with a serious face. Isolde ignored her husband and looked at the secretary. Asking, "Isolde, I want to ask you, is there a silver-haired woman with the man named Wyland?" To answer the captain, "Lord Wyland is indeed accompanied by a silver-haired woman." "Well, that's enough, I know." Italia waved her hand, turned to look at her husband and said, "Krell, I'll go with you this time." "Oh, what, you don't want to?" Italia put her hands on her waist and said loudly, "Okay." Faced with the request of the wife of the golden high-level arcanist, did he dare not agree? "How about this? I allow you to go wherever you like today." Looking at his wife's evil smile, Claire covered his head. "You think I'm stupid? If I want to go, I must go secretly and you follow me. If I dare to go, you will find an excuse to beat me up." Italia stepped forward and held Claire's arm and ordered the female swordsman in a cold voice, "You are on vacation today." "Yes, master." The 12 female swordsmen beat their chests and saluted. "Isolde." "Captain, you are on duty today." "Yes." Isolde answered with a bitter face and lowered her head. He knew it was bad, but it was a pity that he was a secretary and dared not run. After watching the 2 people leave, Isolde shook the dust off the mage's robe and walked towards the command center with a bitter look on her face. Outside the floating base, Varen looked at Krell, opened his arms and stepped forward to give him a hug. "Krell, I haven't seen you for 10 years, and I miss you so much." "Wyland, long time no see." With a sincere smile on his face, Krell turned sideways, pulled Italia over and introduced enthusiastically, "Wyland, this is my wife Italia, you should have met her." "Varen, it's our first time meeting you, nice to meet you." "Yay." Wyland was about to speak, but he was beaten to it. "Sister Italia, long time no see." Zemia came to Wylan with a gentle smile on her face. She tucked a strand of silver hair from her forehead behind her ears and greeted him softly. Italia looked natural and said, "Zemia, we haven't seen each other for 30 years. Sister Italia, it's been 32 years. Shemia responded with a smile, "When we meet again, you are also married. It's a pity that your husband's strength is not very good." "Really?" Italia responded with a smile. "Krell looks weak, but it's easy to clean up." Krell, who was standing aside, looked very embarrassed when he heard what his wife said, but what Italia said was the truth, and he could not refute it. Varen glanced at his good brother, then at Italia, and finally looked back at his wife, with strong curiosity aroused in his heart. Shemia stared at Wylan. She had been sleeping with him for many years. She still didn't know what her husband was thinking. The two women started a drama, and it didn't take long for Italia and Shemia to become like sisters, which made Varen feel puzzled. "You two are bickering like this, shouldn't you have a fight?" As for Krell, he has long been accustomed to it. He has seen this kind of scene no less than 10 times. It's okay if he won the quarrel, but if he lost, he would have suffered at night. Thinking of this, Krell couldn't help but feel envious of Wylan, but he was not willing to exchange identities. "What do you think?" Claire Shanshan, who came back to her senses, smiled and said, "It's nothing, I'm just thinking about where to go to play later. Just go to the manor you took me to for the first time when I came to the royal capital." "Okay. Just go there," Claire nodded and responded. Italia, who was talking to Shemia, heard Krell's words and turned around to glare at him, but did not object. She could see that her sister was obedient to her husband. In this way, in order to avoid unpleasantness between the two parties, she could only allow Claire to indulge a little. Led by Krell, a frequent visitor, the four of them came to Flower Poem Manor. Holding Italia's right hand, Shemia looked at the arrangements in the manor and asked curiously, "Sister Italia, what is this place?" "A holy place for dating," Italia said with disdain. When he met his wife's eyes, Claire looked a little helpless. This place was obviously a manor where people could make friends normally, but why did it sound like a vulgar song and dance theater when it came out of Italia's mouth? Hearing this, Zemia covered her mouth and smiled secretly. When it comes to his powerful sister, Krell, his distant cousin, is very unlucky. "Krell, why are you here?" A young man walked towards him, looking at Krell's figure with a surprised look on his face. "Barbara, do you want to have a fight?" Claire invited with a smile on his face. Seeing this, the young man shook his head and refused. "Krell, we can't do it today. My grandfather sent someone to inform me to go back. Let's talk about it another day." "Okay," Claire replied with some regret. When passing by Wylan, Barbara whispered, "Wylan, see you next time." "Ken, I thought that this guy who had a chance encounter with me had forgotten about me, but I didn't expect that he would still remember me." After Barbara left, Wylan asked the still charming Mrs. Hua for a courtyard, ordered some tea, fruits, and snacks, and told the maid to come up quickly. Entering a quiet courtyard, Wylan went straight to a wicker chair and lay down on it comfortably. Italia looked at Wylan's actions and asked in a low voice, "Is your husband always like this?" Hearing this, Shemia replied in a low voice, "Sister Italia, Varen is usually like this, but under Kyle's supervision he practices very hard." "That's it." The two women came to sit aside and began to chat quietly about the past, and from time to time they laughed like silver bells. Krell, who is naturally active, looked at the casual Wylan and asked, "How about we compete?" Wylan sat up and used the combat skill Aoki Faceless Clone to condense a golden mid-level Faceless Clone, and said, "You go ahead and fight him. If I come and can't hold back, you have to lie down on the bed. It's been a few months." Feeling the Faceless Knight in front of him, Krell nodded, then picked a knight's sword and came to the center of the duel. When the Faceless Clones entered the duel, a magic shield rose up, covering one person and one clone. Wylan was enjoying the battle between one person and one clone while enjoying fruits, and was very relaxed and content. 3 days later, at the entrance to the floating base, Varen said goodbye to Krell with a melancholy look on his face. "Good brother, see you next time." Claire hugged Wylan and said reluctantly, "Wylan, take care of yourself." "Ha, I will, practice hard. I don't want to see the day when you can't witness me becoming a legend." Wylan patted Claire on the back and said with a smile. Claire let go of Wylan, blinked, and said with a smile, Although I don't think I'm a genius, I can still live to see you become a legend. That's a deal. On the other side, Italia and Zumia ended their communication and waved goodbye. At the entrance, Claire and Italia stood side by side, watching Wylan and Zumia leave. Claire, I allow you to go to the Flower Poetry Manor once a month. Hearing Italia's words, Claire turned his head and looked at her in disbelief. Why, looking at you like this, why don't you forget it? Italia crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Hee, Italia, I knew you were the best to me. Hee, don't you see who I am? At this moment, Isolde, the secretary who had just finished her 3-day duty, just walked to the entrance of the floating base and saw this hateful couple. Seeing that the two did not notice her, she quietly retreated and prepared to go home later to avoid being conscripted again. Arriving at the manor where the Duke of Moravia stayed at, his grandfather's place, Wylan and Zumia, led by the butler, came to the outside of the hall. Master Wylan, the Duke is punishing Master Lowell, please be careful. The butler reminded in a low voice, then bowed and saluted and left the place quickly. Zumia reminded in a low voice, Wylan, why don't we wait for a while? You're right, we can wait for a while. In the hall, the Duke of Moravia was as cold as frost and did not speak. Lowell, who was kneeling in the hall, knocked his head on the ground. His face was pale, and now he began to regret why he did such a thing with those friends. The young wizard standing aside plucked up his courage and asked carefully, Father Lowell, I once said that you are not allowed to use power to oppress magicians. You're turning a deaf ear to my words. The seemingly calm words contain indifference to family affection. Seeing this, the young wizard decisively shut up and dared not speak again. As for his son, he could only pray for good luck, otherwise he, as a father, would be punished. Tell me, what were you thinking at the time? Grandfather, I'll give you 3 minutes to organize your words. If you keep stuttering, you don't need to say anything. Just go to the Demon Flame Cave and stay there for 100 years. Hearing the words of the Duke of Moravia, Lowell was sweating coldly and hurriedly explained the ins and outs of the matter, not daring to mix a single lie. Grandfather does what he says. When doing such things, he doesn't care whether you are his grandson or his apprentice. Grandfather, the boy named Zelia is. 3 minutes later, Lowell told all the things he had done, not daring to hide anything. After listening to his grandson's story, it was basically the same as the information Osmond Ollier told him. In addition, the boy named Zelia had a close relationship with his grandson, which seemed to be the layout of this kid 20 years ago. Based on his many years of experience, the other party must be a person who carries fate. The son of Miracle, it can only be said that he is worthy of being the son of Miracle and is deeply favored by fate. Lowell, grandfather, Lowell bowed his head and answered, Am I too indulgent to your father? Hearing his grandfather's words, Lowell's expression froze instantly, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. At this moment, the young mage standing aside was sweating profusely and glared at the stinky boy fiercely. After returning, he would not let this beast lie in bed for a year, and he would not be called Ankral. Zayao, father, you say, do you want to go to the Demon Flame Cave to practice hard for 5 years, or choose to accompany your third brother for 3 years? The young mage frowned and begged, Father, can I not choose? As the saying goes, if a son is not taught, it is the fault of the father. If you don't choose, your father will help you choose. The Duke of Moravia glanced at Ankral and said indifferently, hearing his father's unquestionable tone. Ankral took a deep breath and said, Father, I choose to accompany my third brother for 3 years. You have 1 month to discipline Lowell. I don't want to hear about his evil deeds in the capital and ruin my reputation. Yes, father. Ankral lowered his head and answered, then used the magician's hand to grab Lowell, who was terrified, and took him aside to clear the hall. Lowell looked at the violent expression on his father's face, his face pale, leaning against the pillar. He could already imagine what his father was going to do to him. After his grandfather spoke, his mother probably didn't dare to plead with his father. After this time, he would shed his skin even if he didn't die. He should not have gone to the first magic academy to act arrogantly. Wylan, how long do you want to hear it? Outside the hall, Wylan heard his grandfather's voice, tidied his wrinkled clothes, patted his face, pulled Zumia and walked in with steady steps. Grandpa, long time no see. Zemia greets Grandpa. Compared to the casual Wylan, Zumia seemed much more reserved. Smile appeared on the cold face of the Duke of Moravia. And he said, I just came back from the palace, and you came right after me. When Lowell saw the smile on his grandfather's face, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Compared to his cousin Wylan, he felt like he was picked up. Thinking carefully, except for the smile his grandfather gave him when he was a child, he never saw it again after he grew up. Seeing this, Wylan smiled and teased, Grandpa, that is part of my wealth. I don't feel safe leaving it with you. Then, my big rat, how do you want to move your wealth back home? Wylan was stunned, and then he loudly refuted, Grandpa, you are slandering me. I have been the deputy minister of the logistics department. Except for receiving more military supplies once, I have never been to the logistics department again, and all the extra supplies were used in the expedition war. I remember someone said he wanted to be a rat. Wylan saw this, Shanshan smiled and touched the back of his head awkwardly. Didn't I not become a rat because of your reminder? So, during the mission to the Kingdom of Teton and the expedition to the Grand Duchy of Brea, the rat that ate a little fat was definitely not you. The Duke of Moravia looked at Wylan with a smile and laughed. Ugh, slander, this is slander, Grandpa, you must have evidence. Wylan spread his hands and spoke. No matter what, he would never admit it. The wealth that belonged to the expeditionary army was not less. At most, he took bribes from the native nobles and the royal families of the 4 countries, and he took it without damaging the interests of the expeditionary army. Seeing that Wylan refused to admit it, the Duke of Moravia smiled and said in a gentle tone, Okay, I know you know your limits. This matter can be big or small. Since the war is over and the calculation of military merits has been completed, then the coffin is closed. I still have to study those things. I will send someone to deliver them to you in a few days. In addition, the kingdom is preparing to send an envoy to the Holy Third Dawn Kingdom in September next year. Are you interested in serving as the deputy envoy? Wylan heard it and asked, Grandpa, who is the envoy? Your father. Forget it, I won't go. Wylan waved his hand and said quickly, It's up to you, you don't have to go. There are some unusual movements in the Grey Wasteland. The monster clan craze is not far away. It will be next year or the year after. It's better to guard your territory. After hearing the news from his grandfather, Wylan's eyes lit up. This seemed to be an opportunity. Kixing territory is no longer a weak territory, and he is no longer a pioneer knight who can only hide in the castle when facing the monster clan. Window tabula equals window, tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. After saying goodbye to their grandfather, Wylan and Zumia went to the first Magic Academy. With Zumia's status as a gold high-level arcanist, Wylan and Zumia successfully obtained a temporary visitor's pass and entered the Magic Academy. On the Green Avenue, the apprentices of the wizards who came and went were in a hurry, either to attend classes or to do experiments, and they dared not delay any more time on the road. In contrast, Wylan and Zumia seemed a little out of place. Wylan, do you want to see your sister? Before Zumia finished speaking, Wylan asked first. Yes. Zumia nodded and said, I haven't seen her for more than 10 years. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Looking at Wylan's back, Zumia smiled, but the next moment she was stunned and hurriedly shouted, Don't worry, I don't know where she is. After a long while, Zumia took Wylan around in a big circle and came to an administrative building. Coming to a magic crystal, Zumia placed the temporary visitor card on the base, found the place where her sister was teaching, and took Wylan's hand and ran to Magic Building No. 11. 10 minutes later, Zumia took Wylan into the classroom and sat in the back row under the curious eyes of the students. Sitting on the wooden chair, looking at the podium in front, Wylan's long-forgotten memories began to emerge. Not to mention the distant past, just in this life, when he was in Windsor Castle, the scene of the family elders teaching on it was vivid. Waiwei turned his head and looked at Zumia's interested expression, and knew that she was playing the role of teacher, which was very different from himself as a student. Dong dong dong. The sound of footsteps came. More than 100 wizard apprentices stopped communicating and cast their eyes towards the door. In less than a moment, a silver-haired woman appeared at the door. Weilin looked up and saw that she was somewhat similar to his wife, but with a cold expression, as if strangers were not allowed to approach. Entering the classroom, the silver-haired woman took off her mage robe, revealing her proud figure, which made some of the young and energetic mage apprentices breathe heavily. The silver-haired woman hung the star patterned robe, representing the golden mage on the coat rack, walked straight to the desk, put down the book, glanced at the mage apprentices, frowned, opened her red lips and asked, "Where are Gillette and Gustav?" A tall and thin man stood up and said nervously, "Teacher Camellia, they both asked for leave." Ask for leave. The silver-haired woman opened the book and found her teaching record. Looking at the two people who had missed 3 classes, she warned, "If I don't see Gillette and Gustav next time, let them go to the principal to drop out." "Teacher Camellia, I will tell them about this." The tall and thin man answered carefully, fearing that he would anger this silver-haired witch and make him go through the basic magic common sense of the energy-shaping department again. Camellia put her silver hair behind her ears, waved to the duty officer to sit down, then activated the magic device, projected the virtual magic props, and started the class. Weilin, who was sitting at the end of the classroom, witnessed the whole process of the class taught by the sister-in-law who had never met before, and felt very interesting. In front of Zumia, an arcane master who specializes in mental magic, Camellia did not notice that there were 2 more people in the classroom. An hour and a half later, the class was over. The magic apprentices rushed to leave here, not daring to stay here for long. Seeing everyone leave, Camellia closed the textbook, looked at the empty classroom and said coldly, "Come out." Seeing this, Weilin was a little surprised. Just when he wanted to stand up, he saw Zumia holding him with her hand, smiling and shaking her head. After waiting for a while, Camellia frowned and muttered to herself, "Is my intuition wrong? There is really no one in this classroom." The next moment, Camelia's eyes became extremely sharp. She slowly raised her hands and cast the energy spell. In an instant, the temperature of the entire classroom dropped sharply, and in the blink of an eye it was covered with ice and snow. At this moment, the defense mechanism of the magic classroom quietly activated, cutting the entire classroom out of the existing space and completely isolating it from the outside world. A minute later, the ice and snow suddenly dissipated, replaced by hot lava. The originally cold classroom instantly turned into a sea of fire, and the boiling magma continued to flow, emitting suffocating high temperatures. In the place where the mind illusion was shrouded, Zumia folded her hands on her chest, commenting on her sister's spells one by one, and told Weilin, the only audience. In less than 3 minutes, 3 silver high-level mages came to classroom 121 on the first floor of Magic Building No. 11. Looking at Camelia's figure, they gave up the idea of going in to find out. The educational facilities were damaged, so just ask a few mages to repair them. Anyway, it was not their own money that was deducted. If they angered the silver-haired witch, they might have to lie down for a few days. Although they could get a lot of work injury compensation, as a magician, how could they lack those little tricks? Camellia tried several range attack spells in succession, and the whole classroom instantly became tattered and messy. However, even in the boiling lava, she still felt a pair of eyes watching her in the dark. "Come out!" Camellia shouted again, but only her own echo responded to her, and no strangers appeared around. At this time, Weilin turned to look at his wife and suggested, "How about this?" Zumia also nodded gently, removing the cover of the mental illusion. Looking at the person behind the scenes, Camellia widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. She opened her mouth wide and said in a trembling voice, "Sister, how could it be you?" "Why, my dear sister, do you really not want to see me?" Zumia took a step forward and came to Camellia, with a gentle smile on her face and a hint of pampering and kindness in her eyes. Camelia's face flushed slightly, and she hurriedly shook her head and explained, "Sister, no, I just didn't expect to see you here." After that, Camellia stepped forward and hugged her sister, burying her head in her chest. "Okay, stop it, otherwise I'll hang you up and beat you." Feeling the strangeness in her chest, Zumia pushed Camellia away, walked to Weilin, hugged his hand, and whispered, "This is your brother-in-law, Weilin Aches." Camellia opened her eyes wide, looked up and down at Wylan, her eyes full of curiosity. Outside the classroom, the three silver mages looked at each other, feeling that they must have fallen into the environment of a gold arcanist. The silver-haired witch who was always cold and frosty actually blushed. No one dared to believe it. "Okay, let's go to your place and talk about it." After saying that, Zumia filled the memories of the three silver mages with a blank illusion, and then took Wylan and Camellia away. Pushing open the door, Wylan was shocked to see the extremely simple manner, so poor. "Oh no, it's so simple." Zumia turned around and stared at Camellia. She didn't expect her sister to live such a hard life. "Well, sister, brother-in-law, don't get me wrong," Camellia explained quickly. Then the three of them entered the spacious hall, but it was empty. In desperation, Wylan could only take out a set of exquisite chairs from the space ring and put them in the center of the living room, and then took out some tea and fruit and placed them neatly on the table. Camellia sat dignifiedly opposite Zumia, with a hint of embarrassment on her face. "When I was promoted to a gold arcanist, I spent all my money to buy a batch of precious experimental materials and borrowed a large sum of money from others to buy 10 gold-level demon soul light balls, so I have been a little tight in the past few years," Camellia whispered, with a little embarrassment in her voice. Hearing these words, Zumia's face became solemn. She looked at Camellia deeply and asked, "How much debt do you still owe now?" Camellia hesitated for a moment, but still answered truthfully, "About 3 million gold coins. Give me another 10 years, and I should be able to pay it off. 10 years is a bit long. Sister, do you want to lend me some?" Meeting her sister's hopeful eyes, Zumia spread her hands and said with a smile, "You should ask your brother-in-law. If he is willing to pay you back from his fingernails, it means you picked it up. If not, then there is nothing we can do." Seeing this, Camellia turned to look at Wylan, looking pitiful, and changed the heroic temperament when teaching before. Wylan put away the smile on his face and asked seriously, "Camellia, if you are willing to teach at Kixingling Magic Academy for 10 years, I can not only pay off your debt in one lump sum, but also give you 100,000 gold coins for research every year." "Brother-in-law, this... I don't want to." Looking at Camelia's hesitation, Wylan frowned and asked, "No, brother-in-law, I am willing to go with you, but I have signed a 30-year teaching contract with the First Magic Academy. I have only fulfilled it for 5 years, and there are still 25 years." Wylan heard the words and asked, "Just tell me if you are willing. If you are willing, leave the next thing to me." Seeing this, Camellia couldn't wait to answer, "Brother-in-law, I am willing." "Okay, leave it to me next. Zemia, you two sisters chat first. I'm going to visit Mr. Thaddeus." After that, Wylan took out a bunch of fruits and put them on the table, then left the manor and walked towards the central magic building. Watching Wylan leave, Issa came to sit down beside Zumia and asked in a low voice, "Sister, can my brother-in-law convince the principal?" "I don't know either." Zumia picked up a fruit, pulled a corner of her sister's long skirt, wiped the water stains on it, took a bite and said, "But with your brother-in-law's ability, this matter is almost certain." "Really?" Camellia pulled the long skirt, shook off the water stains on it, and said with some curiosity. Over the years, she only knew that her sister married the youngest son of the Eagle Earl. As she was obsessed with research for many years, she didn't know much about this Viscount Kixing. She only knew that her brother-in-law had a territory on the western border that was not much different from that of an ordinary earl. As time passed, the two sisters slowly opened up the topic, but Zumia just mentioned it briefly when it came to her husband's affairs, without finishing in detail. Even if Camellia begged, Zumia remained unmoved. There are some things that only family members can know, and her sister, as an outsider, is not qualified to know. On the other side, under the leadership of Secretary General Isabel, Wylan came to the office of the principal of the First Magic Academy. "Good afternoon, Mr. Thaddeus." Wylan put his right hand on his chest and bowed. "Please sit down." Thaddeus stood up, returned the greeting, and invited the other party to sit next to him. "Wylan, it's been 20 years since we last met." Thaddeus sat on the sofa, looking at the black-haired young man who was already a soul knight in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh at the passing of time. Wylan was sitting opposite Thaddeus and responded politely, "Mr. Thaddeus, I vaguely remember that I came to visit you for Zelia." Thank you for your care over the years, which has made this kid a talent. Hahaha, Zelia can achieve what he has today, all thanks to his own efforts. At most, I just ensure that he grows up in a fair environment. By the way, if he wasn't from your ex-family, I really want to accept him as my disciple. What a pity, what a pity. Hearing the other party's words, Wylan couldn't help but twitch a little. He has always been the only one who poaches other people's talents. When has anyone poached his own talents? So Thaddeus, I deeply understand your love for talents, but Zelia is mine and I will never give her to you. You kid. Seeing Wylan's serious expression, Thaddeus shook his head helplessly. It seems that he can't poach her. By the way, what's the matter with you coming to see me today? Sir Thaddeus, I'm here today to do a business with you, Wylan said when he saw this, and then took out a demon soul light ball. Seeing what Wylan had in his hand, Thaddeus smiled calmly. How much do you have? Seeing the old man's expression, Wylan chuckled and said, Not much, just more than 1,000 gold-level demon soul light balls and more than 200,000 silver-level demon soul light balls. Thaddeus waved his hand and asked the secretary to go out first, then looked at Wylan and asked, Tell me, what are your conditions? Sir Thaddeus, my wife misses her sister Issa Silves very much. In order to fulfill her little wish, I want to second Issa Silves to the Magic Academy in my territory to teach for 10 years. Wylan smiled when he heard it. After listening, Thaddeus pondered for a while, weighed the pros and cons and said, As long as Issa Silves is willing, the first Magic Academy can release her. Okay. In just a few minutes, the two reached a consensus. After leaving Thaddeus' office, Wylan returned to the manor where Issa lived and told Zumia and the others the news. As for the transaction of the Demon Soul Orb, since the first Magic Academy could not come up with so many magic crystals at once, the transaction could only be postponed until around the knighthood promotion ceremony. In the campus of the first magic school, Varen held Shermia's hand and walked around. As for Camellia, he went to the Magic Administration building to hand over the teaching work and sign a new teaching contract. Where are we going? Seeing that there were fewer and fewer people on the street, Shermia asked curiously. Wylan raised his finger and pointed at the pavilion in the lake and said, There. Shemia looked in the direction pointed by her husband's hand and saw a young man and woman leaning on each other, sitting under the pavilion and whispering about private matters. That boy is Zelia. If nothing else goes wrong, that girl should be the bloodthirsty witch Gabriella of the Magic Academy, the daughter of East Tower War Mage Osmond Oriel. Shemia squinted her eyes, put her finger on her lips, and said curiously, Wylan, you are not paying attention to the East Tower War Mage, are you? I have this idea. A glimmer of light flashed in Wylan's eyes, and he whispered, Gabriella is the only daughter of the East Tower War Mage. As long as Zelia kidnaps her back, I will ask Grandpa to come back from with the help of others. There is no problem in letting Osmond Oriel serve as a guest mage in the Kingsing Leader for about 10 years. Aren't you afraid that Lord Thaddeus will knock on your door? Shemia reminded her with a serious face. When Wylan heard this, he smiled and said, I am just asking Mr. Osmond Oriel to be a guest mage. It is not poaching. For the development of his own path, I believe Mr. Thaddeus will not refuse. For this mage, who is about to enter the legend, extraordinary books from the Metagoa Plain, will definitely arouse his curiosity. During this expedition, except for a few senior leaders of the expeditionary force, other nobles did not grab as much money as he did, nor did they collect as many extraordinary books as he did. Using this as bait, I am not afraid that Thaddeus, a high-level mage of soul, will not take the bait. Under the pavilion in the lake, Gabriella, who was nestling on the chest of her beloved, felt the stranger approach and suddenly opened her eyes and looked back. Seeing this, Zelia followed her senior sister's gaze and saw Wylan's figure, with a look of joy on her face. Senior, I will accompany you later. I will first. Before Zelia could finish speaking, Gabriella covered his mouth with her hand and said in a deep voice, I will accompany you. Kindness. Seeing Gabriella's unquestionable look, Zelia nodded. By the lake, Wylan put his hands on the railing, looked at the two people walking towards him, and said to Shemia, When you and Gabriella are alone, tell Zelia that she is planning to return to the Praying Star territory. She. Then what do you want me to do? Shemia recorded Wyland's words in her mind and then asked again. No, talking too much is not good. It's good just like this. Wyland turned around, leaned on the railing, and said with a smile. The mage's mind is very active, and it is easy to understand the signals I send. Shemia hugged her husband's waist, leaned into his ear, and whispered, Wyland, I noticed that you have changed a bit. Tell me, what have I changed? Wyland asked, smelling the fragrance of Zemia's silver hair. It got worse. Yeah, isn't it? Shemia asked. Ha, I feel the same way. Maybe I have stayed with those old foxes for a long time and picked up some of their habits. However, compared to the methods of those old foxes, I feel that I am an upright person. To achieve their goals, they kill their daughters, their grandchildren, their relatives, and even trigger natural disasters from demons. Listening to her husband's words, Shemia could sense the indigenous people's desire for power. However, these things also happen among the royal family, but they don't rise to this level. Perhaps marrying Wyland was the most correct choice in her life. My smart and wise wife, it will be up to you later. Don't worry, leave it to me. After all, as your wife, I am not useless. Shemia let go of Wyland's waist, straightened his somewhat wrinkled clothes, and said confidently. A few minutes later, Zelia and Gabriella came to Varen. Zelia has met the Lord. Zelia stepped forward to salute and said respectfully. Gabriella lowered her head and saluted as a sign of respect. Zelia, it seems that you listened well to the advice I gave you 10 years ago. Varen smiled kindly at Gabriella, then looked at Zelia and said with a smile. In a few words, Wyland created an opportunity for Shemia and Gabriella to be alone on the pretext of understanding Zelia's past 10 years. You've worked hard over the years. When we first met, you were just a mage apprentice. The second time we meet, you have just been promoted to silver mage. This is the third time we have met. You are already a silver high-level mage, not far from a gold mage. In my opinion, you deserve the title of genius. Hearing the praise of the people she was loyal to, Zelia felt a great sense of satisfaction in her heart. Thinking back to the beginning, if it hadn't been for the Lord, his life would have ended at that moment, and he would not have had a further education career. Nor would he have met senior sister Gabriella. The two were walking and talking, and when they reached a viewing platform, Wyland stopped, pointed at the three-colored bird flapping its wings on the lake, and asked with a smile, Zelia, what do you think that little bird is doing now? Zelia looked at the flapping birds in the lake and replied, try to fly. That's right. Wyland leaned against the fence and said slowly, when the bird grows up, it will start to fly. So if I take you back to Kixing territory this time, do you have any complaints? Zelia said solemnly, Lord, you gave me my life. Everything I have now is inseparable from your support behind me. Even if you let me die now, I won't have any complaints. Wyland put his hands on his shoulders and said, after I go back, I will prepare materials for you to be promoted to a gold mage. Young eagle, it's time to fly high. In the past, you needed Kixing territory. Now Kixing territory needs you. Zelia straightened his chest and answered firmly, I understand, Lord. For you, I am willing to dedicate my life. Wyland hugged Zelia and said, I believe you. Lord, if I convince Senior Gabriella to go with me, will you object? Zelia hesitated for a moment, but still said the most real thoughts in his heart. Why do you think I object? Wyland let go of Zelia and asked with a smile. Because, at this point, Zelia suddenly remembered that he was able to bravely accept the love of senior sister Gabriella for him, because of the Lord's advice. I will pick you up in 3 days. After Wyland parted ways with Zumia and Zelia, the couple, he left the first magic academy. After walking out of the gate and getting on the carriage, Wyland looked at his smiling wife and asked, how is it going? Everything went well. If nothing unexpected happens, the girl will take the initiative to persuade her father. Next, it depends on your methods, my dear husband. Leaning in Wyland's arms, Zumia replied with a smile. Stroking his wife's hair, Wyland said, return to the barracks first, and then write a letter to Grandpa. 2 hours later, Wyland paid 4 silver coins as the carriage rental fee and took his wife to the barracks. In a few days, the barracks were much emptier. Arriving at the 15th Army's camp, Wyland waved to Miller and asked, is Kyle back? My lord, Lord Kyle returned to the camp yesterday, but Seeing Miller's hesitation, Wylin raised his eyebrows and said, "He didn't bring another child back." Seeing this, Miller answered truthfully, "My lord, Lord Kyle did bring a boy with fiery red hair back yesterday." "Okay, I know what happened. Go and invite Kyle." Wylin waved his hand and ordered Miller. "Yes, lord." Miller bowed and saluted and left the tent. Seeing the captain of the guard leave, Zumia, who was sitting next to him, asked curiously, "Wylin, do you know who the boy is?" He listened to me carefully about this matter." After listening to her husband's story, Zumia's eyes were full of suspicion. She seriously suspected that her husband had smuggled something. How can you look at your husband like this?" Wylin coughed lightly and said dissatisfiedly. Zumia rolled her eyes and asked, "Wylin, the reason for the birth of that child must be you, right?" "Well," Wylin leaned back halfway through his words and said slowly, "Hey, I won't tell you." Zumia pushed Wylin's body and asked softly, "Wylin, tell me." "No, I won't tell you." Looking at Zumia's expression, Wylin decided to tease her again. "Wylin, if you tell me, I will." Zumia leaned over to Wylin's ear and whispered, "I will tell you a secret about Sister Orsaya." "Second sister, what news do you have about her?" Wylin sat up with a suspicious look on his face. The last time he saw his second sister was at his eldest brother's wedding, and now it has been more than 10 years. For so many years, he didn't seem to hear anything about her. Zumia blinked her big eyes and pretended to be sincere. "My mother told me, how could I lie to you?" Wylin rolled his eyes, grabbed Zumia and tickled her directly. "Ha ha ha, it's so itchy, so itchy. Say it or not, say it or not. Ha ha ha, no no ha ha." Outside the tent, Kyle heard the quarrel between his master and mistress, and waved his hand to catch the child who wanted to go in to find out. "Father, what is the Lord doing in there?" The fiery red-haired boy blinked his big eyes full of ignorance and curiosity. "When you grow up, your father will tell you." Kyle squatted down, touched the fiery red-haired boy and said earnestly, "Okay, father." As he spoke, the fiery red-haired boy inadvertently leaked a trace of holy flame, which was then absorbed by the collar on his neck and stored in the red gem. A few days ago, when the holy flame spirit was born, the first words he heard were actually his mother. Fortunately, Kyle corrected it at the first time, so that the child did not form an inherent cognitive error. A daughter is raised, a daughter and a son are also raised. Anyway, the master's family is large and prosperous, and there is no shortage of cultivation material for these two children. In the tent, Wylin suddenly stopped, put his hand on Zumia's waist, and said awkwardly, "Kyle seems to have been standing outside for a long time." "It's all your fault." Zumia glared at Wylin, put her messy hair behind her ears, got off his legs, sat aside, patted her cheeks, let the red temperature fade and returned to a dignified look. "Who told you not to tell the secret?" Hearing Wylin's whisper, Zumia looked helpless and said, Okay, it's all my fault." "My dear Wylin, shouldn't you let Kyle in?" Seeing this, Wylin stood up and walked out of the tent. Looking at the little boy watching ants on the ground and Kyle standing aside watching the child, he felt an inexplicable sense of joy. "My lord." Looking up at Wylin, Kyle bowed his head and saluted. The little boy put down the stick in his hand, looked up at Wylin and said crisply, "My lord." Wylin apologized and said, "I was a little too proud just now. I kept you waiting for a long time. Come in and sit down." Entering the tent, Kyle sat on the left, and the little boy sat next to Kyle, looking up and down at the deployment around him with curiosity in his eyes. This child was born from the egg, transformed by the holy flame. "Yes, my lord." Kyle touched the boy's fiery red hair and introduced with a smile, "I named him Silas. In angel language it means holy flame, which is also consistent with his origin." Wylin looked at the confused child, waved at him and said kindly, "Come here." Silas glanced at his father, and after getting his affirmation, he trotted to Wylin and threw himself into his arms. "You have imprisoned his strength?" Wylin asked curiously, stroking the coil on Sila's neck. Hearing this, Kyle nodded and replied, "My lord, Silas was born at the middle level of gold. As the 20th holy flame spirit born accidentally in the world, he had already obtained the qualification to ascend to the legendary level when he was born. The holy flame spirits born later will need to accumulate their own knowledge like us. This is a gift from the world consciousness to the new and powerful race, but it is also a shackle. The power that is easily obtained is often not cherished. The mentality is immature and easily influenced by others. I decided to let him go back on the path of cultivation to train his character. Wai Lin touched the back of Silas's head, nodded, and said, "You are right. The power that is easily obtained will not be cherished. As a father, you have to take up the responsibility of raising him. My lord, as long as you agree, please practice with Silas in the future," Kyle said with a slight smile on his face. When Wai Lin heard this, he secretly said that it was not good. Zemia, who was sitting next to him, covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Wai Lin was considered to be fooled by Kyle. "I remember you said before. My lord, before was before, now is now. Cecilia has awakened, right?" Kyle responded with a smile. "This or that. Forget it, it's only a few hours less." Wai Lin made up his mind and showed an indifferent attitude. Except for Silas, who didn't know the world, Kyle and Zumia both understood Wai Lin's bitterness. After the matter was settled, Wai Lin began to write a letter to his grandfather, and then called Miller to deliver the letter to the manor in the East District of the capital. In the manor, the Duke of Moravia looked at his grandson's special messenger, waved his hand to take the letter into his hand, and opened it to check. Looking at the content above, the situation was exactly as he expected. First, he euphemistically mentioned the remaining promise, and then tried to cover up the 3-year time limit with family affection. This kid is so cruel. If it was Lysis's plea, he would ignore it, but facing Wai Lin, the Duke of Moravia had more factors to think about. Osmond Allier, the war mage of the East Tower, is the proud disciple of the old man Calix Silves, and has been trapped in the high level of soul for 200 years. He was a high-level soul arcane when he got married. Now his only daughter is already a golden mage. And this guy is still a high-level soul arcane. In the eyes of the Duke of Moravia, Osmond is comparable to his disciple. The only difference between the two is that one has children and the other does not. However, it is not so easy to become a legend. There are many geniuses who have been promoted to the high level of soul after the age of 100, but most of them are trapped in this level, unable to make any progress in their lives, doing nothing for more than 800 years, and finally passing away, or going far away and dying quietly in a corner unknown to anyone. Wellen is known as the child of miracles. Maybe a miracle will happen. Let me write a letter to the old man Calix Silves, explain the gains and losses, and ask for a large sum of money. For his useless disciple, I think he will not be stingy with treasures. Maybe I can borrow his things to study. If I do this, I will not only fulfill my promise to the boy, but also gain a favor from Calix Silves, and I can also test how much fate the boy is carrying. Putting away his scattered thoughts, the Duke of Moravia looked down at Miller and answered, "Go back and tell the boy to go to the first magic academy to pick him up in 3 days." "Yes, Your Excellency." Miller bowed his head and saluted, then turned and left. The Duke of Moravia took out a magic crystal, recorded what he wanted to say into it, tore open the space, threw it into it, and then put his hands behind his back, ready to see what Lowell was doing. On the 7th floor of the War Mage Tower in the East Tower of the North City District of the Royal Capital, Osmond Allier finished his meditation and said, "Come in." Outside the Mithril Gate, Gabriella looked a little timid, took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and walked in. She knew that her father loved her very much, but he would never listen to her advice on such matters. For Zelia, she wanted to give it a try. If her father didn't want to go, she would go by herself. But when she thought about parting with her father, she was very reluctant. "Gabriella, what do you want?" Looking at his daughter, Osmond Allier smiled on his cold face, waved to her, and asked her to come to him. Gabriella came to Osmond with a conflicted mentality and sat beside him. "You look so depressed. Did Zelia make you angry?" "Father, HMPH, it seems that it was that boy. Wait until I break his legs." Osmond snorted coldly and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Gabriella suddenly lost her ability to think. She stepped forward and pulled Osmond's hand, saying anxiously, "Father, it's not what you think. Zelia didn't make me angry." At the pull of his daughter, Osmond sat down and asked, "Why do you look so depressed?" "Father, it's like this." Having lost her mind, and in order to protect Zelia, Gabriella had to tell the whole story. After listening to his daughter's statement, Osmond had already figured out the ins and outs of the matter. Looking at her father's indifferent expression, Gabriella lowered her head and dared not speak. After a long time, Osmond sighed. If it was instigated by others, with his strength and reputation, he would definitely make the other party pay the price. But he had no way to deal with this child of miracle. He had heard his teacher say that this kind of person who carries destiny is loved by the world. If you offend him rashly, at best, everything will go wrong, and at worst, bad luck will come to you. Although Osmond had never seen such a thing happen, the teacher who regarded him as his own son would never lie to him. From today on, you, Osmond, come to see me at the Cassis Mage Tower. Before he finished speaking, the teacher's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Yes, teacher. Osmond bowed his head in response, then looked at his daughter, imprisoned her in the secret room, and said in a gentle tone, Gabriella, bear with it for a while, wait for me to come back. After that, Osmond's figure disappeared in the Mage Tower. Looking at her father leaving, Gabriella looked helpless and murmured to herself, Father, I am not a child. She understood that this was her father's love for him, and she had no complaints about it. Cassis Mage Tower, a young man stood at the top, looking at the royal capital, constantly thinking about the words Moravia said. The Aches family. He remembered that the person Alicia married was Ilyssus, the heir to Earl Eagle. However, he had many students and only a few apprentices. Good afternoon, teacher. Osmond came to the top of Cassis Mage Tower, bowed and saluted, expressing his respect to the young man. Osmond, how long did it take you to reach the soul level? Hearing this question, Osmond was a little confused in his heart, but he still answered truthfully. To answer the teacher's question, I was promoted to a low-level soul arcanist in the spring of 9438 in the glorious calendar. That was also the year when I turned 100 years old when. The young man turned around, looked at his apprentice, and said softly, After you were promoted to a low-level soul master, you reached a high-level soul master in less than 100 years, but in the next 200 years, you never made any progress. Yes, teacher, Osmond lowered his head and replied. Osmond doesn't want to recall all the bitterness. If it weren't for his daughter as a spiritual sustenance, he felt that he might have gone crazy now. Son of Miracle, you should know. Teacher, I know, Osmond nodded and replied. The young man waved his hand and took Osmond to the secret room and sat in the main seat. After Osmond sat down, the young man said, The Duke of Moravia gave me an idea. Accompanying the Son of Miracle may allow you to have some adventures. Osmond sat up and replied, Teacher, this conclusion is wrong. After all, there are precedents. In the past history books, some people did this, but they did not succeed. The young man glanced at Osmond indifferently and said, I once said that things in history books cannot be fully trusted. Yes, teacher, you said. Osmond lowered his head and did not dare to look at his teacher. If that's the case, why do you still preach to me in return? Osmond knocked his head on the ground and said loudly, Disciple dare not, please calm down, teacher. The young man waved his hand to help Osmond up and scolded, kowtowing at every turn, How did I teach you? Osmond's face flushed, but he did not blame his teacher in his heart. Hundreds of years of precipitation have proved that hard work is useless to you. If you want to cross that hurdle and reach the starting point of the legendary ladder, you must rely on the intervention of others. I, the Master, will use the Duke of Moravia's hand to send you to his grandson. This is an attempt. 10 years is the deadline. If it doesn't work, I will find another way for you. Osmond was a little hesitant, but after hearing his teacher's thoughts, he mustered up the courage and said, But, teacher. After listening to his disciple's story, the young man looked at him indifferently and said, He lends you talent, and you lend him luck. In this way you don't owe him, and he doesn't have to restrict you. This matter is settled. As for the East Tower War Mage Tower, your disciple will take over temporarily. It's only 10 years, and there won't be any trouble. Yes, teacher. Seeing this, Osmond bowed his head and replied, showing his submission. The teacher has said this. If he still has resistance, he will be an unfilial person. Tomorrow, I will ask the king to send you here as a guard mage on the grounds that the monster forces in the Grey Wasteland are too active, in order to protect the teleportation array connecting the kingdom with the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom. I'll give you the opportunity. How to get along with the child of miracles and how to borrow his luck depends on what you think. After saying this, the young man closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Amun saw this, bowed deeply and left. After leaving the Cassis Mage Tower, Amun's returned to the secret room of the East Tower, or Mage Tower. Gabriella, who was bored, saw her father return, stood up and asked carefully, "Father, you are back." Amun's waved his hand to remove the confinement of the secret room, looked at his daughter, sighed and said, "Gabriella, your request," your father agreed. Hearing this, Gabriella couldn't help but widen her eyes. "Father, you agreed. Go and inform your mother to pack some luggage. Our family has to stay in Kixing territory, Cadero province, for a few years." "Okay, father, I'll go first." After Gabriella finished speaking, she hurriedly left the secret room, fearing that her father would return. Looking at his daughter's hurried back, Osmond smiled helplessly. If it weren't for his daughter, he, a former genius, might have committed suicide because he couldn't stand the loneliness. For him, the days of stagnation were really hard to bear. 2 days later, Wylan took Zelia from the first magic academy of the king's capital to the 15th Army camp, accompanied by his girlfriend Gabriella. As for Almonds, he had learned about his whereabouts from the new order issued by the king. "I have to say that my grandfather is very efficient. Through the teleportation array, more than 15,000 people from the 15th Army returned to Cadero province in batches. Outside the teleportation hall of Cadero province, more than 10,000 troops were neatly lined up, exuding evil spirits, which frightened the city defense army to watch from a distance. In the governor's mansion, the governor of Cadero province, Pico Moslima, received the news and immediately took his entourage and guards to the location of the teleportation hall. It doesn't take a brain to know that the uncrowned king of Cadero province is back. No matter what the reason, he must go to greet him in person, so as to show his respect for the Viscount Kixing. Outside the teleportation hall, Wylan looked at the familiar scene. After 10 years, he returned here again. "Lead the team out of the city." "Yes, my lord," Hebrew said loudly, and then led the troops to the north gate. When the troops were halfway through their march, a middle-aged man hurried over with a smile on his face. He greeted them. "Lord Wylan, I am Pikal Mosley, the new governor of Cadlo province. Welcome back victoriously." "Governor Pikal, just call me Viscount Kixing. No need to add honorifics." Looking at the sturdy governor in front of him, Wylan smiled and responded in a gentle tone. If the other party respects him, then he will also respect the other party. Seeing this, Pikal smiled and complimented, "Lord Wylan, you are really as kind as the rumors say." Facing this talkative governor, Wylan quickly became familiar with him. Looking back, he had sent off 3 governors in Cadlo province. The first governor was Fisk Dosk, who resigned in the 9729th year of the glorious calendar. I vaguely remember that I had a feud with him when I first came to Cadero province, but later I actually started doing business with him, and even took over all his properties in Cadero province after he left office. The second governor was Audrey Silves, a member of the royal family. She was an acquaintance of him, neither familiar nor unfamiliar. She left office in 9749 of the glorious calendar. The third governor was Mayanchi Riverica. I had little contact with him. He left office in 9756 of the glorious calendar. He only worked for 7 years, not 15 years. I heard from his wife that he was caught in the struggle for power in the royal family and was affected. He was really unlucky. As for Piccolo Mosley, he is the new governor of Cadero province. He has been in the position of governor for 7 years. He has been able to stay in the position of governor by making friends with both sides. How long he can stay in the position is unknown. After ending the communication with Piccolo and agreeing to talk again next time, he left the provincial capital of Cadero province with his guards. On the red phosphorus horse, Zelia hugged his senior sister and looked at the surrounding deployment with curiosity in his eyes. Although it did not have the prosperity of the royal capital, it had the rugged beauty of the western border. When the army reached the ridge collar, it was time for Varen and Brian to part ways. In front of the castle gate, Brian's wife Alina and a young man stood under a big tree, looking into the distance from time to time with expectation in their eyes. I haven't seen or heard from him in 10 years. Every day I am afraid that a messenger from the royal capital will come to deliver the order to attack the Lord. Blessed by the goddess of life, her husband returned safely. Rayet sat next to his mother and patted her back gently to calm her excitement. Madam Lord Master Rayet, the army is coming. An officer came to the big tree and reported respectfully. Hearing this, Alina stood up, pulled her child and walked away. Arriving on the low hill and looking at the marching team stretching for tens of kilometers in the distance, especially the flag at the front of the team, Alina let go of her inner anxiety. Compared to the words in the letter, she would rather see her husband return safely with her own eyes. Mother, is the army behind you Uncle Varen's army? Rayet looked at the marching troops in the distance. Both in terms of discipline and combat effectiveness, they were comparable to the troops stationed at Windsor Castle. It should be, after all, the flags raised by the army behind are the noble flags led by Kai Xing. At this point, Alina turned to look at her child and warned, I'll see you Uncle Varen later. Be polite, got it? Mother, don't worry, I'm not that arrogant and ignorant person, Rayet said softly. Over the years at Windsor Castle, his grandmother and great-great-grandmother taught him a lot. Unfortunately, his father participated in the Expeditionary War, and only his mother was left in the Ridge territory to support him. In the 3rd year after his father left, he returned to the Ridge territory and began to assist his mother in managing the territory at the age of 18. When the Grey Mango Wasteland was tested, luckily Aunt Zemia supported a force, otherwise the Ridge territory might have lost 1/3 of its population that time. Years of managing the territory made him understand the hardships his father went through to open up the territory, and at the same time, he developed a feeling of admiration for Uncle Varen. He had developed such a large territory before he was even 100 years old. Although it was not as good as his ancestors, it already made him look up to him. During the march, Wylan pointed to the surrounding farmland, turned to Brian and said, Cousin, look as you walk along, your son is better than you. Ha, what you said. Looking at his somewhat aloof cousin, Brian just smiled helplessly. At first glance, he seems to have a successor. In a few years, he can hand over the title of Viscount of the Ridge to Rayet, and then take Alina to see the great rivers and mountains of the Kingdom of Ilia. It's a pity that during the Expedition War, I don't know if my mother will be willing to help me take care of my second child now. After thinking for a moment, Brian saw his wife and children waiting eagerly on the hill. He then handed over the troops to Adrian, patted the red phosphorus horse, and rushed over. Looking at her husband with the vicissitudes of life, Alina ran forward and hugged her husband, crying with joy, Brian, I miss you so much. Every day after you left, I was afraid that someone from the royal capital would come to deliver orders. I was afraid that you would die on the battlefield, or that you would disappear. Brian hugged his wife and patted her back gently. Before he saw her, he thought a lot, but when he saw his wife, he didn't know what to say. Finally, thousands of words converge into one sentence. Alina, thank you for your hard work. After his father and mother had finished making love, Rayet came to Brian and said with a smile, Father, welcome back safely. Letting go of Alina, Brian looked at his eldest son, his only son so far, who was as handsome as when he was young. He stepped forward to hug Rayet and said loudly, My good son, my father is proud of you. At 100 meters, Wylan dismounted and led Shemia and Kyle towards Brian's family of 3. Hello, Uncle Varen, Aunt Shermia, and Lord Kyle. Rayet looked at the 3 of them, bowed and saluted to express his respect. Wylan opened his arms, gave his nephew a hug, and said with emotion, Rayet, when I first saw you as a kid, you were only so young. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye, and you have grown up. A few people had a conversation, and under the leadership of the hostess Alina, the 3 of them came to the Ridge Fort Hall. Brian's family of 3 sat on the left, and the 3 of Varen sat on the right. The 6 of them enjoyed the food and talked about the past. After the dinner, the maid brought tea. From this expedition, Brian's gains were less than a fraction of Varen's, but he also had a fortune of nearly 50 million gold coins. But without the help of his cousin, he would not have been able to obtain so much wealth. After all, he was just a baron, so he could only bring more than 100 people to participate in the battle. Thinking of this, Brian felt that he owed Varen a lot again, and he didn't know if he could pay it back in his lifetime. Cousin, don't forget to clean up the warehouse. After all, there are so many things, and it's not good to pile them in the open. Hearing Wyland's reminder, Brian Shanshan smiled and said, "Look at my memory, I've even forgotten about it." Rayet, Father, please give me your instructions. You go and free up the rice warehouse. Yes, Father. Although Rayet had some doubts in his heart, he did not object. He accepted his father's instructions and went to clean up the rice warehouse. Elena, who was sitting next to Brian, saw this and whispered, "Do you have a lot of things? You need such a big rice warehouse." "You'll know in a moment." Brian didn't tell his wife directly, but instead gave her a riddle. After all, gold coins only accounted for a small part of these spoils. Most of them were armor and long swords, docile monster cubs, extraordinary cultivation materials, various types of wine, and some books on indigenous extraordinary cultivation copied from his cousin, etc. Zumia felt a sense of déjà vu when she saw this scene. She looked back at Wyland. As expected, they were brothers, and they both liked to keep things a secret. Feeling his wife's gaze, Wyland felt puzzled. The next morning, in the empty rice warehouse, under the gaze of everyone, Kyle opened the Messier half-plane channel, then differentiated into 100 silver-level clones, and began to move materials. As time passed, Elena and Layette saw the mountains of materials, and their eyes were full of shock. The wealth of 50 million gold coins sounds like just a number, but when these things are placed in front of them, it is shocking. Zumia, who was standing by, was no exception. She was surprised and a little worried. Could the treasure house under Xinyu Castle hold the things Wyland brought back? After returning the supplies to Brian, Wyland said goodbye to his cousin. With homesickness and curiosity, Wyland led his troops on the road back to Kixing territory. Kyle's strength and the personnel he controls. Kyle's strength and the personnel he controls. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. At noon the next day, Wyland stroked Ziohong's mane and looked at the watchtower in the distance. That's Runsha County. Yes, upon hearing her husband's question, Zemia smiled politely and replied, with these watchtowers as the boundary, the west is the boundary of Kixing territory. Ordering the army to stop advancing, Wyland dismounted and came to the foot of the watchtower. The foundation at the bottom of the watchtower is completely natural, and only the upper part has traces of artificial construction. In less than a moment, 51 soldiers came out of the watchtower and lined up neatly in the open space. The middle-aged officer beat his chest in salute and said loudly, "Lord, Captain Gale of the 13th Watchtower Squadron salutes you." The 50 soldiers put their hands on their chests and bowed their heads in salute to show respect. Although Wyland has been away from the Kixing territory for 10 years, his sculpture will always stand in the most eye-catching position in the territory. Whether they are an old man about to be buried or a child learning to talk, they all recognize the appearance of their lord. Wyland nodded slightly in return. The strength of this watchtower squadron is quite satisfactory. The captain is a high-level bronze warrior. He has 50 soldiers under his command, including 2 intermediate bronze warriors, 3 low-level bronze warriors, 17 high-level warrior apprentices, and there are 21 high-level warrior apprentices and 7 low-level warrior apprentices. Except for the bronze warriors, 80% of the remaining warrior apprentices are young. Not surprisingly, these young-faced fighters are newly recruited in recent years. "Gale, Lord, please give me your orders," the middle-aged officer replied loudly. Seeing the twitching middle-aged officer, Varen smiled and said in a gentle tone, "Don't be nervous. I'm just curious about the Lunsha County Border Watchtower system. Please help me clarify my doubts." "Lord, this is my subordinate's honor." The middle-aged officer looked respectful and then began to explain the information he knew. The border of Runsha County is 179 kilometers long, and it is connected with the barony of Kynut and the baron of Hayden, respectively. The barony of Ogden borders the barony of Wilco. A total of 15 watchtowers have been set up, divided into 2 brigades, namely the Runsha West Watchtower Brigade and the Runsha Dong Watchtower Brigade, with a total of 800 troops stationed, 11 people, whose command is in charge of this force. According to the order of Grand Controller Baird, the Lunsha County Watchtower troops are temporarily under the command of General Cassius of Kixing Camp. Your approval is needed to establish clear command authority in the future. Wylin knocked on the outer wall of the watchtower with his hand. It was very solid. Although this kind of mud was shaped using earth spells, the material itself also played a big role. It seems that in the 10 years since he left, Kai Xing has gained many new research results. Under the leadership of the middle-aged officer, Wylin entered the watchtower and inspected the internal structure. The entire watchtower covers an area of 300 square meters and is divided into 5 floors, with a total usable area of 500 square meters. The first layer is used to house horses and facilitate the transmission of information. The second and third floors are resting places for soldiers. As for the fourth floor, it is used to store important supplies such as food, armor, weapons, arrows, and spare parts for 3-bed crossbows. The fifth floor is an open-air platform for easy observation of distant situations. Except for the first floor, the other 4 floors have anti-breakthrough structures and shooting holes inside. Standing at the top of the watchtower, Wylin looked at the continuous farmland and asked, "How long have you been stationed here?" Returning to the Lord, "My subordinate was transferred here from the Kixing County City Defense Force as a squadron leader in August last year. He initially served in the Lancia camp. Due to his limited talent and age, he voluntarily retreated to the second line, in exchange for the opportunity for the eldest son to join the standing army." The middle-aged officer lowered his head and replied without any concealment, "Which army is your eldest son currently serving in?" "Kixing Camp," the middle-aged officer replied. "Now he has become a bronze high-level warrior, much stronger than me." Wylin patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Hahiha, that's right, a tiger father has no dog sons. I believe your family will become more and more prosperous." "Thank you, Lord, for the compliment." The middle-aged officer looked excited and said excitedly. After encouraging the soldiers stationed here, Wylin led the troops and continued to advance. Entering Lunsha County, both roads and villages are well built. Compared with other territories, the faces of the civilians who were busy in the farmland had many more smiles. They talked to each other about how much wealth they could increase after paying taxes. Especially those who have family members serving in the military directly pay half of the tax, which makes others envious. Seeing this, Wylin couldn't help but smile. "I thought I didn't have to pay taxes when I was a soldier." But with the passage of time and the development of the territory, this law was naturally changed. After passing through the relatively desolate Lunsha County, Wylin finally arrived at his hometown, Kixing County. Kixing led outside the East City Gate, and Baird led officials of all sizes to wait here. 10 years have given Baird a lot of gray hair. When the Lord is away, all matters, big and small, have to pass through his hands, even if he is not busy. Looking at the army in the distance, Baird made up his mind to go to Star Moon Castle to ask for people after a while. If he didn't give them, he would block the door every day, even if he was sleeping at the gate of the castle, to get the people back. These years of hard work have made his hair, a young man in his 70s, gray. The Golden Knight has a lifespan of 300 years. Although it does not reach the maximum lifespan, it still has a lifespan of 278 years. For the sake of his future life, he had to get more talents from the Lord. At the moment of imagination, the army was getting closer and closer to Kixing City. "Stop." With an order, the army was forbidden to leave. Wylin patted Ziohung and asked her to move forward. When he came to 100 meters away from Baird, he turned over and dismounted and walked up quickly. This time he prepared a big gift for Baird, and the matter of blocking the door in the future will become history. "My lord, welcome back." Baird bowed and saluted, saying respectfully. Wylin stepped forward to help him up and said, "My great contributor, you have worked hard. Don't suffer as long as you." Seeing this, Wylin was quick-witted and hugged Baird, whispering, "My chief steward, I have prepared something good for you this time." "Good things, what are they?" Baird was so curious that he forgot what he wanted to say. "You will know when you come to Xingyu Castle tomorrow." Encircled by the crowd, Wylin entered Kixing City. 10 years have not changed this city much. It just has more time to settle. After disbanding the army, Varen took Shemia, Kyle, and a group of guards back to Star Moon Castle. After greeting the 4 head maids one by one, Varen came to the study. Looking around, he saw that the layout was almost the same as when he left, with almost no changes. Sitting on the armchair, Varen suddenly felt more comfortable than ever before. Home is better. Looking at the documents on the table, there is a 10-year development report of Kixing Ling clearly written on it. Turning to the first page, Baird's name was written on it, and in the upper right corner was a picture of praying for the stars to lead the noble chess. At the time of departure, there were only 5 counties in the Kixing territory. When he returned, the territory of Kixing territory had more than doubled, with 6 more counties, with a total area of 69,500 square kilometers, and a population of more than 1,772,000 people. However, Luantia, the combined population of the 6 counties including Kixing County, is slightly more than the population of Kixing County alone, which makes people feel helpless. The old 5 counties are the core, and the new 6 counties are the tributaries. This is the current structure of the Kixing leader. However, this is also an inevitable trend of development. If you want to regulate the development of different regions, you will have to spend a lot of effort. He leaned back in his chair and stared at the counties on the map, thinking about ways to control them. Kaixing County is the core of Kaixing territory, the place where the pioneering journey began, and also the symbol of Kaixing territory. This place not only gathers the family members of the middle and high-level consuls and generals of Kaixing territory, but also has many outsiders settled here. Looking through the records at the back of the file, we can see that the main outsiders in Kixing City are divided into 3 categories, totaling 13,537 people. The first type of outsiders are the nobles and wealthy businessmen in the province of Cardero. Now at the banquet of the nobles in the province of Cardero, anyone who does not own a house in Kixing City is embarrassed to say his or her name in public. The second type of outsiders are nobles from the western border of the kingdom, either for trade, to connect with each other, or because of the scenery of Lancia Lake in Lancia County. They spend a lot of gold coins to rent a piece of land outside the city and build a manor. The third category is very complicated. There are dragons and half-dragons from the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, nobles from the Cube Kingdom, and wealthy businessmen from the Ironforge Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, etc., praying for stars with different purposes. Lead and settle. Sitting up straight, Varen took a quill and began to write down on the document. As a political center and commercial center, Kixing County has an ivy tree cultivation center, 2 black tea tree estates, 8 ice blue grass plantations, 1 ice flower tree plantation, 3 winter wood grass plantations, and 1 red heart tree cultivation center, and a plantation of Mivalese flowers, whose importance is unquestionable. Lancia County has 21 black-skinned pig livestock farms, 12 oxen and camel breeding farms, and 7 green and purple horse breeding farms. It is also the county with the most beautiful natural scenery among the counties in the Kixing territory. Come here to visit. There are countless tourists from all over the world. Xiphon County carries the teleportation array that connects the kingdom of Silver Dragon Burke and the kingdom of Ilia. It is a transportation hub. Under the influence of Orlando, the martial style of this county prevails. People are proud to join the army and are ashamed to buy high and sell low. It makes people somewhat helpless. Wylan didn't want to change. In comparison, Looming County and Kiayan County were far behind and had no pillar industries. However, under the governance of Duke and Cyril, they were developing well. As for the 6 counties of Yilan County, Yalan County, Runsha County, Leddies County, Jiantan County, and Nanzina County, backwardness and poverty can be placed in these places, and they cannot be picked off in a short time. If I move these magic plants to other counties, will Baird and Andrew block the door every day? Wylan held his chin and thought about the possibility of this plan, but finally gave up the idea. He was not afraid that Baird and Andrew would come to Star Moon Castle to block the door, but that once the pillars were taken away, the development of Kixing County and Lancia County would be hindered, and the gains would outweigh the losses. In addition, these counties are still borders, and are not suitable for relocating industries that are the backbone of the territory to these places. except for Kai Xing Ling's homeland. The development of the underground world follows the rules, and there is nothing outstanding about it. The territory of Zephyrus, located in the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom, has very few records on the documents, so you have to inspect it yourself. I haven't seen him for many years, and I don't know how this kid in Orlando is doing. Has the strength been further improved? Could Zephyrus have been transformed into a second Zephyrshire? Wylan closed the document, put his hands behind his head, leaned back, and murmured to himself. The 4th and 5th battalions have made outstanding contributions. It's time to give them exclusive names. As for the 8th Battalion, they still need to settle down. Ichabod. In addition, as the territory expands, the army must also expand accordingly. It is more appropriate to add 3 battalions to the standing army. Dong dong dong. When Wylan fell into silence, there was a sudden knock on the door. Come in. After sitting upright, Wylan spoke. With permission, the study door was opened, and a half-elf appeared in front of him. Eunice. Looking at the half-elf girl in front of him, Varen felt a little surprised and almost didn't recognize her for a moment. Compared with the young and immature face before, now it is more charming and charming. Lord, I'm back to fulfill my promise. Eunice smiled politely, making Varen almost lose his mind. After shaking his head to keep himself awake, Wylan stood up and said, "Sit aside and let's have a good chat." "Yes, Lord," Eunice replied with a smile. The two sat opposite each other, and Eunice was the first to speak. "Lord, thank you for giving me the opportunity to study at March Academy. Unfortunately, when I returned, you had already gone to another dimension to participate in the expedition." When Wylan heard this, he said apologetically, "Eunice, welcome back. I'm sorry that I said this 10 years late." "Thank you, Lord," Eunice said with a smile. More than 40 years ago, when he first bought Eunice, she was only a bronze-level mage. Now she is a gold-level low-level mage. "What do you want to do now?" Seeing this, Eunice took a deep breath and said, "Lord, I want to build a potion plant cultivation center outside the city of Star Moon Castle. Do you think it's okay?" "Can." Wylan agreed without thinking and then asked, "How many gold coins are needed?" Eunice thought about it and said, "It will cost about 100,000 gold coins." Seeing this, Wylan came to the desk, wrote down the approval note, handed it to Eunice and said, "Just go to the warehouse to get the money. If you need anything else, just come to me. As for your position, you are temporarily positioned as the natural mage of Xingyu Castle. You can mobilize the Xingyu Castle city guards with a size of less than 200 people." "Thank you, Lord." Eunice stood up, bowed and saluted and said respectfully, "Kixing Chamber of Commerce. Kixing Chamber of Commerce. Kixing Chamber of Commerce." After sending Eunice away, Varen stayed in the study for a while and then returned to his bedroom. "After 10 years of absence, I still miss my own bed sometimes. When I opened the door, I saw that the windowsill was filled with flowers of different colors, and there was a fragrance in the air. The furnishings in the house were basically unchanged from 10 years ago. When he came to the window, he took off his shoes and lay down directly. As time passed, Wylan pulled the quilt over to cover his belly and fell asleep comfortably. The sun sets and night falls. Shemia stopped in front of the bedroom door, waved to Hilda and Cisna, and asked them to go down and rest. When the two headmaids saw this, they bowed their heads and left. This afternoon, Wylan was nowhere to be seen in the entire castle. It didn't take much to figure out that this guy had gone to bed. Pushing open the door, Shemia waved her hand to light up the magic lamp in the room. She came to the bedside, looked at her sleeping husband, and stretched out her hand to poke his face. There is no vigilance at all. Twisting a few strands of silver hair in front of her forehead behind her ears, Shemia leaned down, tapped Wylan's mouth, and then took off his clothes. In less than a moment, Wylan was left with only one piece of clothing. Zemia pulled the quilt and covered her husband with it. After doing all this, Shemia came to the right, took off her clothes, lay on the bed, pulled Wylan's right hand over and used it as a pillow, then turned off the magic lamp, closed her eyes, and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, when he felt the soft touch from his right hand, Wylan squinted his eyes slightly, put his left hand in front of his eyes, and looked at the sunshine outside the window. It seemed that it was already morning. Woke up. Shemia, who was lying next to her, opened her eyes, sat up, leaned forward. put her forehead against Wyland's, and complained in a low voice. Yesterday you were very good, pulling Zelia, Gabriella, and my sister left her in the castle and went to sleep. Wyland pinched Shemia's cheek with his hand and said with a smile, "Don't you still have me here?" "Okay, stop pinching, Chief Baird will be here soon." Shemia reminded with a little helplessness in her eyes. If nothing else, he must be here to ask for someone. "Don't worry, he won't come to me from now on." After hearing this, Wyland showed an excited look on his face. There was a hint of curiosity in Zemia's eyes. But mostly, she didn't want to wake up. She didn't ask, she stretched out her hand to pull her husband up, used magic to grab the clothes on the coat rack, and dressed him. Smelling the scent of his wife, Wyland acted like a lazy dog and allowed himself to be manipulated by Shemia. In less than a moment, Wyland, who had put on his clothes, was driven out of the room by Shemia. Owner, Hilda and Cisna bowed their heads and saluted. "I didn't observe carefully yesterday, but when I took a look today, I didn't expect that both of my maids had been promoted to gold low-level hidden assassins. What's the matter with you?" Facing Wyland's inquiry, Hilda answered truthfully. "To return to the master, there are 2 matters that need to be dealt with. Now you." "Well, Zemia is inside. Come in quickly." After saying that, Wyland ducked and came 10 meters away, waved to Hilda and Cisna, and walked straight to the study, ready to wait for Baird to come. In the past 10 years, Zemia has become a qualified hostess. In this way, she no longer needs to intervene in some affairs of Star Moon Castle, which is a beautiful thing. Come to the study, sit on the chair, put your hands on the table, and start thinking about what you want to do today. First, hand over the Omnic Core to Baird. Then visit your uncle and ask him to take charge of the work of repairing the war puppet. Behemoth, at the same time, take some time to plan the construction of the floating ship. It was an agreement made 15 years ago, but it has been delayed for so long. In Wyland's opinion, charging a little interest is not too much. After handling this matter, you have to go to Kyle to see if the harvest of the expedition battle has been compiled into a book. Those treasures should be placed in the underground treasure house. Those things should be stored in the Star Moon Castle treasury, and those materials should be sent to the Praying Star territory. Material warehouse. In addition, 50,000 suitable silver-level demon soul light balls must be selected to make the sorcery soul driven by the war puppet Behemoth. In addition, a meeting was held to appoint consuls of each county, form a new standing army, convene a meeting of the nobles of Cordero Province, inspect the Prayer Star territory, inspect the underground world, inspect the territory of Zephyrus, welcome the kingdom's verification of the territory, etc. When he thought that there were still so many things that he needed to deal with personally, Wyland lay down on the table, feeling that he would be very busy in the next few months. "Master, Chief Steward Baird wants to see you." Hilda's voice sounded outside the door. Varen sat up and said, "Let him come to the study." "Yes, master." Within a moment, there was a knock on the door. After Wyland heard this, he stood up and said, "Come in." Outside the study, Baird heard the voice of his master. He arranged his clothes, cleared the dust from his clothes, opened the door, and entered the room. "My lord." Baird came to Varen, put his right hand on his chest, and bowed his head in salute. Wyland saw this and said with a smile, "You and I are still so polite." After that, the 2 of them went to the rest area nearby and sat down. Sitting on the soft leather sofa, Baird couldn't wait to start complaining. "Lord, I have suffered so much these years. After you left, all the affairs of the Kixing leader fell on me, and there are countless government affairs every day. In recent years, I have been home only a few times. After years of hard work, my hair has turned a lot white." At this point, Baird took out the bundle of white hair from his arms and placed it on the table to show that he was not lying. Seeing this, Wyland's mouth twitched a little. Fortunately, he got the intelligent core, otherwise it would be difficult to pass this level today. "My Chief Steward, your hard work is obvious to everyone in Kixing territory. During this expedition, I was thinking about you all the time. In order to help you handle government affairs, I specially found this thing." Watching his master take out a metal ball, Baird felt a little puzzled. Seeing this, Wyland did not keep it a secret and activated the dormant intelligent core SDA-080. After waking up, the intelligent core flew in the air for a circle, then returned to the table, waiting for its fate with peace of mind. "Master, what is this?" Seeing this, Wylan asked the Omnic Core to spend half an hour to let the other party know him. If he couldn't do it, he would just turn it into a toilet. Under the Omnic Core's hard work, Baird's eyes lit up and he said, "Master, this is the gift you prepared for me. Of course, if you have nothing else, you can go back first." Bailder didn't care at all about his master's behavior of driving him away. He picked up the Omnic Core and walked out of the study, getting rid of the fate of becoming a toilet. The Omnic Core breathed a sigh of relief.